I beat every Final Fantasy there is. We're including MMOs, including every possible spin-off, even the garbage mobile games, movies, the 2 animes, tie-in novels, DLC, the card game, Chrono Trigger, due to its inclusion in the Final Fantasy Chronicles 2-game collection on the Sony PlayStation. There are about 5 million videos on YouTube titled similarly to I ranked every Final Fantasy game, but I have not seen a single one that actually does all of them. Most of those videos don't even cover all the main lines. Ooh, MMOs scare me. Well, then don't make the video. Yes, it took a long time. It took a very, very long time. I started working on this project on the 12th of March 2021. You could earn a college degree in the time it took me to play a bunch of video games. Let's not dwell on that fact for too long. Though it wasn't just spent playing video games, it was spent building this YouTube channel, trying my best to produce high-quality gamer video essayist content, including making a video review dedicated to each of these games I played, all while living my normal life, attempting a professional career in the post-production industry and maintaining a social life. Yeah, I'm just kidding about that one. We all gotta sacrifice one of those things, right? Back then, I didn't have a solid direction for the channel. I was just kind of making whatever I felt like making at the time, resulting in various levels of quality. When I started reviewing every Final Fantasy, it was meant to be a series I could churn out fast between my bigger videos. Few edits, no script, mostly stream of consciousness, and no recorded gameplay. It was basically a crappy one-man podcast for a while.
I almost died here. This was very close to cutting it all short, but we'll get to it. I'm not gonna go over the naming thing again. Doki Doki Panic, yada yada yada. This is not a Final Fantasy game. It's Saga 2. Get over it.
In hindsight, I do think it's fun to watch not only the evolution of a legendary franchise, but also the evolution of my own personal investment and sanity over a very long period of time. The first episode of REFFOID, in which I review Final Fantasy 1, is 7 minutes, and it's just a shot of me yapping the whole time, using the front-facing camera of an iPhone 12. The last episode, in which I review Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, is 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I put a ton of work into it. I became an official YouTube partner between those 2 episodes. We started a REFFOID community. I get some views now. It's pretty cool. I'm very proud of the show. Even if it's just a bunch of video game reviews, I don't think there's anything exactly like it on YouTube. And it's definitely the most work I put into anything ever. And I went to college for 4 years. Though REFFOID didn't quite take 4 years, the Rebirth video came out on Christmas 2024, and I've just been working on bonus stuff ever since. You probably didn't click on this video to get my whole life story. Don't worry, we're going to be focusing heavily on what this was all for. A retrospective study on one of gaming's oldest and most adored franchises. One of the most dynamic and unpredictable franchises that changes its identity with each major release on the surface, but hides its common threads underneath for those who choose to see. I explain my backstory to prove my qualifications. My dedication to this franchise over the last few years is probably going to outweigh most others making a video like this one. And yes, there are many videos like this one. People love a ranking list. They are fun to make and they're fun to watch. There's always going to be some exceptions and disclaimers, but Final Fantasy in particular has so many weird outliers that you'd be hard-pressed to find a video that actually ranks them all. 90% of them are going to completely ignore all spin-offs. Some of them are going to include the big ones like Tactics, but only the original, Crystal Chronicles, but only the original, and so on. Many of them will claim to include all mainlines at least, but still won't count 10-2 or 13-2, and probably will say at the beginning, by the way, I didn't play 11, so I'll throw that out as well. I don't blame them, it took me nearly 4 years to do this legitimately, and that's way too much to ask. But just don't call your video ranking every Final Fantasy game if you're not even gonna cover all the mainlines. I found one video that included everything they could, though they missed a few spin-offs. It was uploaded by a channel called Triple Jump on the day before I beat the most recent game, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I thought the universe was mocking me, but then I watched and saw that they didn't even play all of these, and the ranking was just based on general public reception. The video more or less puts every game in the order of their Metacritic score. Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII is put all the way at the bottom. I get it, it's kind of the meme of the series, but no one who's played all these games actually thinks Dirge is the worst of them all. It is at the very least a competent third-person shooter. That video is nice as a compilation of most of the games, but it's sort of pointless in its ranking because it lacks an opinion or perspective of its own. So I hope that this video will be the only ranking out there that actually subjectively places all of them. Except, that's kind of impossible. The horrible truth is that you can't definitively rank every Final Fantasy that's ever existed because there's such an enormous amount of unplayable games. Live services with no longer operable servers, games that only existed on now outdated hardware, or games that never got translated to English, which there are some loopholes for. This is exactly why I made my previous video, Every Lost Final Fantasy Game. It was meant to be a companion piece to this one, covering all the games that wouldn't fit in the ranking because I couldn't play them. I didn't want any game to not get covered in some capacity, but I didn't want to rank anything that couldn't be played, even if I did play them before they died. So, disclaimer number 1, unplayable or untranslated games, anything covered in the previous video, will not be ranked. Go watch that one for the complete experience. You got 2 more hours to spare, right? There's one game that lives in limbo between these 2 videos. About a week after I uploaded, another end of service was announced. War of the Visions Final Fantasy Brave Exvius shuts down on May 29th, 2025. But because I didn't give it a segment in that video, I will still begrudgingly rank it here. Disclaimer number 2. Final Fantasy adjacent franchises will not be ranked, as they became a series of their own identity. This means Final Fantasy Adventure counts even though it was remade as Adventures of Mana, but the rest of the Mana series does not count. The Final Fantasy Legend trilogy counts even though they were Western title swaps of the original Saga trilogy, but the rest of the Saga series does not count. The Chocobo series, even though it's a Final Fantasy creature whose series is a spin-off of Final Fantasy established tropes and monsters, does not count. But the 2 Final Fantasy Fables games do. My general rule of thumb to follow is that if it doesn't have Final Fantasy in the title, it's not a Final Fantasy game. There's only like one stupid, annoying exception to this rule, but we'll get there. And it's not Chrono Trigger. In another time, I was stuck on counting Chrono Trigger due to its inclusion in the Final Fantasy Chronicles collection on the PS1. I still consider it series adjacent, but it's not a Final Fantasy game, it's just not. The real reason this collection exists was because of a strange marketing change between East and West. Japan got Final Fantasy Collection, a PS1 disc that included enhanced ports of the Super Nintendo trilogy 4, 5, and 6. But they only wanted to give North America 2 games, so we got Final Fantasy Anthology, which included 5 and 6. Then 2 years later, they wanted to give us 4, but couldn't justify not pairing it with something, so they threw in Chrono Trigger and called it Final Fantasy Chronicles. As you can see, there are many strange cases when it comes to this series, but I think I made a reasonable enough judgment. Disclaimer number 3. Add-on content such as character episodes or expansions will not be counted separately. Every game ranked today will be judged as a full package with any add-ons included in the discussion. And I don't know if this is controversial, but I'm including most of the books as add-ons. The books we discussed on REFFOID are clearly companion pieces. On the Way to a Smile is to be paired with Advent Children, and the 13 trilogy each has a book or 2 to go with them. It's just not worth it to treat all of those as separate ranks. I'm not going to rank Final Fantasy XV Prologue Parting Ways, a 20-minute script clearly meant to be read right before you play the game as part of the overall experience. 15 in general has so many little side things, but there will be some exceptions here too. Does 10.2.5 count as a companion to 10.2, even though it came out way later? What about 10.2 Last Mission? It's not DLC, but it's only playable through the HD Remaster bundle and was never sold separately. What about the audio drama from the same bundle? Final Fantasy X Will. Then you can start to factor in side content that's included in the game. I tried to stay consistent, but in an attempt to be as fair as possible, I did not go through any post-game or achievement hunting for 90% of the games on the list. So if I complain about a combat system and you want to say I'm wrong because there's one super boss that has the best fight you've ever experienced in a game, I'm sorry, but that's just not getting factored in. And I do think gameplay critiques are totally valid when limited to just the main story, because that's the main story. It should be fun to play the whole time, not just for a few fights at the end. As for what the small yet standalone entries count as, this series can be such a mess, and I can't come up with a logic that actually makes it all make sense. You're just gonna have to accept what I choose for each case, alright? That's all I need from you today. Well, actually, I do need one other thing. Disclaimer number 4. This is my opinion. And I can approach this like I'm writing my senior thesis after 4 years at the University of Sakaguchi, but none of that matters if you disagree with my opinion. You're allowed to. It's okay. Neither of us are wrong. This is all subjective. And what I love most of all about this series is how different its games can be, so no matter what you feel about them, each will resonate so much more with someone and so much less with someone else. However, there still stands generally popular opinions. Final Fantasies 7, 6, 9, 10, 4, Tactics, they're gonna top the majority of the ranking lists you see. But somebody out there still thinks 2 is better than all of them. And that's beautiful, but it's also a hot take. Most of us, when we think deep enough, can tell when we have a hot take. It's not just an unpopular opinion, usually there are biases there that enforces it. If you hate rhythm games, you're probably not gonna rank Theater Rhythm very high. Maybe you can't get over how stupid Tidus's pants are and it distracted you for your entire playthrough of Final Fantasy X. It may not be exactly fair, but that's subjectivity. Maybe you played Final Fantasy Explorers at the absolute perfect time in your childhood and you have hundreds of hours in it. Maybe you played it every day at recess with your friends and deep down you know it's not that great of a game, but it might just be your favorite one. That is a hot take. I went into this series specifically with no childhood nostalgia, completely blind to each game, only playing through them once, with the exception of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I played before I thought to do this series, and Final Fantasy I, which I replayed at the end of the series to bookend the show, and to remake my first video on it because it sucks so bad. But if you watched the series, you know I have a few hot takes of my own. And that's why I will present a hot take alarm that will go off before I discuss an entry that I know for sure will anger many viewers due to its placement. This acts as an acknowledgement of my potentially unfair opinion of the game. Still a justified one, but one that distracted me from why most people love it or hate it much more than I. I ask that this acknowledgement is enough for you to understand, and I encourage everyone to share their hot takes in the comments as well. I'd love to hear why Final Fantasy Tactics A2 Grimoire of the Rift is actually the best game ever. Disclaimer number 5. I did not play the Pixel remasters. This is a point limited to the placing of only 5 out of the 67 games we're ranking, but those 5 are extremely important games. I started REFFOID just a few months before the Pixel remasters were announced and didn't want to delay the show for as long as they all took to release, so I pressed on and played the most definitive versions I could get my hands on. When I replayed Final Fantasy I, at the end I did get the Pixel remaster and I experienced firsthand all the quality of life changes that came with it. So I can assume the changes in 2 through 6 are just as nice and might even fix things I directly complained about in my reviews. In an effort to correct this, Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be graded on a curve, especially 2 and 3. Prime example, before the Pixel remaster, whenever you switched jobs in 3, you would be hit with a penalty, unable to make any progress with that job until a certain number of battles. A mind-boggling mechanic that was one of my biggest complaints with the game, but they took that out in the Pixel remaster. This actually improved Final Fantasy III's position in the ranking. Next one. You know what really grinds my gears? When you watch a ranking video and you get up to the high tier games like top 5, and some of them are there purely for their influence at the time. Whenever the reviewer introduces a game like, I know this one hasn't aged well, but you gotta think back. In 1989, this was way ahead of its time. Dude, that's older than me. Disclaimer number 6, I don't care about when it came out. This list is about how each of these games stack up against each other and can stand the test of time. No curve will be applied to games that have aged poorly. Unless, of course, they were remastered and touched up like we just talked about. I mean, do you want me to put Final Fantasy 14 and 15 for that matter at the bottom because they were both disastrous launches when they first came out? But that's not what they are now. Nor was I really even paying attention to Final Fantasy when they were. I don't know if this is considered an unpopular opinion, but I believe technological advancements in the industry often do make for better experiences, and this means old games are fighting an uphill battle to compete with newer ones. But don't get me wrong, modern game development practices introduce all kinds of new problems too. Don't expect all the older games to be lower. I just think with this community in general, a lot of people tend to be so much more forgiving of the problems with the older games while being extra harsh on the newer ones. What I try to do is just look at each one as fairly and honestly as I possibly can. That's the benefit of playing them all in a row for the first time. I don't just avoid nostalgic bias, I also don't have to worry about the video game hype cycle, the effects that waiting years for a game can have on your opinion. I got to experience the most polished, patched up versions of every one of these games. Even by the time I got to 16, it was after they finished adding all the new features and DLC and stuff. I also didn't pay full price for nearly any of them. Lucky for me, these games go on sale a lot, and I had 3 years to track down a good deal on all of them, only resorting to emulation or spending extra money on eBay when I had no other option. So I want to share how the ranking process went and how I tracked all my data this whole time. I will be releasing my Beating Every Final Fantasy spreadsheet to the public in the description of this video. Feel free to check it out and follow along. This sheet keeps track of each game I played in the order I played it, which version on which platform, how much I spent on it, how many hours it took to beat it, separate entries for DLC and other small add-ons, a full list of unplayable games, or other extras I didn't review on the show, such as Final Fantasy XIV Tabletop RPG, and most important of all, a checklist indicating whether or not the game includes a SID. An incredibly useful tradition in this franchise is that the games almost always include their own timer. I was surprised at how dedicated they were to including one in nearly every game, but work still had to be done on my end to ensure my playtime's accuracy. Most of these timers remain running when entering a menu, which makes sense if you're tweaking your characters, checking the map, using items. That all should be counted as part of the RPG experience. But you also go to a menu as a way of pausing the game when you're briefly taken away and plan on going right back in soon. That will unfortunately inflate your time, and that's unacceptable. Some of them feature an actual pause screen separate from the main menu that actually does not count towards your time, which was nice. But any games that didn't have this feature forced me to find the nearest save point and turn it off completely if I was ever just going to the bathroom or my dog really wanted to play with her for a few minutes. Or if I was in a really tight spot and couldn't save, I would write down what the timer said before I left, then note exactly how much time was added when I came back, and at the end of my playthrough, that time would be subtracted by the final total. In the event of a game over, it usually would not count any of the time spent reaching and fighting that enemy, as it would just revert to your previous save. These moments are also accounted for, as I would have to keep track of approximately how long each try took me and add that onto the total playtime. And finally, for the books or other things that don't have timers, I would simply run a stopwatch and pause it whenever I took breaks. The final total amount of playtime I spent on Final Fantasy games or otherwise engaging with whatever form of media I needed to came out to be 2,580 hours. That's almost as much time as I've spent in Team Fortress 2. This took place over 1,339 days, which meant I have spent approximately 2 hours a day every day in Final Fantasy Land since March 20th, 2021. And it does not include the countless hours spent writing, researching, recording, and editing reviews for each of them to be put on the channel. I wanted this number to reflect the reality of how long it would actually take if someone else out there wanted to do this too. Or if you have already, now you know you spent about 108 full days of your life franchise binging. Though there are some outliers we must mention. My general rule was to just finish the story, check out some of the side content, but not to go full completionist. I did, however, end up doing every side quest in Final Fantasy 16. So you can chop off about, 10 hours there. I spent 315 hours grinding through Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, which is extremely unnecessary because beating the story content of that game takes very little effort. I would subtract at least 250 from that. I spent 347 hours in Final Fantasy XIV, but we did go through all the raid content added in the patches, which is technically optional, though sometimes still relevant canon to the story, and the community considers it required. Plus, everyone's MMO game time is gonna vary drastically anyway, so I'll actually just keep it as it is. I did the opposite for Final Fantasy XI, basically ignoring any optional content I could as I fast-tracked that game in 166 hours. Maybe the two MMOs can balance each other out. I also couldn't resist getting the Platinum Trophy in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth since I wanted to fully cover at least one game on the show, and that was the big finale. But it did take 183 hours. You can chop off about 120 of those. And lastly, you can take off games that have ended service and are no longer playable, including, and depending on how old this video is, not limited to Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier, Final Fantasy All the Bravest, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, Platinum Demo Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 15 Episode to Sky, Final Fantasy 15 A New Empire, Final Fantasy 15 War for Eos, Dissidia Final Fantasy Opera Omnia, and soon, War of the Visions Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, for a more consumable total of 2,077 hours. Now you only need to spend 1.5 hours a day for 1,339 days in Final Fantasy Land. I mean, I know there are some people watching who have more hours than that in 14 alone, so you have no excuse. Moving on to highlight the money this might take from you. I already said that most of the games I bought were on sale. There are very few exceptions, but they include games in the early days that I got on the PS Vita store, which stopped having sales entirely a while ago. I need to specifically highlight Dissidia Duodecim Prologus Final Fantasy, a 1-hour prequel story not found in the full game. Basically a demo that costs $15. Outrageously priced, but even more so when you realize it costs $5 more than the full game. I am still mad about this. It might be the most regretful purchase in REFFOID history. It has to be an oversight they forgot about because it's the Vita store, but what on earth happened here? Funny enough though, most of the versions of these games on the Vita store still cost less than a lot of the Steam versions do even on sale, so I think I'm fine there. There were a few games I had to get through eBay, but it was never that bad. And only one recently released game that I had to pay full price for because I was caught up and I just had to. That was Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, which cost $40 plus the 2 months it took to get through it, so really $66. That's just how it was designed to work. No matter when you start 14, you'll end up experiencing the pain of paying that much for one expansion, even though you paid $20 for 5 of them back when you started. And I guess I should note that I really wanted to take my time with Final Fantasy XIV, but it cost me. I started on March 29th, 2023 and finished Dawn Trail's main story quest on August 12th, 2024. You get 1 month free trial, but the rest of those were $13 a pop. Combined with the game and expansion costs, it came out to $301. That was tough to swallow. Made me think about how I fast-tracked Final Fantasy XI in just 2 months. One of those months was free, and all the expansions were included in the base game that I got on a real nice Steam sale for over half off, and it was a grand total of $24. That's only $9 more than a Dissidia demo, apparently. The point is, pricing may vary, and I know plenty of old games can be played through an emulator, but I wanted to stay as authentic as possible if necessary. The following 6 games were the only ones I played with an emulator. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I don't own a Super Nintendo, and it was only ever ported to the Wii Virtual Console, which is now gone, but I did play it on the SNES Classic, so close enough. Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII. Never released outside of the PlayStation 2, which I don't have. Crystal Defenders, which is removed from most of the stores it was available on. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a King and My Life as a Dark Lord, Wii Shop exclusives that are now unable to be purchased at all. and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time, which I really could have got off eBay, but was on a roll with the other two and just went for it. So my total cost of playing the entire Final Fantasy franchise comes out to $1,481. Wow. Imagine that without Steam sales. I'd rather not. Personally, I like to keep track of my yearly gaming budget. I suggest you do too. It's a great practice in general for anything you use disposable income on, but particularly when you're that deep into a hobby like this. I found out after a few years that on average I spend about $600 to $700 yearly on video games, not including consoles, though I did buy a console every year for the past 5 years, so maybe I should count them. But I won't. In 2023 and 2024, I spent $904 and $873 respectively, highly above my average. This is where I bought most of my Final Fantasy games and where I had an active subscription to 14 for almost that whole time. This is real money being spent, being cut into my budget. I don't have a glamorous job. Hey, did you know you can donate to this channel by clicking the join button below? Nah, but most of these games were wonderful and honestly well worth the price I paid. And that made the process of ranking them all the more difficult. Some Final Fantasy games are more controversial than others, and they all have their haters, but even the ones I didn't enjoy as much as the others, I wouldn't say any of them were bad. After going through this list, I don't think there are any truly bad Final Fantasies. Often the greatest sin committed by any of these is that they're too slow or just dull, generic, boring. That's most of what you'll see towards the bottom for me. The middle chunk mostly features games that are interesting to check out once, but maybe don't provide a super fulfilling experience, usually not games I plan on ever replaying, but there's still something there that might connect much stronger to a different kind of gamer than I. The top, as you might expect, are games that seriously connected with me. Games I will cherish for the rest of my life. Games that I would recommend to anyone. Although a different kind of gamer than I might not like it nearly as much. I mentioned the hot take alarm earlier. I'm acknowledging whenever I give a game too much credit, or not enough in the eyes of the majority, but there were multiple checks and balances in place that led me to crafting my perfect final list. You can never make a perfect list of Final Fantasies. It's literally impossible, and people are going to be upset no matter what, but this is as perfect as I can get. So, upon completing each game, I kept track of them via the Notes app in my phone. Each entry would be ranked within 24 hours of the credits rolling, while it was as fresh in my mind as possible. Recency bias would definitely come into play, but it was the same case for every game, so it was as fair as I can be. Then, in 2025, long after I was done and began work on this video, I made a new list from scratch. It had been months since I even looked at the original list, so I didn't remember exactly where everything was. And this time I started ranking games in order from newest to oldest, so starting with Rebirth and ending with Final Fantasy 1. The opposite of how I originally did it, to see if that affected placement at all. I gave as much time and attention to these small spin-offs no one cares about as I gave to the most famous and adored entries. The entire ranking process took me over 10 hours. I then, for the first time in months, reviewed my original Notes app ranking and compared it to the new one, noting any major discrepancies or commonalities. There were a few games I placed exactly the same way, which I kept as they were, and a few that somehow ended up way higher or lower than they were originally. I had to determine if my current or past self was being crazy. Some of these I just love so much, but have to accept that they have glaring issues that bring down the experience. It is surprising how much your opinion can change on something after enough time has passed. You know for a fact that you weren't having the best time while playing it because the combat has some real problems or something, but months later, you seem to have nothing but good memories and feel yourself wanting to go back. The question is, how highly do you recommend a game like that? You gotta play this one, you'll really love it, but only after you completely moved on from it, trust me. But it was up to me to come to a conclusion on that. I would basically have each title face off against each other as it climbed up the list until I couldn't come up with a fair enough reason to put it higher. Sometimes the decision would be made over one small trait executed that much better. It would cause me pain to switch some of these around the way I did, and I will be making some enemies today. But remember, disclaimer number 4, this is my opinion. And I still want to highlight the qualities of as many games as possible, even if they're not in the top spots. Throughout the list today, I will be giving out special unique awards to games that I think deserve it for one particular trait I feel is better than even the games that outrank it sometimes, because I think that would be fun. In addition, each game will get a replayability score. This is to describe how much I desire to ever return to it, if at all. Whether that means I want to replay the story again because I enjoyed it so much, or just to glean more from it, or I want to go back and uncover secrets, side quests, do super bosses I missed on my first casual playthrough. The range goes from no, never, to maybe if they remaster it, to yes, definitely. And in addition to that, each game will receive a score for its music. Music is so important to the series, almost all of it is amazing. So I hope with this system I can highlight some soundtracks you may not have given much attention to. As I wrote each mini re-review for all of these games, I also listened to their complete soundtracks. So now, each rank will also include my favorite track from every game just to make this even more difficult and meticulous. I hope there's not going to be too much text on the screen, but it'll be a nice bonus. Also, there's going to be a halftime show. Okay everyone, this is really it now. After 4 years in the making, I present the top 67 Final Fantasies of all time, starting with the bottom 15. The bottom 15, in my opinion, have few redeeming qualities. They do not get my recommendation at all, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. There might be something there for you, if you're a freak. Number 67. War of the Visions, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. This should come as no surprise. I've done nothing but bash live service gacha games on this show for reasons I really don't need to get into for the 1000th time. This shouldn't even be on the list. It's only here on the technicality of its end of service being announced after I made the video talking about all the games that ended service. I played the original Brave Exvius and didn't enjoy it very much. This is a similar game with all the same awful microtransactions. Except the characters are even less interesting, the story is less eventful, and the icing on the cake, the gameplay combines the oversaturated power creep of any gacha with the monotony of SRPG tactics. You know how these games work, it's almost all grinding, but imagine you enter a level to do your usual grind, and you have to go through an entire tactics battle. It's like the worst genre mashup you can possibly think of. I'll give credit to the auto battle system for working a lot better than I imagined it would. That certainly helps, but even with it, I spent 58 hours slogging through this game. Longer than any single player mainline, and I felt nothing but boredom the whole time. I already am a little intimidated by tactics games, so the idea of fighting a hard fight and tweaking your strategy to overcome your enemy, only to realize you're not necessarily losing because you can't figure it out. You might be losing because you just didn't pull the unit they built for this fight. That fills me with hatred. It's a reminder that these games are never about making the gameplay fun and engaging. It's just about enticing you to pay money. And I don't doubt fans found their fun with it. Most gachas don't last 5 years. But for me, even if I try to take the gacha parts out of the equation, I'm still left with an incredibly dull, bloated tactics game. I give it the Gone Too Soon award. Number 66. Monster of the Deep, Final Fantasy 15. This is a VR tech demo essentially, and I just reviewed the majority of VR exclusive games out there. I was tempted to loop it in with the whole 15 experience, but you really have to go out of your way to play this one. It's pretty darn separate. And buying a refurbished PSVR 1 headset solely to play this game was one of the dumbest things I did on REFFOID. I still haven't used it for anything else. Monster of the Deep asks, did you enjoy fishing in 15? Well, now you can do it in VR with motion controls. I was surprised how few new mechanics were added to even make this feel like a new game. It's basically the same thing. You go to a couple areas with one of your friends and you fish. You can change your lure and your wire in hopes of catching different kinds. And there's strange boss battles that have you basically shooting things with a gun. Does it at least hold up as a fishing game? Well, I guess I can't say since I haven't experienced any more firsthand, but I highly doubt it. Fishing games are one of the most popular VR genres, and this one is adapted from a non-VR game. I wouldn't expect it to hold up either, but I could have realistically expected it to be a fun bonus for 15 fans, yet it's not really that either. We could have had more heart-to-heart talks with the boys, that's what 15's all about. That's what fishing's all about, but they kind of went for the bare minimum here. And as a motion sickness prone guy, this game wasn't bad, but going into VR at all is gonna exhaust me at least a little bit. So is playing Monster of the Deep worth that slight discomfort? Not even for a second. Number 65. Final Fantasy Dimensions 2. The history of this game is interesting to look into. We always complain about companies killing these always online games once they stop being profitable. Why don't they try to adapt and make an offline version that can stay on the store forever? Well, here you have it. Final Fantasy Dimensions 2 is exactly that. Remember a second ago when I said if you removed the gacha elements from War of the Visions, you'd still be left with a bloated, dull game? Yeah, that's kind of what you're getting here. Though I found the story to be more interesting than WATV, and the gameplay to be more stimulating in its simplicity. It's turn-based in the style of Final Fantasy X, which I love, and you use various equipable medals to attack. But one can never fully sever from their dark past. The medals were clearly a part of what used to be a gacha system, and now they're awarded to you just for beating each stage. You can also improve them with crafting materials, but since you basically get everything for free, there's almost no point in a crafting system at all. And since there's no more power creep, that means you can auto-battle through 90% of the game, because obviously it's not really balanced at all. This is where it really disconnected with me. When you're not watching a cutscene, you are watching a battle screen and not interacting at all. Look up a long play of this on YouTube, that'll pretty much be the same experience. There were parts of the story I enjoyed, but it still couldn't escape the bloat that comes with gacha as well. You could have told this story in half the time, but the remnants of a live service that tries to pump it with filler are very much still there. It's few fans love to claim, but the director was one of the directors on Chrono Trigger. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't really show. I wonder if it would have shown if it was a fully complete game that never had gacha to begin with. I'd like to think so, but this final version that we ended up with is wearing a mask over its true self. I'm glad they saved this game from death, but I don't think they made a great game out of it. And when I think about all the dead games that went unsaved, I take some solace in the fact that most of them probably would have ended up just like this one. Salvaged, but pretty forgettable. I give this game the You Tried award. Number 64. Final Fantasy Explorers. I've poked fun at this game a few times now. This is going to be the first instance where a game not standing the test of time is going to come into play for my persuasion. It's made as a multiplayer game. It is on the Nintendo 3DS. It's 2025. No one's playing it. There's a somewhat active Discord last time I checked where you might be able to find a game, but anyone playing it today, unless they rope another friend in, is going to be playing this alone. And it's not very fun alone. Explorers is a series of empty open fields and hallways where you fight random monsters until you get to the boss at the end. You choose from a handful of jobs. Don't pick a support job, I guess, because there'll be no one to support. Well, actually, you can bring some monster companions along after collecting them in previous levels, and this is the one system that naturally still feels good to use when you're running single player. Not every level is going to be a walk in the park, so you might have to tweak your build using the mutation system here and there, but for the purposes of just beating the game, you won't really have to do that much. For me, since I chose Monk, I basically just punched my way through everyone. There's barely any depth beyond the few systems I just mentioned, and that's why it's one of the shortest episodes of REFFOID in the series. I'm struggling to come up with more to say even in this small re-review. See, making it a multiplayer-focused game is one thing, that's fine, you can do that, but even then, it's all combat. Would it kill you to add any other elements to this? Like, how about an actual story? Literally any sort of plot beyond nameless man has to kill monsters to save the crystals or whatever. Final Fantasy Explorers is the lowest ranked game that's actually a full retail release, not a spin-off or an app. And in my opinion, it's earned that spot. Number 63. Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. This game made me finally realize I don't like Koei Tecmo. The Dissidia sub-franchise was handed off to them for its currently most recent release. It was an arcade cabinet turned full console game, and it shows. Everything was super standardized and simplified. The fun mashup of RPG and traditional fighting game was pretty much taken away. Leveling up characters no longer meant much outside of customizing a few small skills, and the gameplay was overhauled from 1v1s to 3v3s, an almost capture the flag style esport. All the characters got funneled into job classes that worked with a rock, paper, scissors balance system. It's a totally different game, and most fans would say it's not that good. I'm not one to get deep into the weeds of a fighting game though, so I can't speak to exactly how mechanically unsatisfying NT is in comparison, but I can say the things I personally liked most about the original Dissidia are much worse or completely removed here too. The story mode was quite literally an afterthought, featuring a small handful of cutscenes and barely a plot to hold it together. The original came with pages and pages of lore about the characters and this alternate Final Fantasy world that is all gone. They've basically done the bare minimum for a story, though its one saving grace is that it has a few boss battles and those are kind of fun. But then you get into the monetization of it. You start with a free-to-play version, always a good sign. Pay to get access to all base characters and the story mode. Pay more for the deluxe edition that comes with the season pass, and then pay even more to get the individual DLC characters not included in the season pass. Plus hundreds of dollars of pointless, useless cosmetics, and you can't play the story until you grind battle mode for hours and hours to earn enough memoria to access it. Dissidia NT might be more offensive than Explorers, but ultimately I still enjoyed playing the story mode more than that game, which bumped it up 1. But I will give this game the Worst DLC Situation Award. Number 62. Final Fantasy X. 2.5 plus Final Fantasy X will. I decided to rank 10.2.5 separate from 10.2 because you really can't tell me they were meant to be paired. It's a strange novel sequel to 10.2 that came out 10 years later and isn't otherwise paired with 10.2 in any re-release. But Final Fantasy X Will is paired with the games in the HD Remaster Collection, even though it's a direct sequel to 10.2.5 and doesn't provide any of that missing context to anyone who just played the games. Effectively, these are more like prequels to an invisible 10.3 that never happened, and that just makes them all the weirder. Logistics aside, I'm still baffled by this story, as is everyone else who's ever read it. My video on it is one of the most viewed REFFOID episodes, probably because of how weird and niche the story is. If you're a fan of the 10 games and all of a sudden you learn that there's an official product whose title dons the important weight of a numerical value, written by none other than Kazushige Nojima, who wouldn't be intrigued? But what you get is a confusing, dark, muddled mess of a story that kinda makes you more terrified about a potential 10.3 rather than excited. The most common critique you'll hear is, it's like a fan fiction. This will get thrown around a lot at things people just don't like, but in this case, I think it's pretty accurate, especially given the overtly sexual nature of it all. What happened here? What sparked this idea, and why did they do it all those years later? The bizarreness of it all does come back around to being entertaining a little bit for me, and that's what placed it above the previous games. But also, unironically, there is something intriguing about what this potentially sets up for 10.3. The way it's set up is insane, but I can picture a resulting sequel being very emotionally deep and even grounded, dare I say. I can't go into more without getting into spoilers, but I do think it's worth a read for any 10 freaks out there. I give 10.2.5 the question mark award. Number 61. A King's Tale, Final Fantasy 15. Because we needed more 15 adjacent content. But A King's Tale is a pretty neat thing. They got a random indie studio to make a side-scrolling beat-em-up starring Noctis's dad as a way of establishing their relationship and providing more context for his old crew, who you end up talking with in the main game. But the actual plot is all a made-up bedtime story the king is telling to get Noctis to go to sleep. It's very simple, you're button mashing your way through most of it, but you do have a handful of combos you can execute. I beat it in one 90-minute sitting and it pretty much held my attention throughout, though I probably would have gotten bored if it went longer than that, if I'm being honest. If you disagree and wanted more, there is a whole challenge mode you can go through to try and unlock all the trophies, which is pretty cool. They didn't have to do that, because after all, this is a free game whose purpose is just to promote the main one. And I can't complain much about a small free game. It's only this low because it overall is just uninteresting. I wouldn't recommend anyone play it unless you're looking for the true Final Fantasy 15 experience to see every multimedia, multi-genre release, so you can get the full picture of that world and its story. Which is the best way to consume 15 in my opinion, so I guess in a way I am recommending it with the asterisk of just don't expect much. Number 60, Crystal Defenders. Another game on the same caliber as the last one, though it's not free and it was developed in-house. Even though it costs money and feels much cheaper than a King's Tale, I don't think there's a single asset that isn't reused from the Tactics Advance games, I still enjoyed it more. To me, this is a better tower defense game than a King's Tale is a beat-em-up. Using people as the towers with their job class determining their contribution to your defense is clever, and it's funny to see them running around hitting stuff and then going right back to their post. You do get hit with a pretty tough difficulty curve that I wish could have been eased into more nicely, but if you can crack the code, these battles are chaotically stressful and fun. You can fill this space up with so many units, and you need to have enough DPS to take these waves down, but you also need to place efficiently, being sure to cover as many as you can under the Upgrade Crystal's umbrella. It's not doing anything innovative for the genre, but it's the only Final Fantasy tower defense, and it's fun enough. What weighs it down is the cheapness of it all. It looks like a game they threw together in a weekend. There's like 10 levels, they all look the same, there's barely a story. You could have put this up on armorgames.com and no one would have batted an eye. If they polished this up more and put the work in to make this a full experience on the level of Tactics Advance, I probably would have scored it much higher. But it stands now as a relic of the first wave of late 2000s downloadable titles. It's not something anyone needs to seek out. Number 59. Final Fantasy Unlimited. The appropriate place to rank you on this list has been decided! Another one for the freaks out there. You only seek out this 25 episode anime if you're really going down the rabbit hole, or you're a hardcore 2000s anime kid. Final Fantasy Unlimited is interesting, but very much a part of that experimental age where they're pushing the franchise in all sorts of direction with no consistency. It was definitely appealing to kids. Two little squirts take on the clueless protagonist role and get bossed around by this bratty older sister type, and the brooding, no jokes allowed hero character with the demon heart dirt gun. The plot is pretty inconsistent, there are a lot of antagonists, and you never quite figure out what's going on because the series was cut short, rushed, and left on a cliffhanger. It is weird, it is unique for this franchise, but simultaneously it has every anime cliche you can think of, including the classic Sailor Moon transformation sequence almost every episode to save animation, a long recap at the beginning, a long preview at the end, and sometimes repeated recaps in the middle, leaving you to wonder how much time is actually spent watching the show. Like 10 2.5, I can enjoy it from an ironic perspective, but there are some genuine moments in there and a good amount of innocent Saturday morning cartoon conflict. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. The rushed ending puts a damper on the whole thing too. It was extended in Japan through follow-up books and audio dramas, which bring the show to an even stranger, darker place. It's something to look into if you're into Final Fantasy history. For normal people, no, I wouldn't say it's worth a watch. But I do give Final Fantasy Unlimited the Best Weapon Award. Yeah, that's right, Best Weapon in the whole series. Screw it, I don't care. Demon Hard Dirt Gun. Better than the Buster Sword, cry about it. Number 58. Uh-oh. That's the hot take alarm. That means I have some explaining to do. Number 58 is Final Fantasy VII. Ever Crisis. To be clear, this is not a hot take because I think it would normally be higher. It still cracked the bottom 10, but I think it should be even lower if you're a more reasonable person. because it's bad for all the reasons I put War of the Visions at the very bottom. But the difference between these two games is I've spent over 10 times the amount of hours on Ever Crisis. I actually know this game and all its stupid mobile game mechanics, and I got good at it. Good being a relative term, because as with all gacha games, you can be good if you get lucky and draw all the right weapons you need for the right fight. I say on nearly every mobile game video I've made, it's impossible to actually review these games fairly if you just jump in, beat whatever the story is, and leave. You will never understand the game the way the actual fans do. I still know just from my own taste that I wouldn't enjoy War of the Visions regardless, but Ever Crisis did click for me. And the craziest thing, the reason I know I'm right about that, is that when I made my video titled 300 Hours of Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, that was before it clicked. As the last mobile game review in the show, I specifically set out to play Ever Crisis the right way. I basically spent a year playing it, starting on release day, so I actually got to watch the game evolve. I saw the meta change, I saw the power creep. Since that video came out, I have 100% completed the game. As far as one reasonably can. I've maxed out all the character skill trees, fully leveled all my summons, and finished all permanent content. I've stopped keeping track of my hours, but I can tell you it's a lot more than 300. I actually participate in the community. I love helping people figure out the build that's best for them. I've been recognized a few times in the unofficial Discord, like, "Yo, Tom, I saw that video you made. You're so right, this game sucks." And I'm like, "Yeah, it does. Hype for the next update, though." What got me hooked was the high difficulty content, the bosses they added that are meant to challenge players of all kinds. DPS weapons will always be power crept by better ones, but as a day one player, you generally have enough upgrades to less good weapons that they become just good enough to beat that content. And getting through the toughest of the tough fights is genuinely heart racing. It's intense. Because every fight is about finding all the puzzle pieces to make it work. You need defense covered, you need enough damage going, you need buffs and debuffs, and you need a healer usually. But you only get 3 characters, so using a weaker weapon means you gotta boost that character's attack way more than a player who has the better power crept version of that weapon. But you can't favor one stat because if they don't have enough defense, they'll just die. And they keep adding ways to tweak your team ever so slightly till you reach that perfect balance. And what's kind of special about games like this is the same reason they're so bad. It's only in a game like this where you can attempt a fight that might literally be impossible for you to win. But that adds way more stakes than the average normal game, and you won't know if it's impossible unless you try as hard as you can. If you really can do it, if you really pull it off, knowing that all the odds were against you because the fight was not designed to be beaten that way, that is an immensely satisfying feeling. So now, I guess I like this game for the same exact reason I hate it, and there's no other way it could work. And even if I enjoy it, play it pretty much every day, and continue to look forward to new events, most of which are the same exact thing, just a boss you have to grind over and over, I still would lose too much respect for myself if I ranked it any higher than this. And I would not recommend it to anyone. Only now do I see that the only way you can potentially enjoy and understand a live service gacha game at a high level is to get in on day one. It's been a year and a half. If you join now, you're a year and a half behind. No amount of new player bonus is going to make up for that. It'll take you about a year to build a decent account to start being able to face whatever the newest high difficulty threat is going to be. And that's probably why these games die. No one wants to do that, and eventually the longtime players also leave due to boredom or frustration. But I like it to a point, and I'm gonna stick around probably until it dies. That's the end of my self-deprecating soapbox. The good news is there are no more gacha games. From here on out, we're free. We can now return to our normal list of normal takes. Number 57. Oh, wait a minute. 2 hot takes back to back? Oh boy. The last one was about a game that probably deserved to be lower. This is about a game that probably deserves to be higher, but I really don't like it. Number 57 is Final Fantasy Type 0. A game that has a lot of unique things going for it, with moments that express the Hajime Tabata heart that people love Final Fantasy 15 for. A much larger cast, The first M-rated game with dark, violent themes about the cost of war and a different kind of action RPG combat style. But in my opinion, each of these traits come with individual issues that bog the whole experience down. That trademark Tabata heart doesn't get enough screen time. You're meant to follow the friendship of 14 playable characters with little time to get to know them between all the fighting and questing. The voice acting is the absolute worst in the series, laughable at times. And you're meant to be crushed by a gut-punching emotional ending between these characters, but I couldn't even remember the names of them all by the time it happened. The combat was unique. You enter each stage with a squad of your choice, then if you die, you get replaced by one of the other cadets, and you hope to not run out before getting to the end. They all have their own weapons and styles, so there's a good amount of variety, but it also means you can't choose a favorite and stick with them for most of the game. You're always fighting in a party of 3 like Final Fantasy 12 or 7 Remake, and the really infuriating part is the AI can just die on their own. And they will. Often. You can't switch to them, so they're basically fending for themselves, and unfortunately, they're stupid. If you get to a point where you need a ranged class to hit someone in the distance, but you don't have an active one, or maybe they've already all died, you will actually be unable to progress in the mission. You're just screwed. Enemy difficulty balance is all over the place. It might take 3 hits to die, it might take 1. You're meant to use potions to heal mid-combat, Dark Souls style, but then I found out you can pause the game and use any items you want, whenever you want, which kind of broke the whole system. And I can't not mention the camera. Might be the worst I've ever seen in a game like this. I titled my review, Final Fantasy Type 0 Made Me Physically Ill, and that's because it did. I talked about Monster of the Deep earlier, but that VR game barely did anything to me compared to this. The camera lock-on system in Type 0 HD has a mind of its own. It seems to lock you to things 180 degrees behind you, even if you're trying to fight something directly in front of you. It whips you around, back, forth, up, and down like it's actively trying to make you puke. It gets stuck locked on enemy corpses long after they're dead and there's nothing left for you to do to them. Even if you're blessed enough to not get motion sick at stuff like this, I still think it's bad enough that you'll at least be able to see why it would. Look, it's a PSP game. The HD version did very little to change that. I appreciate the ambition, but for a game like this to work, it needs a higher budget and a lot more polishing time. I'm only calling it a hot take because I generally see people like this game, those who've actually played it, but all these problems considered, I wouldn't expect it to be that much higher on anyone else's list. Like, if this is topping any mainline, you're crazy. I can respect its merits enough to put it this high. It is above my little gotcha game, but I'm still not recommending it to anyone. I give Type 0 the genuinely vomit-inducing award. Number 56. Final Fantasy Trading Card Game. Back to simplicity. I have nothing controversial to say about cards. I consider myself a board game enthusiast, but Final Fantasy Trading Card Game was the first time I really explored the TCG world. It's arguably just as bad as a gacha game if you're a dedicated consumer, but at least if you get a double starter deck like I did, you have a complete 2-player game that doesn't require anything more. I know the real fun is playing against a friend who's collected and grown their own deck full of surprises as you show off your own. It just requires a much higher dedication than I probably could ever have. Not just with potential cost, but the time needed to craft a deck I can understand inside and out. I'd rather just buy and learn a new board game I can teach to my friends. So this is from a purely casual perspective. I enjoyed it. They had fans in mind when they built a system that creates synergy between cards that match specific games. If your favorite is Final Fantasy X, you can make a deck of 10 characters and they'll work really well together with their matching gimmicks, so you can have a good strategy while also repping your main squad. Is it basically Magic the Gathering with a few small twists? Yeah, but aren't most of these? Now we're getting an official crossover with Magic the Gathering. I guess they're just conceding at this point. Yeah, I've barely heard anyone talk about this game, another reason why I don't need to get deeper into it. Who the heck am I gonna play against? I enjoyed its add-on mode more than the main game because it was a bit more unique. The boss deck is a 1v3 mode where one player has all these crazy cards showing various Final Fantasy villains, and the other 3 are stuck with normal cards but have an advantage in numbers. You get the fun of taking down a common foe with teamwork, or the fun of being an overpowered bad guy that everyone's afraid of. It's kind of like the king making that almost always happens when you play Magic Commander, except it cuts through the waiting and just builds it into the game. I wonder how a boss deck fares against that one guy who always brings the broken deck that's impossible to beat. But yeah, it's a trading card game. You probably know how much you'll enjoy it already. But while I wouldn't necessarily recommend buying a deck, it might be worth checking out the free mod on Tabletop Simulator that has any deck you can dream of, including the boss mode. Get a friend together or 3 and it might be a fun time. Number 55. Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. Thought about sounding the alarm for this one since it's such a meme to hate it and act like it's the worst thing ever. It's relatively harmless. It's mediocre at worst, I'd say. Ignoring the whole nearly bankrupting the company thing, judging it on its own, according to my Letterboxd history, I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. Maybe that was a little too much, because as I sit here trying to collect my thoughts on The Spirits Within, there ain't much to collect. It's been 3 years since I watched it for the show, and I gotta be honest, I barely remember anything about it. Luckily, it's free on Tubi, so I skimmed through it once more. Ah yes, Ming-Na Wen and Alec Baldwin romance. Steve Buscemi being the snarky, funny guy. Donald Sutherland as Sid, trying to convince everyone that the planet has a spirit within it. That's about the only thing that feels Final Fantasy-esque in its nature. Even Unlimited felt closer to the brand than this, but it was less coherent and more annoying. This is just some Hollywood sci-fi schlock with a touch of anime influence. The animated characters still look good, definitely aged, but aged better than you think. It's so much more Hollywood than anime that I have to wonder if Sakaguchi and the team neutered their own creativity in a failed attempt to appeal to America. We know they're very capable of telling amazing, imaginative stories, so as a fan, you're just gonna be confused about what happened while making this. It's such a product of its time, and it's interesting to see how much the cultural landscape has changed. America embraces Japanese culture and video games so much more now. If Sakaguchi got the directing bug today, we could have seen something special. Some fantasy sci-fi hybrid starring a protagonist with real, relatable interpersonal conflict, played by Jack Black. But in this timeline, we have this pretty forgettable space movie. Should you watch it? Nah, you probably don't need to. Number 54. Final Fantasy Fables, Chocobo Tales. This was a weird one to place. I mean, it's a console gimmick game. It's basically a minigame collection for the Nintendo DS stylus. But once you get past that, there's nothing really wrong with it. It's decently fun enough. It has a nice atmosphere. The soundtrack is mostly remixes of tracks from previous mainline games, and that was a fun part in itself, wondering which one you were going to hit next. There is technically a deck building card battle system, but I say technically because I don't want to make it seem like that's the base of the gameplay. There's like 8 of those battles scattered throughout the game, and the rest is minigames. Those card battles are actually pretty slow and tedious to get through also. I'm almost glad there weren't more. It might be one of the most forgotten games in the franchise, but it was kind of fun. I'm a fan of the variety and trying to meet all the score requirements for each minigame. But it's almost like I don't have a good reason to actually rank it any higher than this. I do think I would rather play it again rather than watch Spirits Within again, but that's just me. I don't think it's bad. I just have nothing interesting to say about it, and I may never think about it again. Number 53. Final Fantasy, Mystic Quest. Speaking of Americanization with Spirits Within, here's the franchise's attempt to appeal to a lower skill level of players who are just learning or maybe don't know what an RPG is. Another product of its time. Nowadays, you can look back on most Final Fantasy classics and see that they're all pretty simple already, so you can probably imagine the amount of depth Mystic Quest has. It has stage selection in the style of Super Mario Bros. You occasionally get a guest character to join you for a maximum of 2 party members, and each stage is pretty much walking forward and spamming the attack button to kill an enemy. For the seasoned RPG player who loves learning battle systems, this is dull as can be. I don't want to sugarcoat it, this game is pretty boring for its majority. But that could have been the end of the discussion for a lesser game. They could have left it at that. We made a super simplified entry-level RPG and now we're done. But they also thought to put some bangers on the soundtrack and give the graphics a unique style and charm that sets it apart from the other SNES RPGs. That gave it the edge to really stick with people after beating it. Like, it's not just something to get you to learn how RPGs work. It gets you to learn how RPGs can feel. And maybe that'll make something click in your brain and send you off on an amazing journey with the rest of the franchise, or just the genre. That element is what brought this rank up to the top of this group. That and the fact that you can jump, which is so cathartic to do in a top-down RPG. I know there are going to be some warriors who demand this be even higher, but we have to focus on what this game actually is at its core, which is not very fun, unless you're a kid. If you're a teenager or older, I still think the best game to jump into first is always going to be Final Fantasy IV. But for really young ones, kids who are just getting into video games in general, Mystic Quest is perfect for them. So in that way, it accomplishes its goal very well. I still don't think it's better than most of these other options we have on the list. So I will give it the Best Baby's First RPG award. And that puts a cap on the bottom 15. We are now graduating to the next quote-unquote tier of this list, the very okay 15. The bottom 15 was reserved for things I generally wouldn't recommend to anyone, even if they're not necessarily bad, though some of them definitely got some badness to them. The very okay 15 are for entries that spark a little bit more joy in me. I probably consider them good, maybe not great, but I'm sure each one has its own group of fans who would raise it on a much higher pedestal than I. In general, I'm not going to be thinking about them much after playing, but I will have enjoyed my time with them, and I respect them a lot more than the previous ones. So let's start. Number 52, Theatrhythm Final Fantasy. Take a franchise known for its music and make a rhythm spin-off. It's genius. Every famous franchise should be doing this, it's an easy W. But the original Theatrhythm Final Fantasy is simply obsolete. It's good fun, but there's zero reason to revisit it now that it has 2 sequels. With a track list of 77 songs limited exclusively to the first 13 mainlines, only 51 of which are actually playable in the game's normal format, there's just no point anymore. I'll still fight to defend its main quest mode, which was taken out of the sequel because it added at least some kind of progression system, shaping a little musical journey for each of the 13 mainlines. That was super fun, but otherwise there's no substance. You can play those handful of songs until you get bored, I guess. That's the entire game. I will give it the Fastest Irrelevance Speedrun award, as the sequel came out pretty soon after. Number 51, Theatrhythm Final Fantasy Curtain Call. Even if I prefer the original game's main quest mode, the sheer volume of available songs growing to 221, and now including spin-offs, sequels, and 14, makes it essentially just a better version of the exact same game. You ultimately come here to play songs from Final Fantasy, and this has way more. But while this one is also made pretty obsolete by the most recent version, it was the go-to for almost a decade. That's why these both are at the bottom of the very okay 15. They're fine games, but no one's playing them anymore for good reason. The one thing Curtain Call has is the intuitive stylus controls for field songs. They require you to drag the note up and down with the presented path. Doing it with the circle pad does not feel good. Luckily, you can choose any control scheme you want. What replaced the main campaign mode from the previous version was a major disappointment for me. It's basically a procedurally generated series of songs of varying difficulties. That's it. There's no progression to it. I guess you're just meant to play it forever until you unlock everything? But who cares about unlocking everything because it hardly changes the gameplay. I'm not gonna get too deep into it at the risk of repeating myself. We all know there's one more Theatrhythm to talk about. That's where I'll give my more complete thoughts on the way these games play. We'll just have to move on for now. Number 50, Final Fantasy VII, The Kids Are Alright, a Turk side story. We have another novel that just couldn't work nicely as a side dish to any specific entry. It came out long after the initial run of the 7 compilation entries, but long before 7 made its comeback with the remake project. It's technically a prequel to Advent Children, but almost nothing that happens is particularly relevant to it. It has more to do with Remake and Rebirth, since those games retroactively added the characters from the novel to establish them. That's why I stuck my review of it in that remake video. But whatever, it's getting its own spot. Final Fantasy VII The Kids Are Alright, a Turk side story, is a mostly enjoyable standalone novel that adds a little bit of world building to 7's Gaia, or mostly Midgar. It's called a Turk's side story, but I mostly remember moments involving the new group of kids and less Reno and rude tomfoolery. But they're always there getting up to something. As much as it world builds, it can't bring itself to ignore Cloud, Tifa, and others for very long, which can be annoying, but it's Final Fantasy VII after all. What do you really expect? I'm not opposed to reading it again. I remember liking it, but I'd only do it if I think it's gonna be relevant in the 7 universe again, which it definitely is not. 7 Rebirth had an opportunity to make Kyrie and Leslie more important, and it made them actually less important than they were in Remake, which does track for their story, so I don't really mind. If you're a casual fan who's not interested in the compilation but likes 7 in general, it's probably not for you, but if you're an Advent Children freak, or a Remake freak, I would definitely recommend it to you. Replaying 7 Remake, actually knowing who these random side characters were who I initially didn't even know were from a book, felt like uncovering a mystery. It did add to my enjoyment of playing it in the same way that all of Final Fantasy XV's extra stuff added to that game. So yeah, give it a read if you want. Number 49. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a Dark Lord. I know this one is technically dead and I covered it in my Dead Games video, but the 2 WiiWare exclusive titles have remained relevant enough and are quite accessible through Dolphin, so whatever, I think they deserve spots. Dark Lord is noticeably less popular than My Life as a King, and I see the reason why. Its whole identity is built off of King, and outside of that context, it's not the most memorable. But I think it does stand out just due to its unique gameplay style. I said Crystal Defenders was the only tower defense in the series, but this one technically is too. It's just probably unlike any tower defense you've played before. Enemy heroes will climb your tower and each floor you build has its own special ability that causes issues for them. Then you also place monsters within each floor for them to fight in hopes of defeating them before they reach the top. And there isn't any health bar situation like, oh, it's okay if you let a few pass by, you'll just miss the perfect run. No, if a single adventurer makes it to the top, the game is over. This is a surprisingly tough game that bested me many times, forcing me to rethink my strategy or to move into a desperate haze, adding more floors on top of the highest one in hopes of finishing off that one guy who made it through everything else. I think it would be a delight for any fans of this genre, and it obviously has a lot more depth than Crystal Defenders, but there is one big hang-up, and it's the reason this game is so difficult. The whole thing was designed around getting the player to buy its wide variety of pay-to-win DLC. From higher powered monsters and floors to passive bonuses to items to just starting each level with more upgrade coins, My Life as a Dark Lord was disgustingly monetized. Even if you enjoy the challenge, it puts a real bad taste in your mouth knowing the developers didn't make it that way because they thought it would be a better experience, they did it to manipulate you. And the weirder balancing decisions became much more obvious after that. The challenge just becomes frustrating. Normally a sin like this would cause a game to fall much farther down on a list of mine, but this game is a special case because the only way to play it currently is through emulation, and if you're gonna emulate it, you can just as easily give yourself access to all that DLC for free. It's still a weirdly balanced campaign, and the extra DLC chapter is crazy hard even with all the pay-to-win stuff. But underneath all that baggage, there's still a fun game in there. It's not purely a vessel for money, and that's why it made it as high as it did. I said I would replay it if they ever give it a remaster, but that's under the condition of removing all that monetization. Considering they remastered the original Crystal Chronicles and retroactively added microtransactions, I don't know how likely that's gonna be. Number 48. Final Fantasy IV. The After Years, plus Final Fantasy IV Interlude. One of the most beloved mainlines got its own follow-up many years later. It remains the only 2D era Final Fantasy to get a direct sequel. The problem is, it came at that weird time in history when companies were experimenting with stupid ways to monetize games and appeal more to the ever-growing mobile game crowd. The After Years was made in separately purchasable chapters originally released over the course of about a year. It feels pretty low budget, mostly reusing assets from the original and telling a bare-bones story with horrendous pacing thanks to the chapter structure. The most modern versions of this game, the 3D remake on Steam and the version included in the complete edition of Final Fantasy IV on PSP or Vita, are single purchases, but their story can't hide the blemishes caused by their original delivery method. Each chapter is focused on one character, mostly someone from the original party, and they might have a small arc on their own, but whatever's going on in the overall story is ignored for almost all of it. These chapters are a couple hours long at most until you get to the last one, which is like 15 hours of straight grinding. I mean, basically the whole game is grinding because nothing much else happens besides fighting enemies. They don't add new areas, so you walk through the same ones from the first game multiple times over. It is such a filler game. Final Fantasy IV is the best beginner-friendly game because the mechanics are simple, but the characters and the music and the story are all still there, and it is short and sweet. It is the shortest mainline by a long shot, except for the first one, obviously. The After Years took me about as long as mainlines such as Final Fantasy VIII and X, with nothing to show for it in comparison. But you know what? If you love these characters and this music and the idea of an absolutely massive 15-hour dungeon filled with every boss you can think of, this might still be fun for you. Enjoying the After Years is about managing expectations. If you're not ready for that dungeon, it's gonna feel so unnecessary, which it is. But if you look at this game like an endurance challenge rather than the sequel to Final Fantasy IV, you'll be a lot better off. The extra interlude chapter included in the complete edition is about 3 hours long, just bridging the gap between these two stories with a little bit more detail about what the characters were getting up to. It's nothing special. But if you have a PSP or Vita, I would recommend this version anyway, just because I like sprites more than the chibi 3D models. This one's only getting my recommendation for the FF4 freaks out there and no one else. It gets the Star Wars The Force Awakens of Final Fantasy award. Number 47, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I thought about ringing the hot take alarm, but is anybody really ride or die for Tactics Advance? I think the general consensus is that some of the new mechanic ideas are good, some are not, and the story is such a tremendous downgrade that it's never held nearly as highly as the original. Plus, it's stuck on the Game Boy Advance. I already put a tactics game at the very bottom of this list, though that was obviously for mobile game reasons. Still, I'm not great at these games, and that's not helping the case for the Tactics series either. I took a lot of offense to the mechanics of the original Tactics and what that game expected you to deal with, so I'm pretty glad this one streamlined them all. No more permadeath, no more initiating moves only for them to take so long to execute that the enemy walks out of the way before it happens. And little things like, if you move a unit but decide you want to rethink that and undo, you're actually allowed to because the game doesn't punish you for a dumb little thing like that. And the idea of the law system, creating variety in every level by forcing you to follow special rules, is the type of thing I like. But the execution of that system ended up being a little frustrating. If you break the law, you lose access to that unit for a certain amount of time because they go to jail, and they can miss out on experience, which is very bad, especially when it's not always clear what counts as the forbidden thing. You can't use instruments on this level. Okay, what's considered an instrument? Does this game have bards or something? I don't have a bard. But then my gunner gets arrested because guns are instruments and I lose the entire match. Like, that sucks. Then on another level, they say I'm not allowed to use swords. Swords? Half my team has swords. The entire enemy team has swords. Oh no, those are broadswords. Those are totally allowed. Like, what? Alright. The law system quickly became nothing but a nuisance. Losing one of these battles because the randomly chosen law happened to screw you is really frustrating, because the penalties are drastic and it costs you so much of your time because these fights can take forever. By the end of the game, I was just trying to manipulate the RNG as much as I could to get laws that didn't affect me on the hard levels. It was kind of a chore to get through, and even without the laws, I wasn't ever mechanically engaged with Tactics Advance very much. I was going through the motions for most of my 41-hour playtime. The story wasn't bad, but it was generic isekai plot I've seen 1,000 times. Kids get trapped in a Final Fantasy world, and one of them likes it way too much, so the other kids have to convince him real life actually isn't all that bad. But it does have my respect more than the previous games discussed, and I would recommend it to Tactics fans because, again, if expectations are tempered, it can be a pretty enjoyable experience if you're into this style of game. Number 46. Final Fantasy Tactics A2, Grimoire of the Rift. These games are too similar to each other to not be side by side. My general complaints about the boring and long-winded battles remain true, but Grimoire of the Rift is definitively better than the first one for me, that much I know. Basically everything that frustrated me has been fixed. They cut down on the strictness of laws. It only causes you to lose your special clan ability and prevents your units from being revived for the battle. Plus, you'll gain special rewards for following the law till the end, so it's still something you'll actively try not to break, but it doesn't feel like you've wasted 20 minutes if you do. Laws are also predetermined, no longer randomized, so you don't feel like you get completely screwed with a bad dice roll for the entire match. Each level is meant to be beaten with the limitations of the specific laws linked to them. A bigger emphasis has been placed on the clans, which grants you bonuses you can unlock by doing trials, which is a pretty fun element. You can go to auctions and play with your money to try and net some nice items for weapons. I found that fun too. And it can't be understated just how much nicer it plays with the extra real estate of the dual screens. Going back to Tactics Advance after this would give me shell shock. But Tactics games just can't get by without doing something to make me angry. Grimoire of the Rift changes up the primary way players obtain new equipment. A very important thing, because using weapons is how units will acquire new abilities, so it's kind of the basis of character building. They made it a randomized crafting system. Well, it's not randomized technically, but you don't know what you're going to craft until you craft it. It just basically tells you that that combination of items is going to get you something new, and that's all you know. But there are more jobs in this one than ever before, and you're not using the majority of them. You can't be, so you can imagine what happens. I gather some rare crafting items, and statistically, I'm more likely to get something I can't even use, which is exactly what happens. I don't know what's up with whoever develops the tactics games and their obsession with making RNG a core part of the experience. Why is there always some element in these games that makes no sense to me? I can't be alone. At least you can look up a list of recipes online, which should help, and if that's the most annoying element of A2, then it's still miles ahead of the other tactics games in terms of frustrating gameplay. But the opposite is true of the story. We don't even get a generic isekai plot anymore. The story of this one is... man, I barely remember. A kid goes into the storybook world again, but like nothing happens. I just remember a lot of meandering around fighting monsters and maybe some light conflict between clans. It does get connected to Final Fantasy XII at some point, which is a little interesting. But these two tactics games are not games I ever intend to go back to. There are so many other games I could spend my time with that I know I'll enjoy more. Plenty of modern day, independent indie games blow these two out of the water in the same genre. The only thing they provide over anyone else is that distinct Ivalice atmosphere. So if you really need some more of that, there you go. Number 45. Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon. Different sub-series, different genre, same type of frustration. Chocobo's Dungeon has almost nothing in common with Chocobo Tales except the characters and the fun remixing of classic Final Fantasy tunes. It's a mystery dungeon game, with each step on the grid of a dungeon advancing time. It's an interesting form of RPG that I admittedly don't have a lot of experience with, and like the tactics games, it eventually became a chore to get through. I don't know if I played it wrong, but the thing that bothered me was that you're all alone in these dungeons for the most part. You bring a buddy along, but they can't do half the things you can. And there's a job system, but since you're alone, you're not gonna have synergy or anything, so like, how is it balanced? I decided to go White Mage because being able to keep yourself alive was so much more valuable than being able to hit hard. But all the jobs felt kinda bad because by their nature, you're prioritizing one element and missing out on most others. You don't have a teammate to fill in the parts you can't handle as well. This doesn't fit well with the roguelike dungeons either because, as usual, randomization might just mean you get screwed. And if the whole game was roguelike, you'd say, that's just how it be, but only the dungeons are. How much I level my job stays consistent between dungeons, and you're expected to be at certain levels before taking them on, instead of the freedom of starting a run over whenever you want. You may also bring special items along that you've worked towards obtaining through the side quests, and if you die, you still lose them permanently. So okay, I crafted this upgraded item specifically to face harder bosses, and now I don't want to bring it because the boss is hard, and if I lose it, it'll be harder to fight him the next try. So I don't want to use it at all. And you're also dealing with the catch-22 of another job might be better, but if I switch jobs, then I'll stop earning XP for my main job and I'll fall behind in 2 ways. So the only solution is to grind and grind and grind. This game surprised me by being as long and arduous as the tactics games we just talked about, but at least this one was a little more interesting. There's a lot more to do and see in Chocobo's dungeon besides fighting battles over and over. There's a fishing minigame, for God's sake, and beating the final boss after so many attempts left me pretty satisfied with myself, as opposed to Tactics A1 and A2 where it just kind of felt like, okay, it's done. There's more of a reason to try this game out, especially with the nice HD remake in the form of Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon Everybody. I think there are definitely people out there who would like this game a lot, but I will probably not be playing it ever again. Thank you. Number 44. Theatrhythm Final Bar Line. Placed a good 7 ranks above its outdated precursors, Theatrhythm Final Bar Line is the only entry in the sub-series that really matters anymore. So I'll use this opportunity to talk about my overall feelings on it. I've always felt like Theatrhythm could be more. We have 3 games and they all basically play the same. They don't seem interested in giving us much more than an increase in volume of songs. And this one more than doubles the amount found in Curtain Call, if you get all the DLC. The DLC is a little annoyingly monetized because of the various additions and bundles you have to look through, but I still think it's a much higher value than the previous games at the end of the day. The Premium Digital Deluxe Edition goes on sale for $50 and gets you over 500 songs. It's pretty fantastic. The addition of the slightly deeper main quest mode with challenges you can try to fulfill per level is exactly what I wanted after Curtain Call took that away. But I still ultimately played Final Bar Line about the same way I played the last 2. I played every song, maybe a few favorites were played a handful of times, and then I was done. I had fun, but I'm left wanting more again. Not necessarily more songs, just something else to hold my attention, or at least give me more context for the songs. None of these games have story, they all have this collectible card system that does nothing for me. You can unlock art and stills from the other games, it still does nothing for me. All I had was my own imagination, pretending I was being taken on a journey across the whole series through the quest mode, which was still pretty fun, but nothing I think anyone needs to experience. I complained about it in all 3 Theatrhythm review videos, but the RPG elements might as well not be there. They don't influence the actual game you play, it's basically a separate idle game that happens on the side while you do the rhythm stuff, and at most it'll earn you more of those cards you don't really care about. These games will always be good because Final Fantasy music is always good. If they make another one, I'm buying it just as an excuse to play through some great songs again, but I don't know if I'm ever gonna leave fully satisfied. I mean, 500 is a lot, but there are so many more songs I want to play that it's an impossible feat to put them all in one game. That's kind of why I was disappointed to find that the DLC was almost exclusively not Final Fantasy based. They turned this one into more of a general Square Enix rhythm game, a weird decision because it's a game only Final Fantasy fans will buy, so they missed out on some of their potential favorites getting in just so we can have more Saga games get represented. But Saga fans aren't going to pay for a whole game plus DLC just to play the 10 Saga songs we got, so like, who wins in this situation? The true Square Enix freaks, I guess. Fun game still, but I just can't rank it that high for me. Number 43. Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystals. This is an anime OVA sequel set 200 years after Final Fantasy V, featuring almost none of the main cast. It's one of the more obscure entries on this list, so I'm not exactly sure what the general consensus is on its quality. I doubt many find it good, but I think it was okay. If Final Fantasy Unlimited had a touch of the Saturday morning cartoon type conflict, this show is pretty much 100% that. It doesn't try to be super serious, it knows what it is. It doesn't have a masked anime boy edgelord, it's just a silly okay time. It's a short feature length with enough absurd moments to keep you entertained between the few connections there are to the SNES game. Plus, as a Final Fantasy V fan, this is the only piece of spin-off media that exists, so we gotta appreciate what we can. If you're a fan too, I would suggest checking it out. Or if you're interested in obscure video game anime, just don't expect much. Expect farting out lasers and a villain who dresses up like a dominatrix for no reason, but don't expect much. I figure if and when I replay 5, I might throw this on first just to set the mood right, you know? Can't we all agree that Final Fantasy could use a little more lighthearted fun these days? Plus it's got mid in it. Mid's in it! Number 42. Kingsglaive, Final Fantasy 15. Here we have, I think, our most coherent theatrical release in the series. By that I mean it's the one that feels most like a movie. It's not a standalone feature, it is tied to a game, but under the interesting condition that it's meant to be watched before playing, not after. So it can't rely on just being a fan service fest to get people excited. It had the much more difficult task of being a successful first impression to the world of 15, at least in most cases. But forgetting about the conditions of the original release, how does it stand now that the whole giant multimedia marketing campaign of Final Fantasy 15 is over? That is something we'll get into later, but this movie specifically is easily the most important piece of the story you'll actually want to watch first. Or maybe after a couple hours with the game, that's still up for debate. And that's the most annoying part. It's one thing to ask players to watch a whole movie first, but the problem is the movie isn't really a prequel. Technically, the events of the movie happen during Chapter 1 of the game. So some people will say for the most immersive experience, play through Chapter 1 first, then watch the movie because that is the moment the main characters learn about the events of the movie, so you'll be there with them. The game even flashes back briefly to a few scenes, which unfortunately spoil the movie, so there's no perfect solution and it's awkward no matter how you do it. I'm trying to judge the quality of the movie on its own, even though the creative intent is not to view it on its own, but whatever. Kingsglaive is fine. It's a fantasy action movie where one man's gotta kill a bunch of guys to save the girl and the world. Starring Aaron Paul, Sean Bean, Lena Headey, and the guy from Baldur's Gate 3. Here comes Hollywood infecting Final Fantasy again. I do think Kingsglaive is a better movie than Spirits Within, but I feel the same kind of blandness watching it. The King and Nix Ulrich have very little to do with the plot of the game because they're big-time actors they didn't want to recast. They didn't have a choice with Luna Freya because she's a bit too important, but I feel like the VA from the game would have done a fine job here. But no, you gotta get the big name from Game of Thrones. The soundtrack is as basic as any other movie like this, except for the reused Yoko Shimomura ones. There's a bunch of weird product placement. Like, I know Final Fantasy 15 is one of the more grounded main lines, but it's still memorable. It still has a unique style. For some reason, I can't say the same about Kingsglaive. I don't remember a whole lot about this movie. It did have some kaiju monster fighting though, and that was cool. Not something I would recommend unless you're gonna play 15, in which case, I would say you absolutely should watch it. Not because it's an amazing movie, but because it provides pretty darn necessary context for the game. And admittedly, it does do a decent job at setting the mood. Number 41. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Plus Final Fantasy VII On the Way to a Smile. Plus Last Order Final Fantasy VII. Okay, but the movie is the main event, obviously. I feel like Advent Children used to be a hot topic of debate with fans lamenting the loss of their perfect game now being tainted with whoever the heck that is, and however the heck these guys were born, and whatever the heck he's wearing. Since then, I feel an acceptance in the community. Those who were upset by it moved on to complaining about remake, I guess. But as weird and kind of stupid as this is, I still think it's the best Final Fantasy movie. We've talked about 2 animes so far that are both so bizarre they feel distant from what Final Fantasy is, and 2 films that are both so cliche that they feel the same way in the opposite direction. I put Advent Children above them all because the film is not trying to be anything more than itself. That specific type of weird, that Final Fantasy weird, without the script being touched up by Hollywood or casting Justin Timberlake as Cloud. Is that a timely reference? Would that make sense for 2005? I don't know. You want to know why Advent Children makes perfect sense? Because no one could have predicted it. No one thought the sequel to Final Fantasy VII would be Sephiroth has triplets who poison the water supply and Cloud has to fix it. Just like no one could have predicted the plot of 10-2 or 13-2, this series has been about trying strange new things since at least 1997. And I personally love when they make out-of-left-field sequels. Do you think this movie would have been better if the plot was more like For the After Years? I don't. Now, does any of that mean I would recommend you watch it even if you haven't played Final Fantasy VII? Definitely not. Is it fan service slot? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's mostly Cloud, Tifa, and Sephiroth though. Vincent gets one scene and the rest of the cast get a battle cameo at most, which I found really disappointing. But you got Nomura, you got Nojima, you got Kitase. Oh, and you got Uematsu For once, an actual composer from the games. Can you really ask for more than that? It's got pacing issues and obviously doesn't live up to its predecessor, not even close. But does it enhance your experience if you go back and play the original again? Also no. But it's still a fun watch that I enjoyed more than all the other non-games we've talked about. Final Fantasy VII On the Way to a Smile is a companion piece prequel to the film released alongside Advent Children Complete, so I looped it in. I like it, and it does improve the viewing experience of Advent Children, so I highly recommend it to fans. My biggest complaint about not seeing enough of the characters we love? The novel attempts to solve that problem by providing additional short stories for Barrett, Nanaki, Yuffie, and even the Turks. Actually, if you're just a 7 fan and don't care about Advent Children, I'd sooner recommend reading this over watching the movie. It's not perfect. Barrett's plotline about looking for oil rigs is still hilarious to me. And who could forget Tifa's "Do you love me" line that sent fissures through the shipping community? And at last Order, Final Fantasy VII, is not really tied to Advent Children, but there are flashback scenes in the movie taken directly from it, and it was paired with the movie's original release, so it's good enough for me. It's a 25-minute OVA, it's really not worth ranking on its own. It chronicles Zack's perspective during both the Nibelheim incident and the escape from Shinra, forming what would eventually become Crisis Core. The good news about this one is it doesn't really change or retcon anything important, and I don't personally think it tarnishes the original in any way, but I'm sure the purists will find something. I'm saying of the triple combo we have here, this is the least offensive and might even be an enjoyable watch if you're sequel averse. Genesis is not in it, so that should be reason enough. Between the game, the movie, the book, and the OVA, you can have the Final Fantasy 15 experience with 7 if you wanted to. Last Order is probably nothing you haven't seen before, but it does work as a nice appetizer to Advent Children. Packing all 3 of these together, you might just be a 7 freak. Number 40. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: My Life as a King. This game was the king of the Wii Shop channel. Listening to that main theme will send many fans down a nostalgic memory lane. The genre-shifting sequel we talked about earlier gets brought up way less than this one, and you can see why. My Life as a King might be the coziest game in the series, and it's a pretty unique idea for a cozy game. City management on the ground level, managing the time you're given on a daily basis to make sure everything runs like it's supposed to. Build new developments, hire new adventurers, and still make time for the kingly rounds saying hello to the citizens. Sounds like it would be kind of stressful, but it's really not. You could waste a whole day just walking around and chilling, and it won't really affect you that much. The people's allegiance can be bought pretty easily. On my playthrough, adventurers tended to have low morality because I'd send them on missions that were too difficult for them, but after a nice rest, they bounce back and are ready to go again. It's pretty fun to just be the guy on the throne instead of the adventurer taking on a boss for once, and that's what makes this experience special. But really, what is this game when you look deeper than the concept? It's basically waiting around to get enough currency to build more so that you can empty all the boss health bars faster, and then you do, and that's the end. After the second or third day, you might ask, is that all this is gonna be? And the answer is yeah. Your enjoyment of My Life as a King relies so heavily on how much you enjoy the vibes. If the vibes weren't immaculate, I think it would rank a lot lower on all of our lists. But for a little downloadable game, you can't complain much. It does have about as much DLC as My Life as a Dark Lord, so I'm definitely docking it points for that, but it's not nearly as predatory here because it doesn't feel like the game was designed around trying to manipulate you into buying it. They're selling new toys to play with rather than abilities that are just objectively better than the ones you have. It's not something I'm gonna go back to, but I'm a big advocate for resurrecting both of the My Life games. It's kinda crazy to me how long they've left them for dead. If we ever do get a remake or a remaster, I'll probably be there, especially if they add new stuff. And I'd recommend it to anyone curious. My Life as a King gets the Coziest Vibe Award. Number 39. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: The Crystal Bearers. Here's the Crystal Chronicles entry that's the most interesting to talk about. I had no concept of this even existing before I started the show, yet it's the highest budget release with the most production value, and currently the latest entry in the series. It has the biggest story, the weirdest gameplay, and definitely the most diverse soundtrack, maybe for Final Fantasy in general. But it's also a Wii Remote gimmick game. Very much a product of 2009 when every company had to cash in on the motion control craze. The gameplay revolves around your telekinetic powers, lifting up objects or people and throwing them at stuff. It's got some fun physics puzzles when it works, and it'll throw a bunch of minigames at you, cause of course it will. The best way I can pitch it is like if Square Enix made a mainline Final Fantasy exclusively for the family-friendly Nintendo. It's one of the only spin-offs with a real story and voice-acted cutscenes and all that. I think it's worth playing for a general Final Fantasy fan as long as you can stomach motion controls. I tried to emulate it, but it really didn't work out, so I had to find a physical copy, break out the Wii U again, find batteries for my old Wiimote, set up the sensor bar. Is it worth doing all that? Maybe not. The gameplay has very little depth, as you might imagine, but Crystal Chronicles was never really about complex gameplay. The real shame is how short it is. I'm totally fine with the game not overstaying its welcome, but they made the world seem so grandiose and introduced all these characters and concepts like a mainline game. But it's 10 hours or less to beat. It took me longer to get through My Life as a King. So yeah, it's fun to go through and it's quick, but it's not worth going back for. Remaster it? I'm down for that. If Skyward Sword can make the button controls work, then so can you. Why did they drop Crystal Chronicles? Everybody liked Crystal Chronicles. Bring it back. Bring it back. Oh yeah, Crystal Bears gets the Wee Waggler Award. I'm sure there's a better name for that. Number 38, Brotherhood, Final Fantasy 15. And here we are, granting the award for best anime/movie in the whole series. That's right, it goes to the 15 prequel anime and it sits at the top of the very okay 15. So what makes this better than the rest? Well, it can be most easily compared to Kingsglaive. They're both prequels to the same damn game. Where Kingsglaive follows a bunch of characters who are barely in 15, Brotherhood follows the main cast. There's arguably nothing more important to the 15 experience than these 4 characters, their relationships with each other and their personalities. You can probably tell by the name, that's the entire focus of the show. It's a series of flashbacks, 4 episodes focused on each of them, mostly their backstory as it relates to Noctis, and then a final episode taking place in the present. There's no alternate agenda here. It wasn't released in theaters, it's not something you have to buy on demand. It was all released for free because the point, and the only point, is to get you hyped to join these guys on their big journey. Of all the extra 15 media, I'd say this is the most important one. Yes, more important than Kingsglaive, even though that's directly plot related. Just because what you learn about the boys will probably enhance your experience with the game more than knowing about what Aaron Paul did in the movie. Brotherhood proves that the multimedia strategy can work and make a game more fun if done correctly. There are several off-the-cuff dialogue references to the events of the anime that would go over your head if you haven't seen it. But if you have, you get to be like, oh yeah, I remember that. Because of the fact that you watch this as a separate thing, likely before you start the game, it makes it feel like a distant memory shared between you and them, more so than it would be if these flashbacks were just randomly sprinkled in the game instead. Does that make sense? What I'm saying is this show succeeds in what it sets out to do more than the other shows, and it's just a more interesting watch too. Now, would I recommend watching it even if you haven't played or plan on playing 15? No, it still doesn't stand on its own either, but who knows, maybe it'll get you interested in the characters enough to want to check it out. I 100% recommend it to anyone who's going to play 15. It has a similar problem to Kingsglaive, where some people in the community think you should actually wait for certain moments in the game before each episode, because it does technically all take place during the game as conversations the boys have while driving trigger the flashbacks. I think that's overcomplicating things. My advice is just to watch it before playing. It doesn't really make a difference. I was surprised this ended up so high, but the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, that was good. That was super worth it. Okay, everybody, we're not quite halfway, but we're close. I hope you enjoyed my takes so far because things are only gonna get more difficult from here. I split the list into 4 sections. We just finished the first 2, so before we continue with the rest, I think this is a good time for a breather. I will now present the halftime show. If you don't want to watch it, you want to skip to 37, you can do that, but if you stick around, we're going to be conducting a tier list. Not just any tier list, a tier list where we will be placing every Cid ever. Every Cid in Final Fantasy history put to the test, faced against one another, so that we may truly find out which Cids stand above the rest. Don't lick that microphone. Don't lick it. Don't lick the microphone. No. Okay, welcome everybody
Stop it. Okay, so welcome everybody. We're here to rank every Cid in Final Fantasy. It's gonna be interesting. It's off the cuff. There's no script here. There are a lot of Cids, many legends, but there's also a lot of like whatevers. I have a whole list here. It's gonna be like picking a name out of a hat. I'm just gonna randomly choose one to show up. So let's start with this one. Bam. Oh, Final Fantasy Fables Cid, aka Cid from the Chocobo series, although there's like, I think there's another Cid from the Chocobo series, and this is like the newer one. He's kind of a poser, he's kind of a replacement Cid. But I only know him from the Fables games. He's cool, he's alright. He's a little bit of a pushover. He's nothing like, I don't know, I don't remember him doing anything too crazy on his own. So I'm gonna actually, he's a B, he's a solid B. Final Fantasy 11. This guy is an NPC. He does nothing to stick out as a Cid, in my opinion. And he's just there. He's in Bastok. He's got like a hammer and anvil, I think, and he helps you build stuff. I don't even know if he does anything with airships. He probably does. Really don't remember much. I think Mid is in this one. Midras, or something. Like he's got like a different kind of name. But what do you do with Cid from 11 that you don't do with any other NPC? He's just kind of a guy you talk to get one thing every now and then. That's a C. He's alright. He ain't bad, I guess. I like most Cids. I don't know who's gonna be in the D tier is the thing. Somebody has to. So if we end up with a bunch of people in C and no Ds, we're gonna have to downgrade some Cids. Final Fantasy Dimensions 2. He like had his own area that he named out for himself. He's a leader of a science organization. I don't remember if he was evil. Was he evil or did he seem evil? Did we convince him to be on our team? I'm not sure. Not the most memorable game, but not the most memorable Cid. That's a C as well. Let's go Final Fantasy 9. This guy's funny little bug guy. There's no other way to put it. He's the funny little bug guy. I don't even remember. I had to look him up to remember what he looked like without his bug form. I just love that stash, and I love that the stash stays the same exact one when he's in bug form. And he like his wife turned him into a bug because they had a fight or something. I don't know. It's funny. He has like a heartwarming moment at the end, but otherwise, kind of just a comedic side character that you move on from, I think. I'll put him at B, but he might get to A. I don't know yet. Oh my gosh, Mobius Final Fantasy. I don't know anything about this guy. I've seen some cutscenes from the game. Seems cool, but this is not really fair for me to judge. I mean, just look at him. He also looks cool. What happened to his eye? Love a mysterious eye missing character. That's always cool. I'll put him at B. Final Fantasy Tactics A2 Grimoire of the Rift Cid is a pretty okay guy. He's kind of the father figure. He's the guy who picks you up when you start the game, and you do spend the whole game with him. This is definitely a main character Cid. That's important to note. But like every character in Tactics A2 Grimoire of the Rift, they're not very interesting. They're just kind of there. He's just like, here's how you do this. He teaches you everything. You bring him along. Do I remember his personality? Not really. I'll put him in C. Oh, Final Fantasy Spirits Within. Cid with an S. Controversial, but he still counts. He's still definitely a Cid. Donald Sutherland. Absolutely main character energy here. Main Cid character, you know. He works directly with the main cast the whole time. He's a good guy. You know, this is a good Cid. I'm thinking about it. He's the guy who's trying to make everybody realize what's going on with the planet, and no one's listening to him, and then all hell breaks loose, and it's like, well, you should have listened to me. You know what? I just skimmed through Spirits Within, as I said before. He's a good guy. Should I put him at A? Someone's got to start the A. Cid from Spirits Within, unironically A. Final Fantasy VI Cid, he is kind of a plot point. I don't remember him much. I remember him being there when you like invaded that town or sneaking around that town.
And then, of course, his iconic moment, not going to spoil it, it's kind of the aftermath. He plays a very important role in the aftermath of the floating continent incident. And that's where he shines. That's his one scene. I don't remember him otherwise. I'll go B because that moment is really important. And even though he's not like the main part of that, it's really Celeste's moment. He's there for it, and he's a good guy. Final Fantasy Type 0. Main antagonist Cid gives you a lot of credit. He's like the only one who's actually the main antagonist. I think. No, there's another one, but this one's just a tyrant warlord. He's cool. He doesn't have that much personality, though. I don't remember much. I don't know. I was going to put him at A, but now I'm kind of like, I don't know. Am I putting him at A just because of his antagonist main character status? Maybe. That might be lowered. We'll get back to him. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, looking like the Deep from The Boys. I don't know anything about this guy. He looks cool, but he's from Brave Exvius. I'm not even sure he was like in a cutscene that I watched when I played Brave Exvius, because I skipped a lot. C. World of Final Fantasy. Robot Trash Can Cid. That's just cool. That's just like a unique Cid. You get points for standing out, and you're a little robot guy. That's pretty cool. But you're only in like one part of the game. Not main character. Not really helping the main party. Just a cool robot guy. That's enough for B tier. Because there's nothing wrong with him. He's just not that important. Final Fantasy VII Cid. Everybody's favorite Cid, but not mine. You know, this is a controversial take. This guy's always going in S tier for everybody, no matter what. He's definitely at least A, but like, I got some problems with this guy. All he wants to do is go to space, right? And what I hate about him is how he treats Shara, how badly he badmouths her when she's done nothing but support him. That really gets me. I feel like he doesn't ever get anything for that. There's no justice. And Shara just kind of like stays with him the whole time. And then he achieves his dream, and it's like, yeah. It's like you stepped on your significant other to get to this position. And the game, maybe I'm misremembering. It's been a while. I like how he's portrayed in Rebirth. I have to see more. He's a main character playable Cid. Not yet in the remake trilogy. I'm very excited to play as him. I'll concede and put him at S. But depends on who else gets there, because he's not the best Cid. Sopho Cid. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins Cid. Present in the second DLC, which I forgot what it was called. The one with Gilgamesh. This is Cid Tonberry. He's literally just an NPC. He's named Cid Tonberry. You go to him to craft stuff. That's it. However, if you can see, I put in the corner here, this Moogle Cid. So there's technically two Cids in this game, if you want to look at it that way. The Moogle Cid is coming off of the Dissidia Cid, who became a Moogle and was carried over to the third DLC of Stranger of Paradise. A lot going on in that game, but it's also unconfirmed. I mean, no, it's basically confirmed. That's Cid. That's Moogle Cid. So here's the thing. I would have put Tonberry at D, but because we're dealing with Moogle Cid, who is like a form of one of the best Cids, that makes you go up a place. But I wish Moogle Cid did more with that role of his. It's a pretty important role, but he kind of just floats around like a Moogle. I'm going to put it in C. Final Fantasy V Cid rules. I like him a lot. He was the first helper role Cid who is actually kind of a main character. He's not playable, but he remains with you, and you go back to him at his place for the whole journey. He's the first one to give us Mid, son of Cid, which bonus points for that. Mid's cool. It's the only kind of time that Mid and Cid are together constantly. Deserves a lot of credit. He has a lot of respect from me. I'm going to put him at A. He's a great one. He's one of the all-timers. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance Sid. I think he's the dad of the kid who goes rogue and becomes evil because he's like a drunk. I feel like I remember him because it's all about the kids go into the book and it's the magic world. And outside of that, oh, my dad's a drunk. I don't want to go back there. I just remember him wobbling in the street or something. Like they couldn't show him drinking or anything, but they're basically implying at the very least he's a deadbeat. And then he becomes like a knight in the magic world. I could be getting some of these details wrong, but that's what I remember from this Sid. Kind of an interesting take. Not a good guy, but does enough for the story to get him B tier. Final Fantasy Dimensions 1 Sid is the main antagonist as well, but unlike Type 0, I don't remember a dang thing. I don't remember anything about this guy. I can't tell you one thing. I like Dimensions. The story was not great. I remember fighting him on an airship or something. Otherwise, I got nothing, man. Does he get points for being antagonist, main character, energy? Sure, I'll put him at C for now, but he might be a D tier. Who the hell is this? His name is Sed with an S and an E? How many letters can you change and still be considered a Sid? If you change that D to like a T and he becomes Set, are people going to still be like, yeah, that's basically Sid? Look, this guy's from Lost Odyssey, and everyone says that's a Final Fantasy game. I haven't played it because it's not. So, he's got guns, he's an engineer type or something. I don't even know how the game works. Seems cool. Put him in C. Final Fantasy II Sid. The guy who started it all. But there's only so much credit you can give to him for that. He's very helpful. He makes you the airship. And that establishes the tradition of like, he's going to be in pretty much every game and he's almost always going to give you an airship. That's Sid. That's who he is. This is the template. But personality wise, I don't remember much. I think Final Fantasy II Sid walked so everyone could run. He's not bad. I don't hate him. Put him at C. We are going to run out of room. Final Fantasy Unlimited Sid. I like him. They made Sid a kid. I don't know if this is the only time Sid has been a kid. It might be. He's just kind of like a goofy guy. A major departure from what we're used to. He builds like a robot suit with a giant hammer or something. He builds all kinds of contraptions. Doesn't he turn into a frog at some point? I'm going to give him A. He's got uniqueness and he's got charm and he's got contraptions. What more do you want? Final Fantasy XII Sid. Look at this devilish little pose. What is he even doing? Oh, he's taking off his glasses or something. He is a snake. He doesn't do much for most of the game, but he just manipulates the positions of power. He tricks people. And then maybe the number one most unforgettable Sid moment for me is when he just takes the mask. Okay, spoiler alert. He takes the mask off and goes completely maniacal villain mode. Takes some minigun like heavy weapons guy from Team Fortress 2 and just starts shooting at you, and it's like, what happened? Why? How did we get here? And then you have to fight him. He's not the main antagonist, and that's such a shame because he should be. The main antagonist of 12, Valrath, whatever his name is, Sid outdoes him. So he's not main antagonist, but he's more interesting than two of the main antagonist Sids from Type 0 and Dimensions. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to put him at S tier. When you upstand the main villain, the actual main villain, you get S tier. Final Fantasy Tactics Sid, the OG Tactics, Sidolphus Orlando or something. Sidolphus Orlando. He is unbelievable. He is the GOAT. Story-wise, he does a lot to help us out, and he's just incredibly reliable and powerful, but forget about that. You can play as him. He becomes a playable party member, and he's just overpowered. An extremely difficult game, a game that I struggled a lot with, Tactics. He comes in with a thunder sword that just murders everybody in its path. The game became easier once he showed up. He saved me from the mechanics that I was not wrapping my head around correctly, and just, I was not good at that game. You're going to see my review of Tactics coming up. but this guy changed everything. He's S tier. Like no other Sid made the gameplay so much more enjoyable. That's S tier quality Sid. Final Fantasy VIII Sid, I like him a lot. He looks like Robin Williams, and he's a teacher, principal guy for the school. So that reminds me of Dead Poets Society. And he's also like got marriage issues, and he's dealing with the witches, trying to remember the plot of Final Fantasy VIII, as insane as it is. And he fulfills the needing an airship quota for Sid. Like, Sid's got to have an airship. Okay, well, this Sid makes the school into an airship, and he also has his own principal-like personality. I just think he's great. I'm going to put him at A. He's A. Final Fantasy III Sid. He is a cute old man. He gives you the airship. He has a nice wife. Like most of the characters in Final Fantasy III, they didn't try to give him a big personality. He's just Sid. And that's okay, but I'm not really remembering a thing that he does. And I don't think you interact with him much. After like the first couple hours of the game, and then getting the airship, he's C. He's alright. He's good. But I find him better than most of the guys in this tier. I don't know. Final Fantasy II Sid is like cool and a little edgy. Final Fantasy III, it's like the opposite, but they're both the same level of interesting. Final Fantasy XVI Sid. What can you say? I've seen a few, like surprisingly, there's a bunch of people who do Sid tier lists, but they haven't covered nearly as many. Most of them just do main lines. But along with 7 Sid, 16 Sid always joins him in the S tier. And for good reason. I think just the fact that we've gotten so many Sids. This is the 16th main line Sid. And he is this beloved. Everybody thinks this guy is the coolest guy. And the voice acting, unbelievable. His character is just perfect. Like he's kind of a grump, but not too much. He's constantly berating Clive, but in like a funny way. He's just funny on his own. He gives you incredible power ability. 16 is a single player game, so he's not like part of the party, but you get his power, and it's a cool power. Like, I don't know. There's literally nothing more you can ask. He's S tier. Like, no one's gonna argue with me on that. Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Sid Rushing is his name, and this is like a Star Wars Final Fantasy relationship, if you didn't know, because Final Fantasy took Biggs and Wedge and made them a somewhat traditional pair across their games, and Biggs and Wedge is from Star Wars. So when Episode 1, The Phantom Menace came out, they actually put a character named Sid, which is apparently a reference. Like, hey, you took Biggs and Wedge, we're going to take Sid. And there's a Sid in Phantom Menace. The fact that he exists is B tier. The fact that we're talking about Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and they put a Sid in there, that's great, and that's cool. He's B. I don't care. He's B. Final Fantasy 1 / Dissidia Final Fantasy Sid. So if you're sitting here going like, actually, Sid was not in the first game, I'm gonna gotcha there, because retroactively they made him. And I'm not talking about the Dawn of Souls translated version that added a Sid NPC who talked about Sid and that carried over into the Pixel remaster. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about how Dissidia Final Fantasy, spoiler, is a prequel to Final Fantasy 1, and that game has a Sid you never see. You know what? It's so complicated to explain. It's not worth it right here. You can watch the Dissidia review, but like, this is the father of all Sids, truly. Technically, Final Fantasy 2 is, but this guy, the weird twists and turns that Dissidia pulls to make it so that you're kind of playing as a clone of Sid in Final Fantasy 1 the whole time. That's amazing. And we have a bunch of guys in S tier. I think I kind of want to put him in S tier because that's so cool and weird. His whole story is just bizarre, and it's the, you know what? Yeah, it's the impetus for Final Fantasy the entire universe of Final Fantasy. I probably sound insane if you don't know the lore of Dissidia, but check out that lore. You know what? I'm putting him at S. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a King. Mog Cid. He's a Cid who mogs. I mean, really, he's no different than any Moogle you ever see. He's just a Moogle they named Cid, man. He doesn't do anything. I mean, there aren't really characters who do anything in that game. It's a very small game. So who cares? D. We need a D. He's D. Sorry. Sorry, Mog Cid. Final Fantasy X Cid. He was pretty cool. He's like a dad. Is he Riku's dad, right? He's with the Albed. You get his cool airship. He gets a bigger role in 10-2, so he's a pretty consistent guy. I don't remember that much about him, though. I remember him being cool, just not like that cool. So maybe he goes B? Maybe he goes B. That could be an injustice. I don't know. It's just been too long since I played that one, so I don't remember what he specifically does. Final Fantasy XIV Cid. Now, this is the guy who puts 11 Cid to shame. This guy is main character. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't really have a party. It's about, it's just you alone and then some friends for the dungeons stuff, but like there's a party. It's the Waking Sands crew. It gets established over a couple expansions. Cid is not always around like them, but we are constantly calling him up. What do we need? Oh, we need to do this thing. What do we do? You think we can call Cid? Yeah, and then we go over and he's like, oh, I got it. And he pulls something off. You do a quest with him. You make some new contraption. He is the pilot of the airship. Airships don't really matter in terms of gameplay in this game. But the story cannot exist without this Cid, is my point here. He is... I feel like S tier needs to be more special than this. It can't have all these Cids in S tier. We have... Okay, I'm going to put him in S tier for now, but we can't have more Cids in S tier than A. That's not how this is supposed to work. But he is a great... He's so good. I don't know. Final Fantasy, the 4 Heroes of Light. This is the best picture I can get. He is just an NPC who gives you your stats. How many times you died, how long, gameplay time, whatever, sort of things like that. That's it. They named him Cid just because, I don't know. They're like, did we put a Cid in this game? Oh, shoot, we didn't. I don't know, let's just name a random NPC Cid. There you go. That's, I mean, he's useful. Like, he's more useful than My Life as a King. It's nice to talk to him and get your stats. But I can't. He's D. He's D. Come on. Let's not give him too much credit. Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime apparently has a bird-like Cid in a Dragon Quest game. I didn't play it. I don't even know if Rocket Slime released in the US. But he's cool looking. I'm giving him B at least. Final Fantasy XIII Cid. He is kinda cool, but he doesn't live up to his potential. He's like a bad guy, but compared to, 12 and Type 0, there's not much to him. And unlike Final Fantasy X Cid, who makes an even bigger appearance in 10-2, he disappears from 13-2 and then makes a cameo in Lightning Returns. Like, you could have done more. He is the embodiment of, you could have done more. Like, cool character design, an important position in the story, but doesn't do anything with it. And he just kind of like dies. Spoiler alert. He's a C. He's a C. You do fight him. He does have a couple cool boss fights. Final Fantasy Record Keeper. Didn't play that one. It's dead game. I have nothing to say. I didn't play this. He looks pretty dope. Like, how many Cids are rocking the shades, and a cane? Kind of cool. But you're from a mobile game, so D. Final Fantasy IV. Iconic. Iconic. The chubby, short, stout, hammer-wielding Cid. He is the first playable party member Cid. Very important. Very big deal. A legendary scene where he jumps off of an airship and explodes and you think he died. That's great. Yeah, he's A. I don't think he matches what these other Cids are doing, but iconic nonetheless. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest Cid. Again, the best picture I could find from him. He is a scientist-looking guy. I don't even remember Mystic Quest having a Cid, to be honest. What does he do? Who knows? The characters in that game are not exactly the most memorable. So that's another D. We need more Ds. You're gonna fit perfect there. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles the Crystal Bearers Cid. He's actually pretty swell. Like, he helps you out. He gives you advice. He's not just an engineer. He's a little bit of a father figure, but he's not like that important to the story, so he doesn't show up much. He's also this weird creature. I don't even know what that is. Like, what is he? What is that guy? What is that creature? Is that like a unique to Crystal Chronicles Crystal Bearers? Or what? I don't know. But I like him. He's a solid guy. That's B tier. That's a solid B. Final Fantasy Explorers Cid. He is technically the guy to like kick off the story. There's no freaking story to that game. He just tells you what to do. He's a step above the 4 Heroes of Light, just throwing the name Cid on an NPC, but not even a step above enough to be the next tier. He's still D. Final Fantasy 15 Cid is our last one. I like this guy. I love his personality. I feel like for this world, this is exactly what a Cid should be. Like, you're gonna modernize Final Fantasy, you're gonna have normal human cars in it. He's gonna be a car mechanic. He's gonna run a gas station. Like, that's perfect. And he's this old rah, 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 grumpy kind of guy. He worked with your dad. He has a whole history with your dad. He's in Kingsglaive. He's like one of the guys who can back you up in Kingsglaive. That's great. Yeah, I think he's cool. However, the elephant in the room is Sydney. Cindy, not Sydney, but like you can basically call her Sydney because she takes the role that he should take. And they were too cowardice to make her Sydney and just have that be the first female Cid. They didn't do it. They still have this Cid who we have to rank. We're not ranking Cindy. Cindy's great. She's main character and she helps you out way more than this guy. This guy kind of sits around for most of the game. You can give him crafting materials. He's funny, but Cindy takes his role. He is robbed of his Cid duties by his daughter. So for that reason, he can't be more than a B. I do like ya, but come on. Okay, that's every Cid. I'm pretty sure that's every Cid ever. We have to trim this down. I'm gonna concede Final Fantasy 1 Cid, cool backstory, but you're not S tier. Final Fantasy 7, I think I'm maybe just being contrarian at this point by putting him lower. He does have the most personality. He does have the most personal story, except for maybe 16, maybe 14. But he is the playable Cid. Like, look. Of all those in the S tier, he's the only mainline Final Fantasy playable Cid with his own whole big story. We haven't even seen his full potential in Remake Part 3. He can stay. He can stay at S. Other than that, I think S is pretty solid, except for maybe 12. Like, I love 12 Cid. But if you took out that moment that I mentioned, that one moment with the machine gun and he goes like haywire, I don't remember that much of him. But I love an evil Cid. And he's the only evil Cid that's actually interesting to me. The Type 0 guy, he's whatever. He's cool, I guess. I'm gonna keep him. I'm gonna keep him there. Yeah, I'm happy with this. This is the list. We got the real, like, completely forgettable NPCs in the D tier. We got people who are a little step above NPC here. Like Final Fantasy 13, there's a boss fight. I don't know about Lost Odyssey, I'm just putting them there. You talk with 11, you talk with 3 and 2, and Moogle Cid from Stranger Paradise is there. And then you got B tier, which is like, I like these guys. They're cool. They have a good story to them, but they're missing something that makes them that much better. Then A tier, you got Cids who are real deal main characters. These are your boys, or in the case of Dissidia, he's got this weird twist lore to him that makes him interesting. And then your S tier is the unforgettable Cids, everybody's favorite Cids, who just make the game better and better for being there. Just the number one Cids. Top 5 Cids right there. If I had to pick one all-time favorite, it would probably be 16. Again, that's crazy. Like, he's the newest one. And he's the best one. It proves that No matter how long a series or a tradition goes, you can still make the best of the best today. I did this in Photoshop, but I'm going to upload all of these because I made these little squares for this specific halftime show. I'm going to upload it to Tier List Maker, whatever that website. If you want to make your own, you can do it. But this is my list. It's pretty solid. Let me know if Record Keeper is actually like a really cool guy. Brave Exvius, is he cool? I don't know. I don't care. Mobile games, I don't care. So I hope that was a nice palate cleanser. Halftime show. We're going to get back to the list. The Final Fantasies, the best Final Fantasies of all time. We're at the 30-something mark. It's big. It's going to get tighter. It's going to get tougher to watch. The takes are going to get hotter. So stay tuned. We will now return to the semi-final section of the ranking. A section I have named the wonderfully controversial 22. Controversy is something that Final Fantasy can never escape. Every game that comes out will always be met with some kind of backlash. Drastically differing opinions will constantly be thrown around. I said at the beginning that every Final Fantasy is someone's favorite. Well, it's also true for everyone's least favorite. So far, we've discussed spin-offs, movies, obscure, unpopular games for the most part. Nothing really crazy has happened. Now we're climbing towards the top. Shots will be fired. I'm trying to prepare you as much as I can. From here on out, the gloves are off. These two sections had me ripping my hair out, attempting to place everything in just the right spot. Really exploring why I think each one is above the others, and still being upset with myself before concluding that this is just how I genuinely feel. The people may hate me, but so be it. The next 22 games are all great. The general public considers them great, but each one of them also comes with baggage. They all have at least one thing that brings them down from more than greatness for most people. And if you're an honest person, you can see that even if you love them. The order of the list just depends on how forgiving you are of those problems, or if you simply think the good parts outweigh anything bad about it. I think that's more than enough setup, so brace yourselves. We're hitting the ground running. Oh, what's that I hear? Number 37, Final Fantasy Tactics. I tried to warn you. This is one of my hottest takes. Only because Final Fantasy Tactics is one of the most celebrated, highly praised games in the series. Even for those who make ranking videos only for the main lines, a lot of them will make an exception and include Tactics, because it's just so good it deserves it. And I've seen it at plenty of number 1 spots. So, 37 for me, let's unpack. I hinted at it earlier when ranking Advance and A2. Those games tend to get more praise than I gave them as well, just not enough to warrant a hot take alarm. Those problematic gameplay mechanics and battles that long overstay their welcome, and RNG being so heavily involved as much as it is, those issues that frustrate me so much are shared equally between these 3 games, just in different forms. Sometimes I feel like there's a little bit of collective hypocrisy with Tactics fans who complain about the 2 portable games but act like the original is perfect in every way. This game is ridiculously unfair on a blind playthrough. It is complex, it's one of the deeper games in the series and a lot of people eat that up, but it's not always challenging in a fun way. It just feels unbalanced for most of the time. It feels like it wants you to have certain jobs trained for certain fights, and if you don't have those jobs, you might just be screwed. That's not how a good job system feels. You're supposed to feel like you can still squeeze by with a unique strategy you came up with yourself that works for your specific team. I never felt that with Tactics. I would often brute force battles until I'd get lucky, or else I'd be forced to grind away in the trenches for hours to get a different team that works better, which was terribly unfun either way. Does that mean I'm bad at the game? Probably. But the way randomness wiggles its way in makes me feel at least a little validated. At the beginning of the match, you place your units on a grid according to what strategically would work for them. But you don't see the rest of the map, or the enemy. That'll be a complete surprise to you, so what exactly are you strategizing for then? You can get into random encounters, which is just a pain in the butt for an SRPG because battles are so long. Imagine if every time you ran into a Zubat in a cave in Pokemon, it cost you 20 minutes. Sounds fun, doesn't it? And no, you can't flee. You better stay focused too, because permadeath is a thing and you don't want to lose a unit you spent hours grinding for to a random wild battle because they randomly had the Zodiac sign that does extra damage to that unit. The Zodiac system is such a pain. You never know when your main attacker will suddenly be worthless in a fight because his sign is incompatible with the opponent. You have no control over that. I understand what it's for. It's to make the player think on their feet and not rely on one strategy. But you could only train one party at once or else everyone will be underleveled. So whenever you encounter a sign compatibility problem, that really destroys you. It's already too late to think on your feet. The battle's lost and there's nothing you can do now. That's just one of the many times you'll be resetting this game to go back to your last save. When possibly the biggest tip people give to first-time players of Final Fantasy Tactics is to save your game as often as possible in as many slots as possible because you can be soft-locked at any moment, that is a bad thing to me. The most infamous example is the one-on-one fight Ramza versus Regraf, whatever. This game will sometimes send you into battle immediately after another battle without being able to go back to the map, regroup, grind, or anything. You can only save the game. That fight is one of them. It is possible because of how difficult the game is to soft lock yourself by being stuck on a fight you cannot win. This is the most well-known example because you don't have a team to help you. It's just Ramza and whatever jobs you happen to have trained him in up to that point. If your setup doesn't work, it doesn't work. And if you do manage to beat him, he does the fake out boss thing and respawns in a much more difficult form that you then have to beat to truly be done with that level. If you saved your game on your one slot before that fight, you've lost your game. You have to restart the whole game. But to avoid repeating what I said in my review, I'll stop the negatives here. You get it. I'm gonna be honest, remember when I said my original ranking list was made by placing each game immediately after beating it? But I made a different list after and adjusted all the placements, yada yada. Originally, I had all the tactics games 3 in a row, and this one was under Advance and A2. Because of how angry it made me. All of these problems were fixed in Tactics Advance. The law system replaced the Zodiac system and did a better job at forcing the player to think differently, in my opinion. That came with its own annoyances, but then A2 fixed those. Each game had less and less grinding and RNG nonsense than the last, but the more I thought about it, the more I had to respect the original tactics. I do think my complaints are valid, but the biggest reason this game is held so highly is for its story. It's probably the deepest, most mature, and intellectual story in the series, and in my history with it, I have never given it enough credit. You know when you're reading a book and your eyes are gliding across the words, but your mind is thinking of something else until all of a sudden you're at the bottom of the page and you didn't retain anything that just happened? When I get really frustrated or bored by a game's mechanics, I will often do this for the story. That's why I always say I'm a gameplay first guy. If the actual thing I'm doing doesn't hold my attention, the story won't either. At some point I had enough of tactics and it held me back from being immersed in this story all the way through. I probably need to replay it. But knowing how not fun my experience was with it, I know I'm never gonna go back and do it. This game might be ruined for me. But if they remake it, I will give it a try again. I'll go in knowing a lot more and I'll be prepared. Plus, maybe a remake will fix some things and make it a little smoother, because I can see why Final Fantasy Tactics is special. It has a distinct style, atmosphere, and soundtrack that was never really replicated again. We have a whole sub-series of games set in Ivalice that were meant to feel like this game, but they somehow all feel like a totally different version of the Ivalice we see here, including the other Tactics games. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Hope you're not too upset. But I couldn't rank it any higher given how much it frustrated me. Number 36, Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings. We're gonna couple this with another game that frustrated me a little, but not nearly as much as Tactics, the mainline sequel no one talks about and the only time Final Fantasy ventured into RTS. That alone makes it an interesting game to try. It fits perfectly as an entry into the Ivalice Alliance. It's gotta be one of the most underrated games in the series. I certainly never knew it existed before the show, and I haven't heard a single soul utter a word about it since. Final Fantasy XII is already one of the least popular mainlines to talk about. You can't expect that many people to play the sequel made exclusively for the Nintendo DS and rave about it. Also, I think this is the only RTS game I've played from start to finish, but even I can see that it being on DS is holding it back. Weird control gimmicks and UI design can make fighting these battles annoying. Maybe they can remaster it for Switch 2 and put those mouse controls to good use. There's definitely a difficulty curve, and the final boss was extra hard, but the game was overall designed to be an entry-level RTS, which was perfect for me. The story ended up being kinda surprising too. They insist that it's not 12-2, but it literally is. I mean, it just is. It directly follows the events of 12 with the same characters. But we do go to a whole new area with a new race of people and help them through their own conflict. There's a bit of a running gag on REFFOID where we hate on Vaughn for being the lamest protagonist ever, but he actually does a decent job in this one, as does Penelo. They're not just a bunch of kids tagging along for no reason, they're calling the shots and showcasing actual personality in their dialogue. Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings gets the impressive Make Vaughn Likeable award. I would also vote the quickening mechanic in 12 to be one of the most underwhelming ultimate systems in the series, and they're actually doing it better in this one. I would build my strategies off of using quickenings at the right time, and often would die if I messed it up, probably why I'm not super good at these kinds of games. But if the satisfaction of overwhelming an enemy with swarms of monsters you recruited and the ever-changing environment of real-time area control are what RTSs are all about, which I think they are, then Revenant Wings gets that job done. Because it's the only one of its kind in this franchise, I'd recommend it to any Final Fantasy fan that's curious about the genre. And of course I'd recommend it to all the 12 fans who stick up for that game in a world where most people kind of shrug it off. Even if you're not sure about RTSs, much of the stuff you love about 12 is present in this game too. So I'm confident you'll get some enjoyment out of it. I'm sure it's a good one to emulate. It probably feels better to play it that way than with a real copy, honestly. Number 35, Dissidia Duodecim Final Fantasy, plus Prologus. I'm gonna try to forget the fact that I spent $15 on Prologus and wouldn't suggest anyone else do that. It's here for comprehensive reasons and it has nothing to do with where Dissidia Duodecim got placed. Okay, now this is effectively the one Dissidia game. Opera Omnia is dead, NT dropped the ball, and the first Dissidia is basically the same as this with a lot less content. I'm not even counting it as a separate title here because it's pointless. It sits almost perfectly in the middle ground of this list, and that's because I love the idea, I'm iffy on the execution. It's the crossover fighting game that fans have dreamed of, and it's tied together with a decent single-player story full of interactions between your favorite characters, lots of extended lore to find, and a crazy twist tying it back to the first game. The way it works is totally unique for a fighting game, being able to fully roam around a 3D environment, practically fly, slam each other into walls, and a risk-reward system that really keeps you on your toes. But it's stuck on the PSP and Vita still. No one's pulling out their Vita for a quick match. It makes Dissidia NT even more disappointing because that's the one home console sequel we got and they just mangled it. Fans legitimately would have been happier with an HD port of this one instead. The whole inception of Dissidia was about the developers trying to make a game where fighting actually feels like how an epic anime fight scene looks. So why did they choose to keep it on the small screen with cut-back graphics and capability? I don't know, but my personal problems aren't just about the console it's stuck on. Remember back with Theatrhythm, how those RPG elements bothered me with their pointlessness? The RPG elements in Dissidia influence the game quite a lot, and it's a super cool, unique thing for a fighting game to do. And simultaneously, it ruins it too? There's so much customization that you can never know what you're going up against. Exciting maybe, but then there's a chance your build is a really bad match for your opponent. Or your opponent is just a higher level than you and you might have to grind to reach his level to make it a fair fight. That kinda sucks the pure skill appeal out of a fighting game. You know, Smash Bros has all the chaotic nonsense you can add when you're just goofing around. But when you really want to fight people for glory, 1v1, there's always Final Destination, no items. Most fighting games don't even have different stages, it's just the same flat arena with a different background. I mean, It's boring, it's part of why I don't play those games. But it's all about leveling the playing field so that the battle comes down to nothing else but how well you can play this character against another character. But there's no default level to go back on in Dissidia. There aren't even default move sets for the characters. You have to choose which moves you want to bring every time. I think in my video I compared it to if Smash Bros only let you use custom moves. Everyone would hate that. But it's not even just movesets, it's weapons, armor, summons, which are huge tide changers. The customizability is the most interesting thing about it and also the most annoying. Regardless though, I'm not a fighting game guy, I don't get hooked on these games. I don't often play beyond whatever single player content they come with, which is usually slim. Luckily this one has a solid story mode, but it's not something I'm gonna pick up again unless it's remastered. I'd prefer a real sequel, not an NT sequel, a real one. Number 34, Final Fantasy Adventure. You know what's a fun way to break up the usual RPG complexity? Just going on a little top-down sword slashing adventure. Final Fantasy Adventure is a fairly cute and innocent take on a Legend of Zelda style game, with more emphasis on traditional RPG elements, which is cool. However, those elements introduce a few frustrations in the game design. Having different weapons that do different amounts of damage depending on the enemy becomes a little annoying to figure out due to the lack of damage indicators, so it just becomes trial and error. You have to buy items to get through certain doors, but you don't know how much you need to buy, so you might get halfway through a dungeon and have to turn around because there's no other way to find those items. As someone who grew up on Nintendo, it really made me appreciate things I took for granted, even in the old Game Boy Zeldas. As much as I tried to check my bias, the entire time I was just thinking about how each aspect of this game is done better in Link's Awakening or the Oracle games. I would recommend Final Fantasy Adventure to fans of those Zeldas, cause you will definitely still appreciate this game. That's an award right there. Game that made me like other games more award. You might know already that this ended up being a soft launch point for the Blank of Mana series, and it was remade 2 times, removing the Final Fantasy moniker. For the show, I played the version called Adventures of Mana. It's the more faithful one-to-one recreation and the most accessible. But that was before I was really serious about REFFOID. What was it, episode 6? I kinda regret not playing the original Game Boy release, especially because Adventures of Mana is a very sloppy remake. Without having played the Game Boy version, I'd still recommend playing that one. The other remake, Sword of Mana for the Game Boy Advance, might be the best of the 3 from what I hear, but they altered the story, changed the gameplay, and removed the Final Fantasy content to make it fit more with the rest of the Mana series, so for the purposes of reviewing every Final Fantasy, it just doesn't fit. But yeah, a 10-hour Game Boy adventure, it's hard not to recommend. Anyone still watching this video will probably get some enjoyment out of it. Check it out. Number 33, Final Fantasy Legend 2. Another early episode of REFFOID that broke me a little bit and had me regretting my decisions. The Game Boy is perfect for games like Final Fantasy Adventure, but the idea of going full RPG on that tiny screen, on a system as janky can be, I was scared about what I was getting into. Unlike Adventure, which eventually became a Mana game, the Legend trilogy were never Final Fantasy games to begin with. They're Saga games that were retitled for the Western audience. I didn't even know what the heck Saga was before this show, but I see what took them so long to bring it west in its true form. Saga is a much weirder kind of RPG, tonally and mechanically. The middle entry in the trilogy might be the weirdest one. It added robots as a playable race. You choose the races of all 4 party members at the beginning, similarly to choosing jobs at the start of Final Fantasy I. But this won't lock you into a specific playstyle necessarily. Each race in the game drastically changes the way a character grows in battle. After winning a fight, humans increase a random stat, depending on what they have equipped, and they can drink potions to improve their stats too. Mutants randomly learn and forget skills, which sounds as crazy as it is. Monsters might eat the enemy at the end of a battle and turn to a different monster, and robots install equipment into themselves and can charge them up for additional uses. Oh yeah, weapons can break. There's weapon degradation in this 35-year-old Game Boy game. You may have noticed a lot of randomness and lack of player control, which I tend to not be a fan of. See my tactics rant from earlier. But time away from Final Fantasy Legend 2 has healed whatever wounds it left me with. Being as unfamiliar with RPGs as I was at the time, it's a bit of an overwhelming game. But after everything else I've been through, it's really not bad at all. And I admire its weirdness so much more than I did before. If you learn to accept the randomness and let the game take you on a ride, it becomes a lot more fun. Instead of 90% of battles being a basic attack spam like most Final Fantasies, you might have to think a bit more in this one. And each battle you fight could change the course of your party. Should I let my monster eat this one? I kinda like how he is now. What if he gets worse? But what if he gets better? My favorite part, even though it annoyed me, was how your party could get instantly revived by a god under the condition that you accept his challenge to fight if you ever cross paths. Then of course you do later in the game, and he's tough, but you beat him. And from that point on, you can't get free revives. You killed God, what did you expect? Even by today's standard, this game does some cool stuff. The ambient twinkle aesthetic of the Game Boy fits it perfectly. So I don't know if I'm gonna revisit it anytime soon, but I know if I did, I would have a better time. Also, I know it's been remade for the DS, but only in Japan. If they ever brought that west, I think I would try it out. Number 32. Final Fantasy, The Four Heroes of Light. This was a one-off I didn't know what to expect of. It turned out to be mostly a pleasant surprise. It's known for being the soft launch of the Bravely Default series, another set of games people think count as Final Fantasy games just because of that relation and some common themes and ideas. The goal was to replicate the feeling of those original games. A simple story, a cute world, four heroes of light, I mean, come on. What I concluded in my review was that it succeeded for better or worse, as in it replicated that atmosphere, but also made me remember all the ways those old games frustrated me with their archaic mechanics. I was bothered by its apparent refusal to correct little problems like that, almost as if it's part of the fun, right? No, not for me at least. Yet the Four Heroes of Light charmed me quite a bit for what it is. The unique AP system was fun to work with. You basically need to charge up your AP, then spend it by performing a move. So it's all about team coordination and getting the right amount of AP at the right time. It can be tough to spend a turn boosting your AP, but sometimes you gotta do it. Huge fan of the job system as well. I love a job system when it works. But there's usually a problem in how it pigeonholes players into choosing one. Because unless you want to spend a bunch of time grinding, the other job choices won't be strong enough, and your main one will fall behind as well. Job upgrading in the Four Heroes of Light is not locked to your characters, they're locked to the jobs themselves. So you can switch around as freely as you want. You also don't gain experience for jobs based on battles, you upgrade them with currency. These little changes actually allowed me to check out all the jobs I wanted. Every new hat you throw on gives you all the new abilities and stats and possibly an extra passive ability. Like White Mage reduces the AP cost of healing spells by 1. So it feels like you have a trove of a bunch of jobs, but you're never missing out on leveling your actual party. This system was the highlight of the game for me. But aside from that, there were times when this game felt drawn out. I remember the dungeons being practically indistinguishable from each other, just empty hallways upon hallways, but the forest one was green and the manor one was purple. It's a lot of just walking and fighting enemies, backtracking through areas you've already been to, and the occasionally stupidly unfair boss fight that's a 10-minute walk from your last save point. These are the aspects of old classic games that I felt did not need to be replicated. And it's for those reasons why I'm not seeking to go back to it again. Why bother when I could just move on to Bravely Default anyway? Apparently all the stuff I like about Four Heroes of Light is done better in that series. Everyone says I gotta play it. Well, it's getting a remaster, so maybe I will. Number 31. Final Fantasy II. Oh my gosh, we're here. This is not a drill, folks. At number 31, we have our very first mainline title. The worst one, apparently, but still in the good section, it's Final Fantasy II. Ah, Final Fantasy II, what a weird one you are. Another very early episode of REFFOID that's mostly me ranting about how unfair the mechanics were. The first of its kind, actually. Final Fantasy II is like a punchline. You play through Final Fantasy I and deal with the old school mechanics thinking, well, the series can only get more forgiving as time goes on, and then the very next game says, literally kill yourself. Because that's how you level up. If you don't know about Final Fantasy II, it was an extremely ambitious RPG at the time. Even more than 3, I'd say. It practically laid the groundwork for the quirky character growth of the Legend trilogy that followed. Instead of leveling up and gaining stats based on preset code or dependent on your job or something, every stat was tied to specific actions that would only be boosted if the actions tied to those stats were performed. So using an axe a lot would make that character more proficient and stronger with axes. Instead of everything being a predetermined numbers game, it was almost like you could just go off realistic logic. Like if you gave this game to someone who knows nothing about video games, they'd be like, so what, doesn't that make sense? You use an axe, you get stronger with an axe. But to gamers, it's kind of daunting and stressful to figure out because we're so used to these other systems. It all sounds like an awesome idea, in theory. In practice, I found myself thinking less logically than ever. Strength and weapon proficiency increasing by attacking, sure, that makes sense, but how about increasing max health or MP? How's that work? Well, you gotta use the stat, right? So you need to take damage. But if you just sail your way through enemies and kill them all like normal, you won't be getting hit that much. The solution is to have your whole team beat each other up, unless you're gonna sit there and let a goblin hit you turn after turn. MP is usually something you preserve, especially in these old games that ask you to hold out for an entire dungeon with no refill stations. You save your big attacks for when you reach the boss, right? But then you will never increase your max MP, and that can screw your entire game. Cure is something you usually always do outside of battle. You only do it inside unless you absolutely have to because it wastes a turn. Now you have to waste those turns or you'll never improve your stats. It's like efficiency gets thrown out the window and you have to worry about every action you take now. I would normally see that as a cool thing that keeps the game more engaging, but in this context, it's not a fun battle system that I want to experiment with or a challenge to overcome. It's just a bizarre set of rules I'm forced to work with or suffer the immense consequences later. But then you end up just suffering through the whole game stressing about getting your stats right. I didn't like the job point system and tactics very much for the same reason. Final Fantasy II stayed much lower on my list for a long time, but I know the Pixel Remaster is much nicer with the quality of life features it added, and like Legend 2, I gotta give it credit for being as ambitious as it is, even for today. Out of all the Final Fantasy games, I have not played one that felt quite like this one. The first time around, it's rough, but on my list of Final Fantasy games to replay, 2 is high up there. I just want to give it a better shot in a better version. Its story is the best of the original trilogy, even though it's nothing special by today's standards. It's got dramatic deaths, named characters with personalities, an actual antagonist. These are things Final Fantasy IV tends to get all the credit for. It's earned my respect and I will definitely replay it, but that doesn't change the fact that I have the worst memories of this one than probably all of the main lines, and would still recommend it the least, even with the shiny new Pixel Remaster. Sorry Final Fantasy II, someone's gotta be at the bottom. I'm struggling with how I convey my tone at this point in the list. I tend to mostly talk about the negatives, but that's all in justification for how low it is. Sometimes I don't feel like I need to justify how high it is as much. Like, Final Fantasy II is a much different game than the 4 Heroes of Light, and the next game for that matter. Certain parts of 2 I like more than the game above it, but overall, when I tally up the imaginary scoreboard in my head, it ends up at number 31. And it just feels right. Number 30. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time. This is an entry I have not many memories of. I do remember playing the Wii version before realizing it was just an emulation of the DS version with no enhancements at all. I've still never seen anything like that released by an official AAA company. And other than that, I remember the experience being overall a letdown from the previous Crystal Chronicles installment, but with such a short runtime and simple gameplay, I can recommend it to anyone looking for a quick one to beat in like a week. It added a few mechanics on top of its predecessor, like you can swim now, you have more customization options for your party, and figuring out where to go next might require a little bit more exploration than before. I like this one for most of the same reasons I like Ring of Fates. The simple but not too simple action RPG combat and platforming, the puzzle solving, but what made it a bit of a letdown was the much bigger focus on online multiplayer. You no longer play as a named character acting as a protagonist, you play as a custom-made character. Your party isn't made up of side characters. They're random no-names who you pick up around town. That's because you're meant to play with friends, and these no-names are just stand-ins. The puzzles in the game are less clever and more open-ended because they can't be built around specific abilities. They need to be able to be solved with anyone, which means most of the time you don't need to do much to solve them. And finally, the story suffers significantly by you taking the role of a guy who just stands there and watches while some NPCs do things. There's just a lot less story in general. For some reason, Square was pushing this game a lot and really wanted to make Charlotta, the cat girl, be the representative of Crystal Chronicles. I'm not sure it worked out. So yeah, we're talking about a multiplayer-focused DS game you can't really play with multiple people anymore. Sounds like Final Fantasy Explorers, doesn't it? So why is that game near the bottom and this one cracked the top 30? Because Echoes of Time is still fun without friends, and I'm not convinced Explorers would be even with friends. Maybe I'm a little biased. Puzzle platformers are just about my favorite things in the world, and these two DS Crystal Chronicles titles are the closest we've ever gotten to one of those in Final Fantasy. I do think it's worth trying if that endorsement sparked any curiosity in you. I did like its predecessor much more, as you'll see in a bit, but the reason this one is as high as it is because unlike Final Fantasy II or Legend 2 or even 4 Heroes of Light, all deeper, more complex games, it never frustrated me. It only kinda disappointed me. I don't even think it needs a remaster for any reason other than being on a modern system. But if they do it, I'm probably gonna pick it up, and I'll be trying to convince friends to come with me. Number 29. World of Final Fantasy. This Pokemon-style monster collecting RPG has one of the highest budgets of any of the spin-offs. You can tell as it feels as full of an experience as any mainline sequel. It also has a very distinct, dreamy atmosphere and spacey soundtrack. And when it wasn't leaning into those vibes, it was leaning into the 4Kids anime vibes. Now, that might be a major deterrent to you, and I would not blame you. One of my biggest complaints with World of Final Fantasy is how annoying the trademark cutesy mascot character was, with her squeaky voice and so quirky way of speaking. Actually, I think I'm going to give this game the award for most annoying character. Congratulations, Tama. The two main protagonists might get on your nerves too with their constant bickering that's supposed to be funny but just gets overdone. The occasional 2D animated cutscenes were genuinely charming though. But anyway, as for how the game actually plays, it's got a few issues. You're supposed to stack your monsters on top of each other. This combines their abilities and passive stat changes, making for a pretty interesting form of character building. Like you literally build the character on top of each other. They give you the option to unstack them and fight with all three individually, and I felt like these options were framed like they both have pros and cons, but realized soon enough that keeping them stacked is the only way to survive pretty much any attack. There's a unique challenge you have to complete that changes with each monster instead of every encounter being the same. I'm a big fan of that. But they let any monster have the chance to flee the battle. Kinda like how roaming legendaries behave in Pokemon. That made it pretty tedious. I would just get frustrated trying to catch certain ones and eventually stop. Plus another thing that put me off from collecting was the fact that every monster you catch starts at level 1, even if you're at the end of the game. So grinding became necessary if you wanted to use monsters other than the ones you find fairly early. That really sucked. There were definitely a few other nitpicks that made the combat not the funnest to work with. It's definitely not the tightest design. That said, my memories of playing World of Final Fantasy were mostly positive. It's essentially an isekai where you play as two kids getting randomly thrown across Final Fantasy worlds. You never interact with stories from those games, but you might encounter characters from them. A big part of my video review was just counting all the references and holding a contest to see which mainline got the most attention. That aspect alone was the part I liked the most. I fully admit I ate up all those fan service moments they gave me. Each level is based on an iconic area from one of the mainlines. Trying to figure out which one was coming next or who I might meet there was really fun. And you bet you're getting new renditions of classic songs as well. There are a lot of iconic Final Fantasy monsters, and it's about time they got some spotlight. There are legendary equivalent monsters in this, and another highlight was tracking those down. They're generally pretty difficult, but of course I want a giant behemoth to fight on my side. So I have a few problems with how World of Final Fantasy plays, but for the most part, it was a cute, smooth ride. Anyone who has a history with this franchise should check it out. If you're still pretty new to it, I would hold off for a little while. I don't think they're going to be remaking it anytime soon, it doesn't need one. But if we actually got a sequel, which they teased at some point, I would absolutely play it. Number 28, Final Fantasy Dimensions. Yeah, coming in 37 spots higher than its sequel. What happened? Well, if you know nothing about these games, they're practically unrelated in every possible way. There's a small story element that connects them kind of, but the combat, the growth system, the world, the graphics, everything is different. And unlike Dimensions 2, Dimensions 1 was not weighed down by its previous life as a gacha game. It's just a classic, traditional Final Fantasy RPG. You ever see fans wishing that Square Enix would put together a small team to make small games that feel more like the older mainlines, with small development cycles to balance out the huge, high-budget mainlines that take forever to come out? I see that sentiment being shared quite often online, and I agree. Well, they did that exactly one time, and they called it Final Fantasy Dimensions. It is exclusive to smartphones, but it doesn't have any of the predatory monetization issues that usually come with that. You can buy it in separate chapters, which does affect the pacing and structure of the game, but the whole thing costs $14, which is more than fair for what you get. I was really surprised with how hard Dimensions committed to feeling like a 90s RPG. Most of all, I loved its job system that was clearly inspired by Final Fantasy V. I'm telling you right now, if you're a Final Fantasy V fan, check this one out. If you wondered what a 5.2 would look like, I bet it would look a lot like this. Speaking of sequels, Final Fantasy IV The After Years is also a 90s retro-style, chapter-based RPG made for phones. Why is that one so much lower? Simply, For the After Years is a slog that didn't keep me engaged with any sort of character growth mechanics. It was stop and go with each chapter, forcing me to start over with a new character until the end. Dimensions gets a lot of extra points for providing me with more interesting battles and not relying on nostalgic plot rehashing. The job system is a little different than 5, jobs take a lot longer to level up, but mastering them felt even more powerful. Thing is though, everything takes a lot longer in Dimensions. That's one thing it has in common with the After Years. It's bloated, many sections feel like pointless filler, and it overstays its welcome. I don't know if they stretched these chapters out so people would feel like they're getting their money's worth, but it does bring the experience down. There's an ambitious aspect of this game where you play as 2 different parties, one in the light dimension and one in the dark dimension. On one hand, it's cool, you get more options to experiment with and try all the different jobs with your second party. On the other hand, the whole story is paced by basically tackling a whole dungeon with party 1, spending a few hours leveling up a bunch, and then switching to party 2 to do the same thing again. It gets a little tiring. That's why I know I won't be replaying this. I got my fill. I definitely don't regret playing it once, but I just don't need to replay it again. Not when I can return to Final Fantasy V, which is just a much, much better version of this. The story is there. It does a decent enough job. You can imagine why it has pacing issues based on what I just said about the constant swapping back and forth. And also having twice the characters to try and develop than the average Final Fantasy game is not doing you any favors. I wonder if it didn't sell well and that's why we never got another game like it. Even the sequel dramatically changed its identity. We need a game like this that comes out on consoles and has better pacing. You can sell a lot more copies with this strategy, Square. But for now, this one is worth trying out. Plus it's got Mitsuda on the soundtrack. Do not sleep on this soundtrack, it's underrated, it's got some great ones. Number 27. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. Crisis Core is easily the most positively received game in the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, but you don't hear a lot about why that is outside of, the ending was so sad, I cried. I definitely say the story is the strongest suit of this one, and its production value, music, and gameplay are what got it this high on the list, but that gameplay was still pretty far from my favorite. Even though I played the shiny new reunion version, like Type 0, you can tell this was a PSP game. The gameplay is repetitive, mission-based, meant for short bursts, and for some reason they felt the need to include a robotic voice telling you when the combat mode is activated every single time you enter combat.
Activating combat mode.
I was surprised how much it played like 7 Remake, but without a bunch of the stuff that makes it cool. The whole materia system is there, a little different but not super worth investing time into due to how short the game is. I beat it in 15 hours and I wasn't rushing. There's also that weird slot machine of friends mechanic that I don't think I ever fully understood. I probably would have more to say about the combat if I did more of the extra content, but I didn't really feel the need to. After a couple missions that consisted of running through a previous level over again with different enemies, I got my fill on the extra content. But because the story is so short and easily consumed, I would say Crisis Core is well worth checking out. It does have that prequel problem of introducing new characters that were never once referenced in the original, but you gotta just be okay with that when it comes to extra FF7 stuff. And hey, Angeal's a pretty cool guy. Genesis, not so cool. I would be tempted to give him the most annoying character award, but Tama is much more deserving of that title. At least the characters in Crisis Core seem aware of how annoying Genesis is. But it begs the question, why is he even here then? Between this and Dirge, it seemed like they were setting him up to be important later, but then the compilation project just kinda stopped. It's funny, looking back at my Crisis Core video, I speculated on the possibility that 7 Rebirth could be an Avengers-style reunion of all the extra characters from these spin-offs, including Genesis finally getting whatever the heck he wanted. But that didn't even come close to happening, and thank God. But now Genesis remains nothing but a blemish on this otherwise pretty good origin story for Zack Fair. Everyone was speculating on why Crisis Core Reunion came out when it did. What did they need us to know before Rebirth? Turns out they just wanted to make sure everyone knew who Zack was. There was really nothing else to it. Anyway, theories aside, if you're adverse to anything that might taint the original 7 story, I still don't know if I would recommend this one. But if you're just looking for more 7 in general, it should probably be the first on your list to try. And yes, that ending is brutal. Knowing full well what was gonna happen, it still got to me. Number 26, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Oh, we're getting to the real good stuff now. I feel like you don't need much to show why Crystal Chronicles is so loved. It's a very simple game, not as simple as My Life as a King, but as Final Fantasy goes, it definitely feels more casual. I've talked about a handful of Crystal Chronicles games now, and that sub-series goes all over the place. The one thing they have in common is the vibes. I gave My Life as a King the Coziest Vibe award, mostly because that game was all about the vibes. It wasn't really much more than a vibe. Crystal Chronicles also delivers immaculate vibes while simultaneously being a real game. And in the same way that Tactics sequels have a totally different atmosphere than the first one, none of the other Crystal Chronicles games ever captured the same feeling of the original GameCube one. The remaster got a lot of hate, mostly for how they handled progression with multiplayer, which I agree is stupid as hell, but if you're running through single player, that's still the best version to go with. It is meant to be played with friends. As much as I enjoyed it, I could tell I wasn't getting the full experience by playing alone. You have to manage this flying Moogle guy carrying the crystal chalice instead of trying to pass it back and forth with friends, which would be the core teamwork element that they wanted you to have. It's still very much worth playing. As a child of the GameCube era, even though I never played it until the remaster, it still gave me such a nostalgic feeling because it's such a GameCube game at its soul, at its core. The combat was fun, if not a little clunky, with having to scroll a menu to get to the attack option before being able to attack. I actually think later iterations like Echoes of Time fixed every issue I had with the combat, but Crystal Chronicles was still far more fun to play. What I didn't expect was for there to be a puzzle mystery element for figuring out how to unlock the final area. It's quite cryptic. I was probably never gonna figure that out without a guide, but if I knew beforehand this was that kind of game, I would have paid a lot more attention to those few cutscenes you get on the road. Also, I don't know if I was under-leveled or what, but the final boss was insanely difficult compared to the rest of the game. I would recommend Crystal Chronicles to anyone, but as with all the games in this section of the list, there's one thing holding it back. I said the combat was simple and a little janky. The level design, though, is kinda just dull. They're all pretty much flat areas with enemies to fight, but it wouldn't be so bad if not for the game's real problem. It's super repetitive. It's all based on this time management element where you have a certain amount of days before you get back home. A lot of progression is locked behind needing time to advance, which requires you to beat a level, but you don't have any new ones, or something you need is in a level you've played once or twice or even 3 times already. So you just have to play them again. It's the only way to progress. I don't need to be playing levels that many times over. It took me 16 hours to beat, so it's not like the experience was brought down too hard, but it was enough to affect my overall enjoyment. It's mind-blowing they never released this on Steam. We need a campaign of some sort to bring back Crystal Chronicles because I truly think Square is missing out on some huge potential with it. It might be the biggest Final Fantasy sub-series, but it just never made it to this era of gaming where online is prospering. Like, they could kill with that. Anyway, moving on, we've reached the top 25 and oh no! A hot take! The dirge of the hot take alarm sends shivers down my spine. It only gets more difficult the higher we go up. I really tried moving this one multiple times, but comparing it individually to every game on this list, it always ended up right here. If you thought my credibility couldn't get lower, I'm sorry. But number 25 is Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII. How many of you forgot about this one until we hit the 20s and thought, dear God, he still hasn't ranked Dirge? I obviously had to sound off the hot take alarm, as if you're privy to Final Fantasy internet culture, then you know that Dirge of Cerberus is quite often cited as the worst Final Fantasy game ever made. Though I think if you have a reasonable bone in your body and actually had experience with the worst the series has to offer, you'd agree that that's a step too far. This game has simply reached meme status. It can never escape the reviews that said, they turned Final Fantasy VII into a third-person shooter. What were they thinking? And yes, it is silly, it is ridiculous, it is a product of that Shadow the Hedgehog energy of the mid-2000s. But I happen to think that's really funny. Once you accept what this game is, it's just a fun third-person shooter with a wacky story. I haven't heard any actual criticism about Dirge of Cerberus except that it's stupid. And like, yeah, sure, you don't need to play it to know that. How many of these critics have played it? It's literally never been available outside of the PS2, so I'm willing to believe it's being bandwagoned by a lot of haters. Okay, I have heard from at least one person that the controls weren't very good. I personally thought they were fine. I had no problems with them. But I did play it on the PCSX2 emulator in 4K 60 FPS, so it probably felt a lot better than it did back in the day. But that's basically the only way to play it anymore. But enough defending. Why did I actually like this game more than everything else previous? Well, I like simplicity sometimes, especially as a way to break up all these grand RPGs you get in this series. I also yearn for variety whenever I can. It's one of the main things I love the series for. What other series can give you a town simulator, a tactics game, a tower defense, a rhythm game, a fighting game, and a third-person shooter? This is the only shooter in the whole collection except for Final Fantasy 15 Episode Prompto, but the fact that it happened twice makes me even happier. So I'm going to give this game the Most Unfairly Treated award. And I wouldn't be putting it at number 25 if I didn't think the gameplay was good. Playing through Dirge of Cerberus harkened back feelings I had when I first played Max Payne. Just a guy roaming through dark corridors not knowing what's gonna pop up next and taking out enemies with a satisfying headshot. It's a very simple formula that's been done many times before, but now we get a little Final Fantasy spin on it. Particularly with the small RPG elements, leveling up, swapping custom gun barrels, and equipping materia. The negative caveats of all the previous rankings frustrated or otherwise hindered my enjoyment more than the ones in Dirge of Cerberus. I'd say the biggest negative caveat would have to be the story. It's kind of a joke, but it's a joke that made me laugh much more than it offended me. Being the last in the compilation, if you were still taking Final Fantasy VII's extended universe seriously at this point, I don't know what to tell you. What's legitimately cool about this story is that it features an almost Guardians of the Galaxy cast for this universe. The main crew, for once, is not present. Instead, Vincent's the main character, and you get some Yuffie, you get some Cid, and a lot of Cait Sith. I love the spotlight it shines on our beloved B team. That's at least one thing I think 7 purists can enjoy. That and the wonderful Masashi Amaozu composing a serene, ominous soundtrack that a lesser composer would probably fill with heavy metal guitars or something. I would recommend it to anyone curious or just looking for a casual good time. Given its critical history and its place on the timeline relative to the ongoing remake project, I don't think they're planning on remastering it anytime soon. but if they ever did, I'm in. There was a whole multiplayer campaign with its own story that cannot be played anymore. I would love to see it. This is my coming out story as a Dirge of Cerberus apologist. I hope you're not too mad, because with these lists, the ire tends to grow stronger the higher you get. So, with that said, let's move on. Number 24, Final Fantasy 11. Okay, alright, so I'm not going to sound off the hot take alarm here, because aside from the hardcore 11 fans, most people aren't hyping up this pretty ancient MMO anymore. I want to start by saying, if you think ranking movies in the same list as games is senseless because they're different forms of media, I would argue it's even less senseless to rank MMOs with other games. Sure, they're still classified as games. They have interactable gameplay and stories in the form of cutscenes, but they're also so fundamentally completely different experiences. How am I supposed to compare an MMO with hundreds of hours of content against a 10-hour spin-off? There are entirely different attributes to consider when talking about how much you enjoy an MMO. Comparing 11 and 14 with the rest of these games fairly is a near impossible feat. So that being said, I ended up settling on number 24 for Final Fantasy XI. It might be a shock to anyone who remembers my review that consisted of mostly ranting about how much I suffered just trying to make it through the story. Like many other games on this list, I've had much time to reflect on my journey with it. I still think playing Final Fantasy XI in current year is utterly painful. It's like crawling through the trenches of Final Fantasy in terms of accessibility, quality of life, and time investment, but I think I came out a better man. When I look back on Final Fantasy XI, I remember the cool stuff more than I remember the aggravating stuff. I kind of love the aesthetic of the world and the music. It's amazing. You can probably tell as it's the first game today to receive the amazing score on my music scale. And I'm not honoring it that way for its quantity of the songs, it's for the quality. Of all the Final Fantasies I've played, this is the soundtrack I've gone back to the most, believe it or not, I'm not kidding. In terms of background ambience, it might be unmatched. When I need something to throw on, I've been defaulting to this. Every track is just so nice to listen to, and certain ones do make me nostalgic for my adventure in Vana'diel. I deeply respect what Final Fantasy XI stood for. The game was built with online communication at its core. You had to talk with and help other people to figure out what to do together or you'd get stuck. And that promotes the best thing about online gaming, finding special, unique moments with real people that no one else will see. But I specifically said at the beginning of this video, we're judging these games based on how they play today. I can't give Final Fantasy XI as much credit for being designed that way when it doesn't really work anymore. The Final Fantasy XI of today is full of band-aids to patch up that design so it becomes easier to play by yourself. Because the sad truth is, the game's old, and there ain't a lot of people playing anymore. You can get lucky and run into someone here and there, but they're usually doing their own thing because there's no reason to look for people to interact with. It's not just because of the game's age, it's also because of the way the internet has evolved since 2002. I did ask for help from a few people in-game, and they all said the same thing. Read the wiki. Go ahead, read the wiki. Find the wiki, go there, read the wiki. Here's this full guide on how to get to the end of the game from level 1. Just read that and do what it says. We didn't have these wikis in 2002, but nowadays every game has one. When you get stuck in one of these games, specifically an RPG, say you want to find a certain item, what, are you gonna run around the world until you stumble upon it? No one wants to waste their time more than they need to. You look it up. You find a guide or a YouTube video that shows you which enemies drop that item, where the enemies spawn, and the exact % chance they drop it. There's no collaboration or journey to get to that point. But Final Fantasy XI is designed around that journey. Now that it's gone, the whole game is a lonely grind to get from point A to point B. And accepting that, it's been patched throughout the years, adding things that serve this style of gameplay much better. It's hard to believe you didn't used to have fast travel teleport stones to get around. You used to have to physically walk to the airship port, actually wait for it to arrive, get on, and then actually wait on the airship with whoever else was there as it flew to your destination. And there wasn't much else to do other than talk to each other. So you made friends, you found new information, you helped someone out. That was the magic of Final Fantasy XI. But now the airships are a redundancy, nothing but a waste of time. This game wins the fundamentally changed and will never be what it was again award. The Final Fantasy XI of today is summed up by this footage I always use of me sitting on the ship, sailing across the sea, alone, nothing to do but sit with my own thoughts. It almost feels post-apocalyptic. Everywhere is empty. Running into a person outside of towns is so rare, but reframing Final Fantasy XI into a game about a quiet personal journey might do something for you. Because unless you bring a bunch of dedicated friends along, that's what the game is now. Summoning trust NPCs to work as your party is not very fun, and the combat system is really clunky, but it wasn't about any of that for me. This is like a nomadic journey that few have the strength to make it through, and that's what kept me going. Or you could just be someone who loves grinding, and that'll work for you too. I'm sure the story's interesting if you give it more of a chance. I kinda didn't. But in my defense, the base game story is practically non-existent. Actual plot doesn't start until the expansions, and they're all slow burns. I only got all the way through Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, but that one I enjoyed a lot. An extremely satisfying ending to a difficult journey. They did actually add more stories since then, and part of me sometimes wonders about returning, but the annoying setup, the mechanics I still don't fully understand, just makes me think it won't be worth it. I know this is a weird endorsement, but I told you ranking MMOs here is weird. MMOs are ultimately what you make of them, and this is what I made of it. Someone else could have a completely different story. If it's something you think you might be interested in, even after this spiel, then I'm sure you will be. Number 23. The Final Fantasy Legend. You know, it's better than that MMO that changed lives. This Game Boy game I beat in under 15 hours. Look, don't read into it too much. I tend to prefer focused, short experiences over stretched out, time-consuming ones, but I get the merits of both. The Final Fantasy Legend is a whopping 10 places higher than its sequel. That's quite significant at this point in the list. It probably would be a hot take if people actually talked about these games. Legend 2 has a lot more going on mechanically and takes the player on an even weirder adventure. That's why I like it, but it also brings along a lot of confusion and frustration. Like mainline Final Fantasy 2 is to 1, Legend 1 comes out on top for being a smaller, more easily consumed experience that I feel I could go back to at any time. In those early days of REFFOID, being unfamiliar with old RPGs, I often had a lot to complain about. But I think it says a lot that my original review of this game is still mostly positive. My only real complaint was that saving the game had a good chance of soft-locking you if you did it in a dangerous spot, and the whole binary code looping stat bug, but those are issues you can easily prevent by being smart. The setting of the game is one that appeals to me a lot. You're not exactly traveling across dimensions in this one. The entire game takes place around a big tower. And that's the story. You and your crew gotta climb a big tower because someone says you can reach paradise at the top. That's it. But the tower is like an infinity train structure where every few floors you reach a completely unpredictable new world that doesn't make sense within the laws of physics. My favorite one was probably the floor that becomes an entire desolate city that was blown to smithereens, and you get a bike and drive around while being chased by a phoenix. That's the kind of creativity that kept me going. You never know what you're gonna find through that door. So yeah, it's a surprisingly accessible RPG for anyone looking to get into a more niche series than Final Fantasy, considering how old it is. It definitely lacks some of the advancements brought by the other Legend games, but I still like it a lot. It seems nearly every Saga game has gotten remastered or remade these days except for this one. I don't know if they're planning on it at all, but I'm totally down. Like, I'd pick this up day one. Number 22. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates. We've reached the end of a sub-series. The Crystal Chronicles games have so much variation that they were spread from 49th all the way to 22nd. And I do say with confidence, Ring of Fates is the best of them. Ring of Fates and Echoes of Time are the only two games in the sub-series with the same style of gameplay that, in my opinion, feels like an evolved and improved version of the original GameCube title. Echoes of Time being a sequel adds a little more to it that I wish Ring of Fates had, but Ring of Fates beats it in literally every other category. Every complaint I had about Echoes of Time is not present in Ring of Fates. Even with the added mobility and combat features, I'd still say Ring of Fates has better gameplay because the levels are designed around the specific mechanics at your disposal instead of being generic and solvable with whatever class the player chose. It's not nearly as much designed around multiplayer as Echoes of Time is, so it's still a fully enjoyable experience as a single-player game even today. You play as named characters who actually play a role in the story, and that story ended up being one of the most surprising ones in the series. It's not like mainline level, but usually these spin-offs barely even try to have a story, and this one really goes for it. I was actually invested in what was going to happen from start to finish in a little 10-hour DS game. I really can't understand why someone would prefer Echoes over this one. I guess I understand if you like the original Crystal Chronicles more, it's a different enough beast. Maybe I'm biased, as I said earlier, puzzle platformers are just my thing, and that's basically what this game is. It might have ranked even higher if there was more to it. It is just 10 hours and there was basically no side content. Give me more levels or challenges or something. Better yet, give me a new game in this style for modern systems. This is like, what, the third time I asked this? But I don't care. We need new Crystal Chronicles games. I'll take any kind. It is a crime that this series is dormant. Number 21. Final Fantasy Legend 3. Back to the Legend trilogy one last time. I thank this trilogy for introducing me to a bizarre RPG franchise I would have never got within 5 feet of. And honestly, the bizarreness that I love so much about this trilogy is toned down a bit in the third one, unfortunately. There's still some stuff like spaceships being powered by brains, don't get me wrong, but the total unpredictability of Legend 1 and 2 is not as present here. That said, I liked everything else way more. Because in the other ones, the gameplay was also a little too unpredictable for my taste. And in Legend 3, things just make more sense. It's more comfortable to play. I don't feel like any decision I make can turn one of my characters worthless. But there is the option for that if you want. This time you don't choose your races at the beginning of the game. You have set characters, but the mechanics don't exactly work the same. Now any of your 4 characters can transform the way monsters do by eating meat, or installing random robot parts you find to turn into cyborgs. You can choose to play as risky or as safe as you want, so the stakes are still there. The coming back from the dead mechanic from Legend 2 returns, and this time it doesn't get taken away from you. It's probably even easier to play than the first one, but now it has all or most of the features added in 2. The story is a little bit more confusing. The world is going to be consumed by an evil water entity, so you 3 kids have to go back in time to save your dad or something. I've heard this particular entry is a little controversial among the Saga fandom for a lot of the reasons I like it. They say it feels more like a Final Fantasy game than a Saga game, and that's largely due to it being developed by a different team at Square. The very same team who went on to develop Mystic Quest of all things. Yes, there's a jump button, and it's awesome. Also an auto battle system that's built into the original release. So if you ever wondered what Mystic Quest would look like if it wasn't made for babies, look no further. It's charming and weird, maybe not to the level of the first 2, but it's still a quality sci-fi fantasy RPG I think most anyone would enjoy as long as the green hue and chiptunes of the Game Boy doesn't scare them away. The collection of Saga containing the full trilogy is a great pickup in general if you're looking for bite-sized RPG adventures. If you get it on Switch, you have the option of holding the system vertically like a Game Boy and going Joy-Con-less, which is my favorite feature of the whole thing. Legend 3 in particular, I'd say is about as good as the original NES mainline trilogy. I don't know if that's controversial, but that's how I feel. Speaking of, number 20, Final Fantasy. The very first game is not receiving this much credit just because it's the very first game. It's here because of how fun and unique it is as a Final Fantasy experience to this day. I originally played the PS1 remake and just recently played the Pixel remaster for my re-review, so it's a lot fresher in my mind than everything else we've talked about. Now I have to re-review it. Final Fantasy 1 is the shortest mainline that leaves the most up to your imagination. The series ended up being so focused on graphical fidelity and epic drama that it can be a great palate cleanser to go back to a simpler time. On both playthroughs, I found myself coming up with my own little stories for how my team behaved, who was the smart one, who was the dumb one. And you can do this with the Saga trilogy a little bit too, but those games still have sci-fi stories going on. Final Fantasy 1 is more about your own journey. I've called it a survival game before and even compared it to the likes of Oregon Trail because more than the other main lines, it's about setting off into dungeons hoping you've prepared enough rations to stay alive. The actual story is hardly there, but I remember being pretty surprised at how sci-fi it was for 1986. I was expecting the most basic rescue the princess type stuff, yet they seem to subvert your expectations by getting that part over with in the first few minutes of the game. Any reservations you might have about playing a game this old, I assure you the Pixel Remaster makes it so you don't really have to worry about any of that at all. By default, that version has a lot of quality improvements, and you can add even more through the settings menu. Still might be a little hard to get around though to just figure out where to go next. My memory did not serve me well enough, so even on my second playthrough, I was pulling out a guide going like, all right, where do I go? It's still a little cryptic to figure out, but there are so many guides out there, you shouldn't have any problems with that. The Pixel Remaster makes a game that was once too archaic for newcomers into one I'd say is a fine place to start with if you wanted to. It's one of the most common questions given to the community. Which game do I start with? If you feel up to it, just start at the beginning, man. That's what I did. And look at me now. Yes, Final Fantasy I will always hold a special place in my heart, as it probably does with us all. But come on, it's not top 10. Best I can do is top 20. You can't forget how basic the combat is. Anyone with half a brain is probably spending the majority of their time with auto battle speed up as they go through dungeons, only stopping to heal because the game is not gonna allow for nearly any experimentation, unless you go out of your way to do it just for the sake of doing it. Thank you for all you established Final Fantasy I so that these next games can make you even better. Number 19. Final Fantasy III. Main lines for the most part stand on their own. They have their own vibes, their own combat systems, art styles. But in this case, I've always felt that Final Fantasy III is kind of just an upgraded version of the first one. Final Fantasy II throws you for a loop with its vastly different growth system and dark-toned story. Then 3 comes back around and basically gives you what you expected from a sequel to Final Fantasy. The classes you chose at the beginning and had to stick with for the whole game, well, now there's a whole variety of those. And you can switch them around and try them all out if you want. Remember how cool it was to discover and fly the airship for the first time? Now you have 4 different airships and you can go inside one with your own little inn in there. That's so fun. The jobs certainly help with the overly simple combat system of the first one. Now at least you can have a variety of different abilities you can use without consuming your precious MP. And your characters can really evolve instead of basically serving the same purpose as they did when you started the game. Jobs in Final Fantasy weren't fully developed in my eyes until later, but this was a great next step. I mentioned it way back before we started the list, if you can remember, but the Pixel Remaster removing the wait time penalties for job switching legitimately improved the ranking of this game, along with the other improved features. Believe it or not, I know I just called this game an upgrade of one, but I had to debate for a while on which game I actually liked more. In many ways it's an upgrade, but I was kinda disappointed with the story. I expected nothing from Final Fantasy I, and I got something that was pretty cool. In 2, the story was the one thing it did quite well without any asterisks. So I expected 3 to continue the trend and give me, I don't know, something? The story of Final Fantasy III is about as dull as I expected the first one to be. Nameless heroes on a quest to save the crystals and restore the balance of light and dark. That is the whole thing. It doesn't get any deeper than that, and the main villain is literally just darkness. The 3D remake that I played retroactively gave these heroes names and some semblance of personality, but it doesn't amount to much. At the end of the debate, though, I had to give it to 3 because it still has Final Fantasy I's sense of adventure with more impressive locales and quirky side plots and almost objectively a better combat system. I mean, really, it's just an improved version of the same thing. But it's the story and the characters that hold it back from being any higher than one place above it, in my opinion. As with Final Fantasy II, it's on my list of required revisiting. I have to check out the Pixel Remaster someday, not only to see the improvements firsthand, but also as a fan of sprite work, to finally get to play this game in the original 2D form. For Western audiences, the Pixel Remaster of 3 is the biggest treat of all of them, as it's the first time in history we got an officially localized version of the original game. I definitely just need to see it that way. And with that, we have the original trilogy covered. Things are certainly heating up now. What could be next? It's number 18. Final Fantasy 12. Here we have probably the least controversial double-digit mainline. It's so relatively ignored compared to discussions surrounding the other games. And I think that's just because people don't care much about Final Fantasy 12. It doesn't spark a lot of debate. There's like nothing there to argue about, at least not anymore. The majority of opinions I see, whether from longtime fans or those who've only played a few, is, yeah, Final Fantasy 12. It's good, I guess, it's not my favorite. Why is that? What makes 12 blend in? I think it's a number of different things. First and foremost, it's atmosphere. The game looks cool. Big cities like Rabanastre still look impressive today in the Zodiac Age remaster. But I think a lot of the areas look a little muddied and generic. I'm trying to think about iconic locales I saw in my playthrough, and I'm not really coming up with much. There's the main city I already mentioned. The Vi Forest place was kind of cool. Yeah. Most of what I remember seeing are these super wide, flat areas that took forever to run across. Part of that leads into the next reason, probably the biggest one, and one that caused the most controversy when it originally came out. Final Fantasy XII is just too MMO coded. From the way combat works, to the way maps are designed, to the actual setting of the world, it just feels like you're playing an MMO. I'm not a big fan of Ivalice. I think I've made that pretty clear. To me, it kind of lacks the magical whimsy that most mainlines have. It's just hard fantasy with a little steampunk. As soon as Final Fantasy went 3D, the worlds got crazy. You couldn't even imagine what the next mainline was gonna look like. But I think you could have imagined 12. The music is great, but by the extremely high Final Fantasy standards, it's not really matching the incredible soundtracks that surround it. The story is pretty good, but just like the environments, I don't remember much of it. And these problems aren't like bad. Nothing about this game is bad. I'd say it's a really good game and I'd recommend it, just not before these other games we have on the list. Like if you were to give somebody one game to represent Final Fantasy, to like show them what this series is like, this is like really low on the list. As far as problems that did bother me, two things. First of all, I joke about it a lot, but Vaughn genuinely sucks. I think he is the worst protagonist, and he brings the story down with his mediocrity. Secondly, it's way too slow for my tastes. When a game comes with 2 times and 4 times speed boost option, that's a bad sign. I mentioned how wide and open the levels are. Traveling in this game is just running across these fields at 4 times speed, colliding with enemies and just killing them automatically and continuing to run. It's not very exciting most of the time. Games that waste your time is one of my biggest pet peeves. Combat should be fun. Traveling should at least be quick. But I played so much of this game at 4 times speed, it's no wonder some of the environments didn't stick with me. And you could say that's my fault, but if it weren't for that feature, I would have been bored out of my mind. It would have been a far worse scenario. I'll tell you right now, this game would have dropped a few places for sure. Again, like an MMO, it just kind of takes forever to get places and do things. Wow though, a lot of dunking on the 18th best Final Fantasy game of all time. Maybe this is controversial after all. Well, if those are my gripes, then what got this game to the top 18? It is one of the more mature stories in Final Fantasy. Politics, trade, tyranny, war. Final Fantasy XII cares a lot more about crafting a believable world with realistic cause and effect. Vaughn exists how he does because you're meant to take the role of someone with no place in this, just going along with the ride. I still don't like him though. I like the other characters a lot more. Bosch is okay, Ash is pretty cool, but everyone knows Balthier and Fran are the best. I love those two. They have such a charming rapport with each other and they tie the group together. Oh, a world where Balthier is the main protagonist. Now, I said the combat was a little too MMO-like, but you can't talk Final Fantasy XII without talking about the Gambit system. The Gambit system is genius. It is one of the coolest systems in the series. You have full control over your party's AI. And the more skills you learn, the deeper you can get with Gambits. The actual real-time combat may not feel the best, but that's because they put all the spice into the pre-game. Studying an enemy and reprogramming your team to respond to each other's moves in a specific way to combo him just as you needed is so satisfying, especially if you can do it without even touching the controller. That does help a little with the auto-battling through the entire game issue that a bunch of these games have, not just 12. And I don't know if I can say this for sure, but 12 might have the most side content. It's bursting with stuff to do. Those maps might be really wide, but there's a lot of stuff to discover, so many caves and such, leading to new areas you will never see if you just focus on the main story. All the side stuff is what's tempting me to replay the game someday. The hunt system became pretty legendary and it was used again in future games. I also heard a lot about super bosses in this one being crazy. It just feels like the main story is only a fraction of what you can see in Final Fantasy XII. And I'd love to see what you're really capable of with high-level gambit combat. It's sandwiched between Final Fantasy X and 13, the most linear, straightforward mainlines of all, so that's one major way it sticks out. Even 15 and 16 feel smaller than 12 at times. So I think it's easy to see why 12 is not everyone's cup of tea. But if the world of Ivalice excites you, if the idea of programming your own AI party members excites you, and if spending like 100 hours exploring every inch of a world excites you, Final Fantasy XII has the potential to be your favorite one. Oh my god, I'm dreading this. Guys, I've put you through a lot now, I know. Thanks for sticking with me. Obviously, we're in mainline territory now, so pretty much every placement is gonna make someone angry, but this one had to be a special case. This one required the hot take alarm, because it is a mainline I see so often in the number 1 spot. Not top 5, I'm talking about one of the best games ever made. It's our last hot take of the day. At least the last one I'm gonna sound the alarm for. Number 17. Final Fantasy 9. Guys, it just didn't hit that hard for me, okay? No matter which angle I looked at it from, it always ended up around here. For my taste, sitting right above 12 is the perfect spot. I subtly set up my critique of 9 in the previous entry. Many of the problems I have with 9 are the same ones I have with 12. I am one of those people who find the game way too slow. The battles in this one put me to sleep a little bit. 7 and 8, mostly 8, started doing some weird new things with the combat, and 9 in every aspect was about returning to form. But I liked the weirdness, I liked the new combat gimmicks, I liked the dramatic changes in setting. I'm so happy they continued doing that after 9. But maybe that's why 9 is still so special to people. It's kind of the last of its kind. Final Fantasy was never this again. Maybe my real hot take is I'm totally fine with what Final Fantasy became. I don't even think 9 does old school Final Fantasy better than any of the SNES games, largely because of how tedious battling is, and I prefer the innovations of the other PS1 games that have more going on in their battles. 9 takes the approach of 4 and 6. You have set characters who basically have predetermined jobs that reflect their personalities. That's fine, there's no job system or materia system or anything, so what is character growth actually like? You get equipment. If you hold equipment long enough, you'll learn its associated skill, and then you start learning the next one. It is basically as simple as leveling up in Pokemon, except there's a middle step of making sure you have the equipment on. You can't choose who holds the equipment because they're already pre-assigned to each character. There's basically no choice in how you build your team at all. I'm okay with simplicity so long as battles have some element of fun, or at least they're quick, and that's where Final Fantasy IX just drops the ball. The combat has as much depth as those early games we just talked about do, but without the easy speed up auto battle stuff. I'm not complaining about challenge, there's not really any challenge, you just have to be actively spamming the A button and watching the slow animations over and over. I hear so much love for the story of this game, but when you get right down to it, that is what you spend most of your time doing. And every other port of these old games, to some extent, correct this slowness issue, but this one not so much. I was waiting for something interesting to happen with the combat the whole time, and it just never happened. But enough about that, let's talk about some other more subjective stuff. The story that everyone loves so much, it's good. I didn't love the characters that much. I know. Vivi is great. I know everyone loves Vivi. Don't worry, I'm not gonna lay a hand on his precious little hat. I would never. Steiner's pretty funny. I liked him a lot too, and his whole arc. Princess Garnet was good. Just didn't stand out that much. She was that I'm much more than a princess type of character that I just feel is a little tired. Kina is a one-note comic relief character. They just like eating things. That got a little old. Aiko is just a child who has a crush on you. That got really old. And Zidane as a protagonist, I just didn't jive with at all. He's kind of a jerk to everybody for most of the story. Better than Bond though. I also feel similarly about the world compared to 12. The areas are definitely way more memorable than 12, and there's no shortage of whimsy, but the storybook aesthetic is, again, just not really my thing. The character design is not really my thing. Man, I'm sorry, but everyone is ugly in this game. Everyone's face is either squashed or stretched out. They got a little bit of that long arms, small head style. Why is Garnet the only normal looking person in the world? Kuja's kind of cool, I just don't really get what he's doing. The final boss has nothing to do with anything. Tetramaster is an awful game I hate to play. The game can't even maintain its frame rate in the overworld. I do think the game has genuine problems that these people claiming 10 out of 10 masterpiece need to acknowledge at least a little bit. But the reason I'm holding it this low, even though 17 is pretty damn good in the grand scheme of things, is simply because a lot of the design choices are just not for me. They're not bad, they're not wrong, they're just not what I'm looking for. Just like how everyone has a favorite Final Fantasy and a least favorite Final Fantasy, I think everyone has one like this, one that they just don't see the same way as everyone else. For me, it's 9, perhaps for you, it's my favorite. That's just how it is. That's what makes these games endlessly interesting to talk about. That being said, if you've been in the REFFOID Discord, you may know that I have my ear to the ground about that remake rumor. We've been talking about 9 remakes since before I made my review. I was honestly hoping it would have been out before I beat all these games, but clearly if it does exist, it's going through some massive internal delays and overhauls. I hope it's real because this might be number 1 on my replay list. I am going to replay Final Fantasy IX, whether it gets remade or not. I just need another crack at it. Perhaps I can mod it on PC to help with some of my issues, but of course, a full-on remake would be amazing. If we ever do get it, you can bet I'll be back, hopefully making a redemption video where I go through how all the modern advancements and improvements made me finally see how great this game really is. But for now, all I can do is wait. This is the opinion I hold. It's still a great game. I'm only leaning negative in my speech because I almost never see criticism for it. Most reviews just talk about how great Vivi is. Yeah, Vivi's great, okay? If you like classic RPGs, you have to play this one, but consider joining the Cope squad as we wait through every gaming presentation in hopes that one day they'll finally tease 9 Remake. It has to happen eventually. Number 16. Final Fantasy X-2. Plus X-2 Last Mission. Let's start with Last Mission. I made a separate review for that game because it's not really DLC add-on content, it's a separate game. But it is only available bundled with X-2 either way. If these games showed up in the final season of REFFOID, they would have been brought up in the same episode. The only reason I was considering ranking Last Mission separately is because I hate that game. It would be all the way at the bottom of this list. It is a disastrous game. It's actually horribly designed. It's like half a roguelike, but there's no roguelike progression. You basically have to climb a huge tower with mystery dungeon gameplay that's somewhat adapted from the mechanics of X-2, but not well. The rules don't always make sense. There's so much randomization that you could just end up falling 10 floors down for no reason. And the requirement for passing certain floors is so unbelievably cryptic sometimes, it's not worth the trial and error to do it without a guide. It's an utterly unforgiving and confusing experience that feels like a minigame they made a half-assed attempt to stretch into a 20-hour game. A 20-hour game. It was torture. If you were ever curious about what Last Mission was, you can watch my very ranty review. It is kind of funny to hear about how awful it was. And that's just about the only redeeming thing that came out of it all. Well, that's not true. I actually thought the story was really good for what it was. There's only about 40 minutes of cutscenes in the whole thing. If you're a fan of X-2, I would check those out. It's nothing crazy, no god killing or anything, just a very relatable story about realizing you could be inseparable from your close friends, but then years down the line you grow up, become different people, and maybe you guys aren't that compatible anymore. It's a great epilogue to 10-2. But yeah, just watch the cutscenes. I couldn't let my anger towards last mission bring down the overall ranking of 10-2. After all, you could just ignore it entirely, most people do. So let's talk about why the weird pop star Powerpuff Girls sequel to Final Fantasy X is better than 9. I thought about marking this one as a hot take since it's historically gotten a lot of hate, but I also think enough time has passed that most people can take it at face value now and recognize what it does right. Some people will never forgive 10-2, and I totally get it. In a series that's constantly changing things up, we have never seen tonal shift this extreme. Final Fantasy X is such an emotional quest, following doomed souls who know they're doomed but don't believe they have another option, so we just follow them as the world falls apart around them. 10-2 is like literally girls playing dress up and going on a silly secret agent adventure. Dirge of Cerberus is a more believable sequel. The actual story has more going on emotionally, but that remains the vibe throughout the whole game. And you know what? It's a fun vibe. There's not another Final Fantasy like it. I can't think of another RPG that's quite like it. When a game just wants to take you for a fun ride, you won't find me complaining. I have a little 3-hour video you might see about how I want more games to be like that. 10-2 has surprises around every corner, so many mini-games, challenges, weird characters, and stories to uncover. It wants you to explore and see the world for yourself. The game's essentially about Yuna taking advantage of her newfound freedom and living her life on her own terms. Looking at it that way, I really respect the huge risk this sequel took. You always get sequels to games or movies you feel didn't need a sequel, and a lot of the time it's the same thing over again with slightly different characters, as if nothing in the first game mattered. But not for this one. This is a sequel where the world got saved. So everyone for most of the story is pretty much happy and enjoying it. Like, what a concept. It didn't take me very long to get through the story, and I did explore a little bit, only to find that I got 56% completion. When I inevitably replay 10-2, I'll be uncovering a lot more. I've heard it's pretty painful to get the true 100% completion ending, but I'm up for the challenge. The side quests I did complete were really fun and unique. I still think about that math cave in the Thunder Plains that's like one giant puzzle box asking you to keep track of everything you encounter, so the answer to the puzzle is different on every playthrough and you can't just follow a guide. That was really cool. Man, we don't get enough asset reusing sequels. I hate that the attitude around them is that it's just a lazy move. I for one think it's really cool to be in a different game, but be able to visit the same areas from the last game, observing how things have evolved. I think people really underestimate how valuable that is for world building and immersion. When I play a direct sequel and like it's completely new different areas, like a whole new world, I'm kind of thinking of like, what about all those other places we went to? Are those just non-existent? Oh, those were just there to be the game and they're not an actual lived-in world, you know? Revisiting old areas is actually cool, at least when it's done right. Not like For the After Years where it's just literally, they took the same map and reused it because they didn't want to make anything new. I didn't even mention the combat or growth systems. The Dress Sphere Grid is a weird amalgamation of a traditional job system and the original 10's Sphere Grid. The dresses themselves are all pretty out of the ordinary from the usual set of jobs you see, which is a lot of fun. We're back to using ATB, which makes battles feel fast and engaging, plus the fact that you can switch dresses mid-battle opens a lot of doors for different strategies. I have very little to complain about 10-2, they swung for the fences on this one. And if you're gonna pick it up right after 10, there's gonna be some intense whiplash. There's an award, most plot whiplash caused, but it's still a really fun game anyway. It's the perfect game to stand at the top of the wonderfully controversial 22. We are now at the last section. The championship, if you will, the final 15. This is about where most ranking videos would start, but then you miss out on all the context that came before it. At this point, you've probably learned a lot about me, about how I think about games, the stuff I appreciate or don't appreciate more than others. I wonder if anyone has pinned my number one by now. In terms of main lines, we've already covered 1, 2, 3, For the after years 10, 2, 11, and 12, you can pretty easily figure out what remains. But what's the difference between the final 15 and the wonderfully controversial 22? Are these games not controversial? No, of course they are. All of them are. The reason I chose to put a cutoff point here is because I'm pretty much all totally positive about the next 15 games, regardless of their controversies. Whatever it is people hate these for, I either don't care about it, or the stuff I love about the game more than makes up for it. One way or another, these games had a deep effect on me. Maybe it was a specific thing, maybe it's just the whole package. I just think these are games every Final Fantasy fan should play. So, without further ado, the top 15 Final Fantasy games of all time. Number 15. Okay, I'm eating my words a little bit because I actually do have a lot of problems with 14. I'll explain. It's an MMO. So, that already comes with so many caveats. You know the game is going to be eating a lot of your time. A lot. And if you don't want to rush through the story, it's going to take a lot of your money via the subscription. It took me 347 hours over the course of a year and a half to get to the end of the Dawn Trail main storyline at the cost of $301. But I should say, I did not take advantage of the legendary free trial that goes up through Stormblood, which by my estimation would have saved me $91. I hate that I always gotta talk money when reviewing MMOs, but I just can't ignore how much they demand of you compared to everything else. That's all you gotta say to anyone recommending an MMO to you. Nah, I don't feel like spending more than I've ever spent on a game and basically having this be a part-time job for the foreseeable future. There's really no way to argue against that point. So, ignoring that, what are my problems with the game itself? Well, like 75% of the main quest is just walking around a map and talking to an NPC, kinda boring. 14 kinda goes against the design philosophy that 11 originally had. It is not at all about communication, it's a lot more about automation. 14 was born into a world that already operated on fan wikis and Googling the answer to any question you had about a game. So it basically accepted its fate and made every single quest on the journey, every step of every quest, give you a map marker to follow to every single destination. It doesn't expect you to ask for help, nor does it expect you to do any research. You barely need a brain to know where to go next. But for other stuff like getting the best gear, what job is right for me, and the millions of other things you can do in this game, you can choose to research or ask around. The amount of 14 players is only growing with each expansion, even all these years later. Major cities are drowning with people. Somebody there is bound to talk to you. But I still think most people approach the multiplayer aspect from within their own communities. They find a guild that's active and then they all play together. You're not often meeting anyone in the overworld just hanging out. Bonds might be made within the dungeons or raids. I've met a few people who ended up on my friends list after struggling through a particular boss, but they weren't very lasting. I don't know, maybe that's a me problem. I never actually joined a guild the entire time, but that's because I was basically a part of my own unofficial guild. And yes, this is the reason Final Fantasy XIV is ranked in the top 15. I've certainly never experienced a party like this before. Some friends of mine decided to join me on my quest. Most of them had already played, but were excited to help me through dungeons and whatnot. As REFFOID went on, people from the Discord came to help too. And it turned into a weekly live stream event where we'd hang out, go through the story, and try to make it to the next big boss or dungeon before the end of the night. Final Fantasy XIV Mondays and my solo story time I took at another point in the week were a big part of my life for that era. Everyone was so helpful and fun to be around. Even when we were going through a slow part of the story, it was still fun just hanging out. If it weren't for REFFOID, if it weren't for this channel, my 14 experience would probably be mostly by myself. Doing main story quests after a while became very therapeutic. The pretty environments and incredible soundtrack did a lot of the heavy lifting in that regard. The plot itself definitely had peaks and valleys throughout the whole thing. Doing dungeons alone would not have been very fun though. I definitely see why people might prefer 11's way of dungeons, just existing naturally in the world and you can just walk to them like any other area. 14 dungeons are set up like any other online game. You go through a matchmaking system into an instanced area that plays like a straightforward level that's all about combat. The way they fill matchmaking requests is by incentivizing players to fill a daily quota of dungeons beaten to get resources. But that means you're playing with people who have done this hundreds of times and just want to get it done again as fast as possible. That definitely ruins the fun of a first-time run. So I tried to make sure I had people with me that I knew if I was ever tackling one of those. Combat can be as dull as spamming one button over and over to kill things, or it can be intensely stressful depending on the fight. I play White Mage, so as the healer, that's a lot of responsibility and pressure on me to not screw up. It's one thing to die on a boss in a normal game, but in an MMO, you don't want to let your party of real people down. That adds so much to the dynamic. It's also cool to focus on one single job instead of juggling a party of 4 or so. How many games let you just play as a healer? That's part of why I chose to be one. I guess you're supposed to have multiple jobs and grind them all so you can choose to fill any role you want, but nah, I like sticking with one. I like being the healer. The ever reliable, dependable healer. Don't get angry, 11 fans. I know the expansions actually have stories, but I also prefer 14's style of having all the stories connect linearly, continuing after one another like a never-ending journey. The execution of that strategy, it's a mixed bag. But this section is already running a little long. In a nutshell, I wish the plots themselves were more relevant to each other than they ended up being. I wish Endwalker felt like the end of a story they were telling since day one, instead of a story they were mostly only telling since Shadowbringers, if we're being real. I digress. It's still a fun journey getting to Shadowbringers, and once you do, you have some unbelievable payoffs between those last 2 expansions. It's all worth it. That's also the point where we really finalize the quote-unquote main cast, basically who the party members would be if this was a normal single-player game. And God, I love that party so much. You spend significantly more time with these guys than you do with the party of any other game, and it really plays to their advantage. I was happy with Dawn Trail too. I see why it became a controversial expansion, but I also think it did exactly what it needed to do for a post-Endwalker 14. I have not seen any of the patches since then, but this game has me hooked. I'm not interested in the grinding, the farming, or most of the limited time events. I did do the one that gave you the regalia though, and it's my favorite thing ever. But no, otherwise I'm classified as a story player among the 14 community. I'll return to Eorzea when the next expansion comes out, and I'll probably keep doing that until they stop. I liken it to looking forward to a new season of a TV show. The 2-year-ish wait is gonna build up a lot of nostalgia and hype. By the time it rolls around, I'm gonna be really excited to jump back in. I miss it a little bit already. Number 14.
Looks like chaos has been waiting for us.
Yeah, and the award for best spin-off goes to the game with the guy who says chaos a lot. Sorry, Tactics. Should have made your game cooler. Stranger of Paradise kicks ass. I don't care what anyone says. All right. Number 13. Final Fantasy. No, I'm serious. I'm not even hot taking this one. It surprised me too. Stranger of Paradise is one of the most satisfying action RPGs I've ever played. When 16 came out, I saw some fans give it flack for the combat not having as much depth as this lower budget spin-off that came out a year earlier, and they got a point. It takes a classic style job system found in Final Fantasy V, Dimensions, Tactics, and translates it to a real-time combat setting with great success. You can merge 2 jobs to take advantage of each of their abilities just like those games, but being able to do it in real time feels like a dream. The flow of discovering new jobs is also paced so well, because the thing about most job systems is you're never going to see a wide variety of them usually. Because eventually, you gotta lock in and keep leveling your favorite ones so they become as powerful as they can be. Another great thing about this job system is there's a good amount of them and you're free to try all of them. They each level up via a skill tree, and a bunch of them are actually locked behind reaching the end of a skill tree with another job. Some of them are treated as direct upgrades anyway. So I really enjoyed leveling all of them up while not missing out on mastering my favorites. Plus, no matter what job you have or how high a level it is, because it's a Dark Souls-y game, I know it's more like Nioh, people get really mad when I say it's like Dark Souls, but because it's that kind of game, the biggest factor to winning is how skilled you are at staying alive and parrying correctly. It is a hard game, but there is an easy mode if that gets you worried. I love how creative they got with the way jobs are adapted to work for real-time combat. It's not just like assassins can use knives and samurais can use samurai swords. They all have fun gimmicks to play around with. Thief doesn't steal money because that wouldn't really mean anything in this game, so they made Thief steal enemy abilities to let you use it against them. I was just floored at how consistently fun the combat was. I was constantly changing it up without worrying about missing out on anything. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Best job system goes to Stranger of Paradise. That's a big award. But enough about combat, there's more to this. The story is stupid, and that's fun. It actually got me with the twist it pulled near the end, but I do wish the characters had more time to cook. I know this isn't a full budget game, but there's only a few cutscenes at the end of each stage, and most of the time it's not spent on getting to know these guys. Instead, adding to the mystery of what is going on in this Final Fantasy I adjacent story. The game knows what it is. Jack remains as funny as he is in that trailer. He's supposed to be arrogant like that. If only his friends were as unforgettable as him. I'm not playing this game for the story, but what's there is kind of fun. Now there is some DLC for this game. I'll make this brief. It's a 10-2 last mission situation again. The DLC for Stranger of Paradise completely destroys the pacing and gameplay loop that is found in the base game. Basically, it adds and forces you to play on an extra hard difficulty that requires you to grind for hours just to get the right loot that allows you to even stand a chance against enemies in the DLC. Then you beat that, and the second DLC adds a harder difficulty that makes the stuff you just grinded for obsolete, forcing you to do it again. Then the last DLC adds another harder difficulty that puts you through the same thing. The game becomes 100% grinding from the start of the DLC onward, and 2 of the 3 DLCs don't even add new areas. It literally just makes everything harder and makes you replay stages from the base game until you can fight the one new boss they added. That's when I remembered I was playing a Koei Tecmo game. But unlike the rest of their games, at least the base one was nothing but fun for the whole time. If you watched my video, you know I spent the first half praising this game like I did here, and the whole second half just ranting about how much the DLC offended me. I still get some fans in the comments telling me I'm wrong, and it's actually fun to grind endlessly just so you can play the game again as you were before. You're not convincing me. In fact, another award to Stranger of Paradise. Worst DLC in the series. Put that on your shelf next to best spin-off. Man, this is a roller coaster. I haven't even told you my favorite part about the game. I already gushed about it in the video a lot, but there's an amazing detail involving the level design and music that I had no idea about going in, which is why I'd urge you to do the same before listening to the rest of this part. You should play this game, just skip ahead if you're gonna. Okay, so each level in the game is based on one of the 15 main lines. But it's not as simple as that. They're designed in the same way a drawing looks when it's done purely by memory. It all still looks good, but something is off. It's not quite right. It's not quite how you remember it. And the music works in tandem by hiding motifs from those games in them ever so subtly under the rest of the song. Or maybe the motif is replicated imperfectly, so you can tell what it was supposed to be, but again, it's not quite right and it's just uncanny. I was kind of blown away at how well this was executed. I don't see anyone else talking about it. I don't know if people don't think it's a big deal, but this was the thing that made me say, wow, this is a special game. This is a special moment I'm experiencing, when it all clicked and I realized what was going on. Jack spends the whole game suffering from his memories being all scrambled up, not knowing which ones are accurate or when they took place. And the designers put the player into his shoes by messing with their real-life memories of games they played in the past through the visuals and sounds of the game they're playing now. Am I overreacting, or is that an outstanding achievement in game design? That's the sort of thing that shows how much more powerful video games can be as a form of storytelling. I just need more people to know about it. So there you go, that's why Stranger of Paradise is joining the top dogs. It gets a big recommendation from me. Just save your money and skip the DLC, it's not worth it. Number 13.
I'll do whatever it takes. I'll finish this focus and keep Sarah safe. That's my promise.
Great job so far.
Final Fantasy XIII's soundtrack and environments are so magical and serene, I can't get enough of them. Though I wish I could actually explore those environments to get more of them. We should start by addressing the elephant in the debate room this game is discussed within. The complaint is Final Fantasy XIII's claustrophobic level design brings the experience down by making it feel like it's constantly dragging on, never changing its pace, and is a completely valid reason to not like this game. It's the worst part about it, for sure. The second worst and second most complained about is the character upgrade trees leaving absolutely no room for customization for at least half the game. It's a 1-2 punch of being forced on rails that understandably made a lot of people upset, though I'll actually defend this part a little. The whining about the upgrading is a little overblown considering there are plenty of Final Fantasy games that are about as bad in this regard, and most of them never expand at any point. When 13 eventually does open its system up to you, compared to those other games, it's actually a lot more interesting. I like that this game took the idea of a job system and made a much tighter, more focused version of it. There are essentially 6 jobs in the game, and you can have 2 on a character at once, shifting between them. It's not about choosing the job that's right for you, it's about utilizing all 6 to the best of their potential. Fights are not just about finding the perfect combo, timing is everything. This was mainline Final Fantasy's transitionary game into full real time. The ATB system is classic, sure, but it can get pretty stale. I loved how 13 changed it. In my opinion, it provides a way more fun flow in battle than the traditional style. ATB fills on a segmented bar, and your various actions cost different amounts of ATB depending on how powerful they are. And you can bank combos so your character executes as soon as they're ready. No more wasting time looking for moves while your bar is filled up. You gain access to more segments by leveling up, as well as new abilities and whatnot. So yes, like the upgrade trees, combat is a slow burn as it drip feeds you its mechanics. Everything about this game is a slow burn, but the battles themselves are not. In case you're wondering why this situation is different than how I feel about 9. The story is slow-paced, but battling was so fun and easy to get into that I never got tired of it. Bosses were where the real challenge lied, and I had plenty of intense close-call victories, the best kind of victories. An underrated part of the combat system that never gets enough credit is how proximity and positioning matters for certain abilities. But you don't have movement control over your party. I've seen some people turn this into another issue, but I found it to be fun. The battlefield doesn't just look more dynamic than ones of the past, it actually is dynamic. You are specifically given projectiles that keep lightning away and melee moves that command her to rush the enemy. You're meant to use these to your advantage at the right time. You can even dodge attacks that way. Final Fantasy XIII's combat at its highest potential is some incredible stuff. Its biggest sin is just how long it takes to get there. The story is great too, but it has the same exact issue as everything else. It takes a little too long for a party to actually all come together, dealing with their own sub-party problems until you're more than halfway in. But I found this world and all the strange sci-fi rules it adheres to be fascinating. The party may be separated, but they're all troubled by the same curse and no one knows what the hell they're supposed to do about it. I love stories like that. This is one of those games that has logs and data entries you can unlock throughout that I almost never bother reading, but I did this time just to learn more and more about everything. I recommend reading Final Fantasy XIII Episode 0 Promise, which I'm looping in with this ranking because it's obviously directly connected. It's a novel that sets up the characters and the world in the days leading up to the start of the game. These days are touched on in-game through a few flashback cutscenes, but getting the full picture before playing adds a lot to the experience. Seriously, it was like I got attached to everyone before I even started playing, so I cared about all the bad stuff that happens at the very beginning to kick off the real story. Each chapter focuses on a set of characters, and a promise, as the name implies, is established at the end of each one. You get to go into the game knowing exactly what their motivations are, and some of these promises are not fulfilled. Promises are a major theme in the game as well, so it's just all tied together really nicely. Why not make your experience playing this big game even bigger by making it a dual media one? There's another short novella called Episode 1, but this is more like a teaser for 13 too. I would not read that unless you're definitely planning on playing that one. Anyway, I love Final Fantasy 13, warts and all, but if I had to pick the next mainline to get a remaster, after 9 of course, it would be this one. They already let you have full control over the ability trees from the start of New Game Plus. so it would be really easy to just give players the option of having that from the get-go. They could tweak a lot of things to speed up the pacing of character building. As for level design, that would require a much bigger overhaul. That would be full-on remake territory. And this game is still so pretty and smooth, I would never say it needed that. The modern port on Steam kinda sucks for various reasons, and I hate that they left it like that, but mods can fix it. I just want there to be an easy and definitive version that officially fixes some problems. Regardless, I will be going back to 13 someday, exploring more side quests on Grand Pulse, and checking out New Game Plus because it was a wonderfully unique RPG experience. I recommend tuning out the haters and trying it yourself. Number 12. Here it is, the game I give the Best First Final Fantasy award. Final Fantasy IV, I think without question, is the one to try first if you want to get into this series but are unsure about it. This is where everything really started. It's like 1 through 3 were prototypes and 4 was where things got real. It's kind of a perfect game. Like, I don't have a list of problems to go over with this one. It does everything it wants to do pretty dang well. So why are there still 11 imperfect games above it? Well, I guess the answer is I just don't have much to say about Final Fantasy IV. Playing this series in release order allows you to see how big a jump was made between 3 and 4, but I've played like 60 more Final Fantasy games since then. 4 was the template that most of those games either followed, improved upon, or twisted into something new. You start to appreciate the bold and risky changes to the formula that newer games bring to the table even with their imperfections. 4 is definitely one of those main lines that's in the discussion for best of all time, but I could never put it there because it's just not interesting enough to me. It's also one of those games that make people say, well, at the time it was a huge deal. At the time it changed everything. At the time we never had a character go through an existential crisis like Cecil. Okay, yeah, but we got a whole lot of that since then, haven't we? And I do think most of those examples showcase the existential crisis much better than 4. The most personality we've seen up to this point was Guy talking to beavers in Final Fantasy II. We have a whole cast of characters in 4 who I love, but not as much as the ones we got later. Characters who have more to do, more to say, characters whose voices I can hear and can express more human emotion than a text box. Even the very next mainline, 5, came with a big upgrade to character animation. But these are all reasons why you should play 4 early, unless you're bold enough to start at the real beginning with 1. It simply makes for such an easygoing, tight, replayable experience. Aside from the first game, it is pretty definitively the shortest mainline. It does not waste your time, it doesn't ever feel slow, and with the Pixel remaster, I'm sure it's even smoother than ever. But for a veteran fan, which I guess I can say I am now, it doesn't offer much to mechanically stick out in battles. There is no character growth whatsoever. Each character has exclusive abilities only they can use, and you don't even get to choose who you bring to battle until the end. What I do like is that means battles are going to be designed around whoever the story assigns to you, so you're forced to work with what you got. It's just that usually means there's one solution to a boss and it's probably very easy to figure out, aside from the pretty general solution of just hitting everything as hard as possible. It is the only one with a 5-person party system, aside from Dimensions. That is fun, I do like that, and it's got one of the biggest casts for that reason. It does everything well. Each of the games above might do certain things worse, but they do other things so much better in my opinion, and that's what gives them the upper hand. Final Fantasy IV is a fantastic game, everyone should play it. I don't know what else to say. It's getting harder for me to articulate why the games belong where they do, but I'ma keep trying. Give me another problematic game, please. Number 11.
What else do we know? Well, then we can't be sure until we see it with our own eyes.
And that means we go back to Insomnia.
Might not be safe for us there.
Might not be safe for us here.
Turn back.
So, shall we start with the bad stuff? Another major pacing issue here. Much of this game is kinda driving around and chillin', killing a few RoboCops as you get from point A to point B in a big open world setting. When the story really kicks off, it becomes totally linear and you're on a fast track to the end before you can even say, wait a minute, that was the whole story? The pacing is hurt even further by the multimedia story approach that requires viewing a feature film, an anime, and a short story before playing, and then afterward playing DLC that was made to fill in obvious plot holes placed there seemingly for the sole purpose of making DLC, and then reading a 400-page novel that covers the story of the rest of the cancelled DLC. The best, most accurate, most popular word used to describe Final Fantasy XV is mess. Just search Final Fantasy XV mess on YouTube, and you'll find multiple videos all about how much of a mess it is. But bless this mess. I thought people were going to be mad at me for having 13 as high as it is, but 15 is still fresh enough in people's heads that this is probably really going to hurt. I put it above Final Fantasy IV. Oh my god. What was Tactics? 37? Well, let me ask you this if you're a 15 hater. Did you play it on day one? And have you been hating it ever since without ever going back? Just so you know, next year, 2026, is gonna be the 10-year anniversary of you constantly whining about the same video game. But I'm not here to entertain those people. Maybe you have played Modern 15 and all its DLC, and you still hate it. That's okay, that's valid. But I more and more am seeing people come out as fans. Let me tell you why. Final Fantasy XV stands out among all the rest for so many reasons. I love the half modern, half fantasy aesthetic. I love that they went for an all-male party to drive home the theme of brotherhood. I love how the characters talk so realistically. I love Yoko Shimomura, and controversially, I love the multimedia approach. You can't deny that this game shot for the moon. Maybe it missed a little bit, but it sure was a roller coaster along the way. A moment ago, I was raving about how the one novel that was attached to Final Fantasy XIII genuinely added a lot to my enjoyment of that game. 15 does this like 5 times over. That book was optional, but most of the 15 extra stuff should not be. The biggest problem with 15's multimedia approach is that most of those other releases attempt to stand on their own. The actual game has no mention of that other stuff, not even Kingsglaive. Kingsglaive should not be something I still have to find via an on-demand service and pay $5 to rent. That should just be in the game. So should the anime, so should the prologue parting ways thing, and screw it, throw in a King's Tale. Why not? Like literally, why not? I know film distribution rights are a whole thing. But my point is, you guys should have made moves to ensure you could pair it with the game at some point, even if it meant you couldn't release it in theaters or something. It is important enough to make that sacrifice. I'm imagining a world where the Final Fantasy XV main menu screen looks like one of those Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5 collections, and they list you everything in the right order so you can enjoy everything like it's meant to be enjoyed. We should not have to consult a fan-made guide telling us where everything is and what the best order to see them all is. But all that said, it's not rocket science. Anyone can still do it as long as they're aware that all that stuff exists in the first place. And seeing all that stuff in that order as I did made the Final Fantasy XV experience truly one of a kind. The things I ranked separately were found fairly low on this list, but that's because none of them are as interesting as the sum of their parts, and they all come together through the game. I already talked about how the anime in particular made me fall in love with the crew, if you remember all that time ago. Prologue Parting Ways is a super short story that isn't too special, but it's meant to be read like right before you play, so it's worth reading it for building up that last bit of hype. The base game itself is pretty short compared to other double-digit mainlines, but it does have a lot to explore with the open world and all. I will give a fair critique to the combat system. It is one of my least favorites. I just kind of spammed attack for most of the time, never really figured out what I was supposed to be doing because it didn't really matter when you could just revive pretty much as often as you wanted thanks to the emergency Phoenix Down thing. It was fun playing as the other party members every once in a while, and I know this was patched in later, but I wish it was better implemented and you could switch mid-battle. Each one of the boys has a different moveset from their respective DLC episodes, so it added some variety. Oh, and these boys. I love these boys. The camaraderie they have and the way their bonds get tested throughout this journey was probably some of the most realistically depicted human-to-human relationships in all of Final Fantasy. It's perhaps the game's biggest strength. And those emotional peaks are enhanced 1,000-fold, with Yoko allergic to making a bad track Shimamura putting her godly talents to work. The DLC episodes push this even further by highlighting the great sacrifices they made to help their friend to his destiny. Sure, they take place kind of awkwardly within the main story, but being separated makes more sense when you play them. Episode Arden is a much deeper experience, and the only one you still have to pay for anymore. It's like $2.50 on sale, don't complain. It's well worth it to be able to play as him and cause so much destruction. Arden is one of my favorite villains in the series. He's such a conniving bastard. Don't forget to watch the separate anime OVA prequel they made specifically for the DLC. The whole package there made me appreciate him way more. Oh, and there's the multiplayer mode, Comrades, too. It actually holds some story significance and is pretty fun, though grindy, especially because 0 people are still online playing it. I definitely recommend at least checking it out. There's just so much to Final Fantasy 15, and that's one thing I need to emphasize. People say the game is a product of a cynical company trying to cash in and rush a game out because it has story DLC and cup noodles cameos or whatever. But the team that made this game and kept making it for years after its release by listening directly to fans and putting in all kinds of extra stuff for free, they deserve so much more credit for that. And they were cut short. Oh, it's such a travesty we missed out on those other DLC episodes. Like, they gave us a taste of the increased scale and scope with episode Arden, and then no more. The stories of the cancelled DLCs sounded so great that it made me sad to read them. We were robbed of a Luna and Aranea girls road trip, as well as an epic alternate ending to the whole story. Though I still prefer the ending we got, this is an absolute must-read if you enjoy 15 as much as I do. I will award it, in fact, with Best Novel in the series, Dawn of the Future. Since it is the last thing you're meant to experience on the wild multimedia ride, I was surprised how well it capped the whole thing off. So yeah, if you think this game has too many problems to be this high, that's fine, but I chose to highlight all of the good that it does. I didn't love every part of Final Fantasy 15, but the more time I spend away from it, the more I miss it. Someday I will return, but in truth, if I would choose just one game to get a full mainline sequel, this would be the one. Number 10.
So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said I.
I honestly believe this game is only controversial because it's the newest one, and everyone's gotta pick it apart as they do with every Final Fantasy. 13 and 15 have real game design problems that have the potential to ruin your experience. 16 has nothing nearly as wrong with it. And I'd go as far to say most problems people have with Final Fantasy 16 are not about what it fails to accomplish, but about how it's not the game they wish it was. And that's not really fair criticism. Many people take issue with how Final Fantasy has genre shifted into a full-on action RPG series. And 16 is often pinned as the scapegoat for a discussion that's much bigger than one game. Taking Final Fantasy 16 at face value, it's a fun, big, epic story that can be enjoyed by all. The scale of this game's plot is bigger and more ambitious than any of the others. There's so much more dialogue and lore to see. You get to witness every major canon event from Clive's life firsthand. You're with him the whole time. I think I gotta give the Best Writing and Voice Acting award to this one. We all love Ben Starr. I mean, I have some personal issues with him, but we have to give credit to the rest of the cast too, who all deliver fantastic performances with each other. We've been getting new Cids for over 30 years, and the fact that the newest one is in the running for best of all time is a testament to how great the characters are in 16. This is a very lived-in world. It feels like you can write books about it, and it kind of did in the Hideaway's extensive library and active time lore system. Oh, that's another thing I love about this game. It's the only one with a hub area you can call home. It's filled with a bunch of different characters that start out as the usual basic NPCs you don't think much about, but by the end they're part of the family. They all have their own little arcs you can be a part of if you take time to talk to them, or help with their side quests. That's one criticism I definitely don't understand. People say the side quests are boring. I loved them. I thought they were better than the average Final Fantasy side quests because almost all of them involve people who matter to you in one way or another, not just random guys who want you to fetch a thing over there. It's another big part of the game that makes the journey feel so alive. I feel similarly about 16 as I do with Final Fantasy IV. There's very little to complain about that's significant, and that's why I feel like it'll stand the test of time quite well. Wait for 17 to come out. We'll be seeing videos like, was Final Fantasy 16 a misunderstood masterpiece? Or some crap like that. Now there are some things I don't like, or really just don't prefer about 16. Just like 4. It's definitely a single person game. It's a hard pill to swallow. It's not even like 15 where the boys at least stick with you the whole time. You're mostly alone. Well, except you do have Torgal, the best boy. The lack of a party removes so much potential strategy to the battles, though obviously the game is designed around being a one-man army, and that's simultaneously what makes it so fun. Oh, the power you have at your disposal is so massive. Some of the moves in this game I will never get tired of witnessing. The giant Bahamut laser beam, the triple combo Titan punch, the fully charged Zentetsuken that just wipes the entire screen away. God, that's so satisfying. It has its problems though. Again, like 4, it feels a little too simplified. This one does have actual character growth, but it doesn't go much farther beyond the surface level. The fun comes with mixing and matching your summon abilities to synergize best with your build to make that number go up as high as it can. As fun as these abilities are, the game doesn't demand very much of you, and there aren't many mechanics to make fights feel that different from each other. So that means whatever combination of moves you like best can be used for pretty much every single fight in the game. And there's rarely any reason to change, so it definitely gets old after a while. But when fights are truly challenging, like the S-rank hunts, that stops mattering when I'm breaking a sweat trying to dodge everything perfectly and time my combos right to take down a colossal enemy. The open world is hardly open, and outside of those hunts there's barely anything to do, but at least it's beautiful to look at. Still, between the epic super bosses and entertaining side quests, I just fell into 100% completing the game. I thoroughly enjoyed it all the way through. The 2 DLCs get a big recommendation as well. One of them is a giant dungeon with crazy fights and a final boss that's probably the craziest fight in the whole game. Also, you get rewarded with some game-changing items that scream for you to try New Game Plus with them. The other is a whole chunk of new story and a whole new area with new summon abilities. Like they just give you a handful more of everything you got in the base game. A real deal expansion. The best kind of DLC in my opinion. Final Fantasy 16 is a great and complete package. If the biggest sin your game commits is having combat that focuses more on being simple and satisfying, or maybe lifting a few too many game design choices from Final Fantasy XIV, then you're in a pretty darn good spot with me. Number 9. An underdog game sandwiched between 2 recognized all-time greats, with the most incomprehensible story in the whole series. I love Final Fantasy VIII. If you want a crazy, weird adventure, this is the one for you. In a lot of ways, 8 improves on what was established in 7. Characters look like humans now. CGI cutscenes were more extravagant, and you could even control your character through pre-rendered sequences, creating a really cool visual effect you don't get to see in modern games. It also brought the series' first side game in the iconic Triple Triad. Such a brilliant idea I hoped would have started a tradition for mainlines if it weren't for 9's horrendous follow-up. I've called a few Final Fantasies dreamlike, but what's unique about Final Fantasy VIII is that it's kind of a nightmare. The whole thing was so eerie to me, and part of it for sure has to do with that flat PS1 lighting and style. There's a lot more whimsy in each of the mainline's siblings on the same system, and I love whimsy, but I also love how this one goes in the opposite direction for a change. The main villain is literally a spooky witch living in a haunted castle. How fun is that? And the confusion of the story adds to its unsettling nature. You go to bed, you wake up with a different party. They won't be explaining this to you, you just gotta go with it. And it's not like the whole thing is drab. There are plenty of cute, lighthearted, fun moments too. I guess it's more like the space between dream and nightmare. Fever dream is a more accurate depiction. That's often used as an insult, but I don't think it is. You have no idea what the next area is going to look like on your journey. You have no idea which characters you can trust. You don't know what kind of messed up, gross monster you're going to have to kill next. When do you get the airship in this one? You don't. Your main mode of transportation is the school. The entire school just flies at some point and you drive it. And at the core of this fever dream story about hunting a witch or something is a sweet high school romance story between Squall and Rinoa. It might be their most romantic of the bunch, though there is some competition there, of course. I'll never forget the scene where your whole party gets annoyed that you haven't gotten together yet, so they set up a whole concert just for the two of you. Or my favorite scene with Squall and Rinoa spinning around in the void of space right before the game temporarily turns into a cat and mouse horror chase, where aliens jump scare you as you try and escape a spaceship. I honestly don't even remember how you ended up in that position, but I remember how fun it was, and that's what's important. That's kind of the biggest reason I need to replay 8. I just gotta go through that plot once more to see if I can understand it this time. But I've been avoiding the controversial part. Well, the story does upset people too, but mostly they hate this game because of the draw system. Using magic and certain abilities requires drawing them out of enemies. By spending a turn doing that, you'll earn basically consumable items that act as your moves. This is a tricky thing to get used to, but I thought it was kind of cool. There's no more MP bar, so if you can stock up on these draws, you can pretty much spam whatever you want. And I never found that I needed to farm as much as the whiners say you do in this game. Plus in the remaster, you can toggle 3 times speed, so if you ever wanted to grind, it's pretty quick and easy. Character growth is tied to this system as well, but also the various summons you encounter along the way. You can bind them to each of your characters to get access to more permanent abilities, and you can enhance those abilities with your draws. It becomes a little Persona-esque. You're leveling up your summon, not you. And you're enhancing their moves and boosting their stats so you can apply their whole setup to any party member you choose. Like I said, it's a little tricky, but a lot more intuitive than it sounds. You feed moves to your summons so they can benefit from the attributes of that attack. Want to enhance their lightning potency? Feed them some lightning. Want to increase their speed stat? Feed them some haste. It's weird, but it makes sense. The strangest battle system is befitting of the strangest mainline Final Fantasy game. This is a world I want to see more of. It's my second choice for a mainline sequel request, but I doubt that'll ever happen. For now, I someday plan on returning to see all the weird side quests I've heard so much about. Number 8. I called Final Fantasy IV a perfect game. I wouldn't say the same for Final Fantasy VI, but it's a better game, if you catch my drift. It runs on much of the same philosophy as 4. You have a party of characters who fit a specific role that you cannot change, and you can only work with the characters that the story allows you to have at the time until the game opens up a bit more. I found the characters themselves to have a bit more depth than those in 4, like their arcs and personalities can't be summed up as easily The story was more interesting, bringing you to much stranger locales. The music was even better. It was more cinematic, even going for 3D shots. Those moments are still exciting to this day. Everyone talks about the opera scene, and for good reason. This is the kind of thing that was missing from 4 and 5, this choreographed sequence where the whole cast is working to pull off a scheme, and the player is tasked with playing along in a way that for once doesn't involve fighting. That's the type of thing that really elevates an RPG, that power that only video game storytelling can deliver. And it's not the only moment of its kind. The game is full of hard-hitting moments that you wouldn't expect to see in Final Fantasy, at least up to that point. What happens at Kefka's new continent and the aftermath of it all? It's difficult for me to come up with new praises for Final Fantasy VI because it's been done so much. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here. If you haven't played Final Fantasy VI, you just have to do it. As I was playing through each game in order, of course I was noticing all the little differences and improvements in each one, but Final Fantasy VI from the first second sends such a powerful message to you. Those dark clouds and that fiery logo, the music swelling, the buildup of the Magitex trudging through the snow. In an instant it says, "This series just got real." And from that point on, these games have always made an effort to push the boundaries farther and farther. It is the 2D Final Fantasy and one of the most popular choices for number 1. But it's number 8 for me. What doesn't hit about Final Fantasy VI? Well, as much as it improves over my problems with 4, the battle system still feels pretty trivial at times. The characters all have much more unique abilities, but most fights are still pretty basic. You do have an actual growth system now, but I didn't engage with it much. It's like a more simplified version of 8's summon junctioning system. You give Magicite to each character and can learn abilities through them. This will affect how your stats grow and grants you the ability to summon an Esper. Summoning Espers was such a slow and often underwhelming attack that I went almost the entire game without using them. And thanks to this Magicite swapping system, along with the relics and other pieces of equipment that synergize, I remember my biggest complaint about Final Fantasy VI was how swap heavy it was. I felt like I spent so much time in menus changing things around to make my setup right. And then you hit the final dungeon of the game where the party splits into 3 different groups and it jumps back and forth, constantly forcing you to re-swap everything between the 3 parties. Oh god. Also, that moment after the new continent where the entire world changes, the game changes too. It becomes an open world hunt down for all the party members to get the team back together. One by one, you have to seek them out so you can be prepared for that final dungeon. But this whole time, the story comes to a full stop. That's basically the end. All you have to do now is fight the final boss, but there's hours and hours left in the game as you search for everyone. Nothing significant happens during that time aside from learning what they were up to during the time skip. Sometimes that's interesting, sometimes that's not. So it kinda kills the pacing. Also, the 3D airship moving sure is cool, but it can be such a pain in the butt to navigate. After such a legendary moment, the air gets sucked out a little bit. The pacing in general throughout the game is mixed in my opinion. Final Fantasy VI is a game whose peaks are so dramatically high that most people ignore the valleys. The valleys are there. 10 out of 10 gets thrown around way too much. It's one of those games where if you take off the rose-tinted nostalgia goggles, you'll start to see its flaws. But those peaks are still peak, and they make the game a must-play. The final boss? Oh man. I'll throw it that award. Best final boss goes to Final Fantasy VI. At the end of my review, I had this pitch to remake it in the style of Final Fantasy VII Remake, where the first game would end at the new continent and the second game would be the big open world part with Kefka's Tower in the center of the map, kind of like Breath of the Wild. I'm still holding on to that dream, or really for any extra attention to 6. I'll settle for the pixel remaster that at least improves on some of my problems. Number 7. This is probably a hot take, but whatever, we're so high up already. You're rarely gonna find Final Fantasy V standing above 4 and 6, but this one really connected with me. The characters are certainly not as strong as either of those games. It doesn't peak the way 6 does, but it sure is consistently fun. The pacing of Final Fantasy V is perfect. I don't remember any slogs or aggravating story moments. And on the topic of swapping, that ain't happening. You have to admit, some of these games have too many party members. Sure, the most important ones have great personalities and arcs, but for every Celeste, there's a Gao. For every Kain, there's an Edge. For every Vivi, there's an Amaranth. Like, they're cool, but I'm forgetting about them when I'm done with the game. Maybe during. Final Fantasy V is the only mainline with 4 party members that you use for the entire game and you never have to swap. Never. Except 15, I guess, but hey, I love that about 15 as well. 5 is the only one with a battle system that actually lets the player control all 4 of the characters for the entire game. And the thing about the story, it's not as big and dramatic as the others, but it only ever gets brought up in comparison to those, which is just kind of unfair. There's nothing wrong with the story. It's just trying to be a more lighthearted, fun time with a few sad moments trickled throughout. The vibes are still great if you ask me. Characters are more cartoony and wacky. We're not talking about depression or existential dread here, but that's okay. Kefka is a clown who surprises you by being more sinister and capable than you could ever expect. X-Death is a dark, scary-looking knight who acts much more like a clown. And speaking of clowns, this game gave us Gilgamesh, my absolute favorite traditional running gag, whatever you want to call it, of a character. I was always happy to see him whenever he tried to show up to thwart us, and when I saw him again all the way in Final Fantasy VIII, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know this was a traditional thing at the time, and from that point on, he would just randomly show up in other games, and I was just happy every time. He always catches me off guard, but I'm always overwhelmed with joy, like being reunited with an old friend. But the biggest reason I love Final Fantasy V is the job system. Built off of what 2 and 3 attempted, the Final Fantasy V job system, once again, is perfect. It would go on to be modified in a number of different games, most of them failing to handle it nearly as well. Stranger of Paradise was not one of those. And I should reiterate, I have never been a huge RPG guy. Before starting this show, I could probably count the number of serious RPGs I played on one hand. Leading up to Final Fantasy V, I had played 9 games in the series. That's 4 mainlines, the Legend Trilogy, Adventure, and Mystic Quest. At that point I was thinking, yeah, this is about what I expected. They're fun, I guess. But 5 showed me how immensely satisfying a well-designed character growth system can be. This game was when RPGs clicked for me. The way I built a character up over the whole game and was rewarded with the ability to merge jobs with each other that synergize well, and then doubly synergize with my other characters to create a powerhouse engine that felt unstoppable, it single-handedly changed my perspective on the genre. And in the following games I played, I was always chasing this feeling in the gameplay. I used to think, sure, RPGs tend to have better stories over action, platforming, or shooters, but the gameplay is boring, or too complicated, or it's too slow. I might still agree with my past self on a handful of battle systems we discussed, but when an RPG has engaging battle and growth mechanics that you know you'd love tinkering with, even if there wasn't an epic story to go with it, that to me is more valuable than said epic story alone. That is why I think 5 is better than 6. If you watch REFFOID, you can see my perspective change. That's around when I started to say I'm more of a gameplay guy rather than a story guy. It doesn't mean I don't appreciate a good story, but when you're playing a game, the gameplay is the most important part. Sometimes a story might be good enough to bring a game's rank higher, even if the gameplay didn't jive with me as much, but it's a rarer case than the other way around. I know for sure I want to replay most of these main lines, but there's always a part I remember and dread a little bit. Like, oh, I gotta go through that part again. Most games have that one part, not Final Fantasy V. I'm only looking forward to replaying that one and attempting a run where I try to work with all the jobs I didn't get to last time. If someone ever tells you to skip 5 because it's unnecessary, do me a favor and tell them to shut up. Number 6.
Hey, Lightning. We'll be able to be together again, right? When all this is over?
One thing at a time, Sarah.
Ain't this interesting? So, I'm a bit of a 13 apologist, you see. It wasn't too long ago when that game came at number 13, and I had to make it clear how I understood all the problems it had. It's too claustrophobic, the party takes too long to meet up, the growth system takes too long to open up. But gosh, I loved everything else so much, even more than many of the games I'm ranking above it. If only they could take 13 and fix those problems somehow. Oh, they did. It's 13 too. Ranking a mainline sequel this high is surely gonna turn some heads. Few as they are, mainline sequels get a lot more hate than the average spin-off. I suppose it's because they mess too much with where the story of a beloved classic ended, but there aren't a lot of people who consider Final Fantasy XIII a beloved classic. That game does end on a pretty darn definitive happy note though. 13.2's plot catalyst is contrived to say the least. But that kind of thing really doesn't bother me if it means the rest of the plot we're getting is worthwhile. I found 13.2's story to be extremely entertaining, even more than its predecessor. Not only does it fix 13's problems, most of the stuff that game did well is done even better here. 13's masterful score is somehow outdone. In fact, I'm gonna say it, best soundtrack. You think I'm kidding? Best soundtrack in the series, 13.2. Go listen to it. 13's dreamy sci-fi world can now be explored much deeper, and its combat has some new surprises. But let's talk about what was fixed. The game feels like it was designed specifically around people's feedback. There are actual towns, there are actual NPCs, you can talk to them. There are dialogue options, there are actual side quests. The game is divided into a bunch of different areas and they're all a lot more open with things to interact with. It's everything you guys asked for, but I feel it doesn't get taken seriously because it's a lower budget and a smaller scale. That's lame. I happen to love when RPGs go for a smaller scale. It's usually a more intimate story that lets you get to know the characters more closely. I just talked about getting to know the relatively smaller crew from 5 and 15. Well, you're a party of 2 in this game. Noel is a brand new character, so I wasn't so sure about him. Sarah was basically new, as she was hardly in the last game, and they don't exactly know each other or like each other either in the beginning. But they learn and grow and naturally form a bond together just as you start to like them. I also really appreciate that they didn't make it romantic between them. After all, they're both after their respective lost loves. It's a time travel story, so it's gonna get weird and convoluted, which I also happen to love. I don't need to get into the details of it, but the plot has little to do with what happened in the last game. It stands on its own as a fun and surprisingly emotional sci-fi adventure. There is an actual main villain this time, Caius, and he is absolutely the most underrated villain in the series. For a game as wild as this one, I understood exactly what he was doing and why by the end, and I really sympathized with him. His theme goes incredibly hard too, as does every theme in this game. Again, best soundtrack. I didn't know what to expect for a sequel to 13, especially not after seeing what 10.2 brought us. It ended up completely blowing me away on nearly everything. Nearly. This game might have actually ranked higher if it weren't for the combat actually, in my opinion, being a bit of a downgrade from 13. It's the same system with some tweaks. That system was designed around 3 party members, not 2. So they put monster collecting in the game, and your third party slot is for your monsters. I didn't feel like this new system meshed very well with the combat. It added a grindy element I didn't really want to engage with, but I had to, or my third party member would be ill-equipped. The character growth tree was messed with as well. It's poorly explained, and there actually is an objectively best way to level up, which means you're basically nerfing yourself if you don't know what you're doing, which you won't be at first. You're working with the same 6 roles as last time, but the game favors Commando and Ravager much more than the others. It's incredibly unbalanced compared to 13. I feel like the stuff I loved most about it fell apart. Pretty hypocritical to rank this game directly above the one that made me say gameplay matters most, I know, but I can't stress enough. Everything else in this game is a 10 out of 10 for me. Final Fantasy XIII 2 was the upset of a century, and my issues with the combat are not strong enough to change how much I love everything else. Nothing about it even frustrated me that much, like not to the level of Tactics or Final Fantasy II. It was just overall like, oh man, why'd you change that? The DLC is fun. There's a coliseum in which my boy Gilgamesh takes part in. There's a casino level where you play as Saz, gambling to make enough money to see his son again. Sure, why not? It's an original card game that I felt was very addicting. And there's also a DLC taking place after the game where Lightning has to 1v1 Caius using the God mode versions of each of the roles. But he's godlike too, so you have to keep fighting him over and over to keep improving your abilities until you can beat him. It was repetitive but super fun. I liked that combat more than the main games. I think when I inevitably replay it and give the combat another shot, maybe it'll stick with me a bit better. Also featured in this ranking are both of 13.2's tie-in novels, Fragments Before and Fragments After. Fragments Before gets my recommendation for the same reasons Episode 0 Promise did. Again, 13.2 doesn't explain much about how the heck we got here after 13's ending. The book is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And if you want to enjoy the story instead of whining about how it's cringe or whatever, consider reading Fragments Before. If you're already invested in this world and are curious about 13.2, it's an easy and entertaining read. A highlight was learning about Noel and his story. They give you just enough information to get you excited about what he's going to do in the game without giving too much away. Fragments After is obviously meant to be read after, so I guess it's not as important. But if you are a fan of the game, then definitely check it out. It hides a good amount of lore about what characters are doing after the big cliffhanger, but also some more backstory that would have spoiled stuff if it was in Fragments Before. When I originally reviewed 13.2, I said it wasn't as good as 13. Now that I've had more time apart from each of them, I'm so much more excited to try 13.2 again. Even if the gameplay of 13 is slightly better, I'm just thinking about how terribly paced that one is, and I want to give 13.2's systems another shot. Maybe the second time around will be different and I'll be able to see what I was missing. I am once again calling for a remaster. Number 5. Here it is. It might not be quite my absolute favorite of all time, but there's no denying that Final Fantasy VII is the video game of all time. I find discussion around Final Fantasy VII to be pretty boring, unfortunately. Like, there is nothing left you can possibly say about this game anymore. It obviously was the one I knew most about before starting the show. You can't really exist in the gaming community without hearing at least one person gush about how it changed their life. It's an impossible task to live up to the expectations set when you play Final Fantasy VII for the first time in your 20s, but it is pretty dang good. If 6 started the series' focus on cinematic set pieces, 7 was the game that truly drove that home and solidified it to the core of the series' identity. Everything changed with 7. A lot of people tell me I should try Dragon Quest next, but that series has always looked stagnant to me. I do want to try it, but I just don't expect any of those game stories to connect with me as much as the Final Fantasy ones that came out starting on the PS1. Dragon Quest looks like what would happen if Final Fantasy never changed beyond its 2D style. Now, I love some of those 2D games, but they all look the exact same, except for some parts of 6. Final Fantasy VII is so important to me because they took such a drastic turn from what had been established, and everybody loved it. So the philosophy going forward was always about taking risks and changing things up. And that, as I said a bunch of times already, is the best part about this series. And it's also the reason this franchise gets so much criticism. Yes, Final Fantasy VII does have its haters, those who say it all started going downhill from there. If you've been whining about these games since 1997, consider reevaluating your perspective on things. I can't help but feel anyone who really hates this game is doing it at least a little bit for the sake of contrarianism, just to compensate for the endless outpouring of love and attention it gets over the other mainlines. I mean, it's the only one that can rightfully call itself its own franchise. And all that spawned from one unforgettable, perfectly paced adventure. The highs of Final Fantasy VI might be slightly higher. Not all of them, but some of them. But 7 has none of that drag. It just goes and goes. Both games have a huge, devastating climax, but 7's has real gameplay repercussions. The characters have more emotional depth and relatable struggles. The world is more alive and interesting. I don't know if there is a better villain than Sephiroth, or a more lovable party in history. Tifa and Aerith are such great, lovable characters. There's an entire mobile game that practically hinges off nerds buying cute outfits for them. Though, when I refer to the party, I'm always talking about the big four: Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, and Barret. They're the ones that go through the most, and I feel so attached to them by the end. Cid's great too, he's just not quite on that level for me. And I have to say, the rest of the party is not that great. Red 13 has a little arc within Cosmo Canyon, and it kind of feels finished after that. Kate Sith is just annoying to be around the whole time. Yuffie and Vincent are both optional, so their stories never really overlap with the main one. Remember when I was talking about how these guys were barely in Advent Children? God, that felt like days ago. Well, if you only look at this game and none of the other compilation entries, it's a lot less surprising. The spotlight is always being taken up by those main four. Actually, even Barret gets the shaft most of the time. That's why Dirge of Cerberus was so fun, because it flipped the script in that regard. And this issue also kind of bleeds into the gameplay. In most of these games, I get to have some time with everyone, but I practically never used some of that B team. What keeps Final Fantasy VII from perfection for me is its gameplay. It's not bad. It's an improvement over 6. It just doesn't reach the heights of many others. The materia system is cool. It's like they took a job system and split it down into separate parts, allowing for even more customization. And you can exchange any and all of them however you please without progress being locked to any one character. Convenient, but that means these characters, with all the personality they have, lack any sort of identity in battle. There is no character growth system in Final Fantasy VII, it's just all in these orbs. Aerith isn't a healer. I mean, she might have the best base stats for it, but she can't do anything without the materia. You can just give it to Barret all the same. The party was shrunk down to 3 in battle, which became the new norm, and armor was reduced to just 2 accessory slots. After how much I appreciate what Final Fantasy V did for the gameplay side of things, 7 felt like it was taking a huge step backwards. There just wasn't really anything to think about outside of materia. The characters didn't have enough specialties to them for fights to be built around. If I ever lost, I just had to swap some materia around and I was good. And like with 8 or 9, there are too many slow animations for my tastes. Limit breaks are cool, but the majority of them just do a burst of damage. It's like, it's good enough, I guess. It's not as simple as the pre-FF5 days, but I was looking for more at this point. That's where I can actually see where haters are coming from. It's clear that the scales are tipping towards cinematics and storytelling in this one over more complex gameplay systems. But I wouldn't say it started a downward trend. Plenty of games had great battle systems after this. But looking at what modern Final Fantasy has become with 15 and 16, games that are even less complex and more cinematic, part of me is seeing that influence. And I think I could safely award this game with Best Story. It's an all-timer for a reason, and a game everyone needs to seek out and play for themselves. There are just a few games that I like the slightest bit more. Number 4.
And now what? You're gonna fight me?
Yeah, that's right. That prophecy, it has to be true.
Has to be true? You mean I have to die? And you're the one who's gonna make it happen? Bring it on, Noel. I've been fighting destiny for a long time now, and I'm getting good at it.
For my next trick, I will be attempting to justify why the third Lightning game is better than Final Fantasy VII. And the rest of the games on this list for that matter. It's kind of funny, at the end of my Lightning Returns review, I ranked the trilogy against each other via points I made up, where they scored in each category. 13-2 won for music, 13 won for presentation, and Lightning Returns won for gameplay. In the end, they all scored within 1 point of each other, but in reverse order I have them on this list. I had 13 on top and Lightning Returns on the bottom. It goes to show that review scores and points often mean nothing. You already know that gameplay is more important than the other categories for me, but Lightning Returns' story is still great because it's so ingrained in everything you do. What I mean is, most RPGs have you watching a story play out and then fighting things when conflict is introduced. That's fine, but what I really love is when the gameplay truly reflects the story. Lightning Returns is a race against the clock, Majora's Mask style, except the cycle never repeats. You can find ways to buy more time, but if you run out, that's it. You lose. The entire game is over. After the events of the last game, Lightning's on a quest to save the remaining souls stuck in a purgatory of sorts before literally God hits the reset button on humanity. Most of these games involve you killing God by the end, but a lot of the time you just fall into it, or you watch a character get more and more corrupted until he becomes God. This one starts with the stakes higher than they ever could possibly be. It gets that benefit from being a sequel, and the way it uses that sequel status to its full potential makes it such a fantastic sequel. The whole game takes place on the last 4 pieces of the planet still left standing. You get to see the entirety of what's left of the human race over the story. It's very small and very grim. This game exudes dread and hopelessness. The soundtrack is not as amazing as 13-2, but it intentionally goes for more dark and atmospheric tracks to emphasize the mood, which it excels at. As you can imagine, it's quite a lonely game, almost as much as Final Fantasy XI. But I have no problems with it because it works so well for the game's theme and story. It's not like 16, where you have a bunch of characters around you who feel like they should be party members, but you just never get control of them. The combat is not as flashy as 16, but it's much more complex and clever. A complete overhaul of the familiar system in the last 2 games, Lightning Returns has a one-of-a-kind ATB system that has you juggling 3 different bars at once and swapping outfits mid-battle, each with their own setups and abilities. To describe it in a nutshell, it's like having 3 party members smashed into one person. And it is adrenaline pumping. This game is difficult. You're not going to get through these fights by spamming big magic or something. Now that you're finally able to freely move Lightning on the battlefield, positioning becomes more important than ever. You can choose to equip yourself with a dodge or a shield, but every action will drain the ATB bar it's assigned to. So if you run out of shield, you're left wide open while it recharges. There's also a little rhythmic button timing you can execute to your attacks to make them better. It's a nice touch. It feels like they stuffed a detail into any spot they could, so that you never spend a second in battle waiting for something to happen or an animation to finish. It's all action. When you're not battling, you're exploring as much as you can to uncover what you need to stop the doomsday clock constantly ticking down in the corner. I'm always complaining about things being too slow or taking too long. Lightning Returns comes in with all gas, no brakes, and it feels like I finally got the game I've been asking for. Too many people dismiss this one for being a sequel to an already pretty messy mainline, though its story is probably the simplest of the trilogy, its gameplay the most refined, and its world the most cohesive and well-designed. We all like to complain about the ballooning budgets of AAA games, but when we get cheaper, shorter, asset-reusing sequels that give the developers more freedom to experiment and get creative, no one seems to take those games as seriously. Well, I actually appreciate those games, and I wish we'd get more of them, because this one hits so hard and so consistently, it managed to crack my top 5 Final Fantasy games of all time. Also, I just love a good trilogy. The Lightning Saga encapsulates the weirdness and experimentalism I've grown to love so much about this franchise. It's real messy, but it wouldn't be the same if it wasn't. Lightning is one of my favorite characters in the series as well. She's the protagonist that has probably gone through the most, 500 years of being robbed of one simple goal she had to protect her sister, then her friends, then the world. And through this trilogy, we watch her grow out her stubbornness, let others in, and ascend to literal godhood to accomplish her goal. I love the way they ended this crazy roller coaster of a trilogy, and I can't wait to go through it all again someday. Number 3.
I guess we'll build another bar.
Yeah. We will.
You'll help too, won't you?
For a price.
And for my next trick, I will be attempting to justify why Final Fantasy VII Remake, which covers barely a third of the Final Fantasy VII story, is better than Final Fantasy VII. Remake is still such a big can of worms to some people, and I don't know why. Well, I do a little bit. People are still upset and feel betrayed by what they thought was going to be an actual remake and then kind of wasn't. But that was 5 years ago, man. I mean, we knew even before it came out once they said it was going to be 3 games. And if you think I'm crazy for putting this above the original, that's totally justified. I'm antagonizing the people who outright call this game garbage. Like, I can't take those opinions seriously. Even on my own videos, I get a lot of comments calling Remake a bad game, and not one of them ever takes the time to articulate any points they have. Except when they call the story bloated. That's one thing I can agree with. The story obviously takes way longer to get to where you need to be, as they were tasked with making a full-length AAA game based on around 6 hours of a PS1 game. That's a given. The adjustments to the story that some may refer to as a bastardization of the original, the new meta-narrative stuff, the shoving Sephiroth in your face at every chance they get, yes, those complaints are all understandable. But none of that stuff bothers me even close to the amount that it apparently bothers those people. The rest of the game that we got here is mainline Final Fantasy at its absolute best. Playing this game among the discourse made me feel so validated for going through the series the way I did. Final Fantasy VII wasn't a game I stewed on for like 20 years waiting for a potential remake. It didn't take over my childhood. It didn't reshape how I think about games by being the first time I experienced emotional depth in the medium. It was just another one of the 67-ish games I played, and it was still fantastic. But I'm able to say, yeah, I like Lightning Returns more, or I like Remake more, without feeling like I'm committing some blasphemy that my younger self would be ashamed of. So let me explain why. Number 1 should be obvious by now. The gameplay is incredible. It wipes the floor with the original. It's not even a contest in my eyes. The problems I deliberately went over 2 ranks ago are all fixed now. The real-time action with the segmented ATB bar for abilities, in my eyes, is the perfect hybrid of action and turn-taking. It's still definitely classified as an action RPG, not a turn-based RPG, but what matters to me is just about how strategic you can get with it and how fun it is to play. Like, Final Fantasy XVI, it's fun, but it's not really an RPG. It's not quite what we come here for. I think Remake outdoes it in every way. Attacks aren't that big and crazy, but the things you can pull off are so much more satisfying than just watching that big laser do its thing. But when compared to the original 7, which is closer to a traditional RPG, it also outdoes that. Remember how there was no real character growth, so the party members didn't feel like they stuck out? That's fixed thanks to the weapon ability system, letting every character learn a whole bunch of exclusive moves that will be the primary reason you choose them. Not to mention they all have different movesets in general outside of ATB. But I want to hone into the story a little bit more because there are a lot more complaints about that. I went over a few times in this video how much I love smaller scale stories, specifically ones that focus on less characters. And remember when I said the Final Fantasy VII party is mostly about Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, and Barret? Well, we don't even spend any time with any of those other characters in this game. There's a little bit of red. But otherwise it's a secluded, small-scale story starring only the best characters. And call me spoiled by modern-day graphics and voice acting and all that, but I genuinely felt more connected to these 4 by the end of the game's story than I did in the original. They're about the same length as each other. I don't see why that's a bad take, aside from the fact that they go through more trauma in the original. That is fair, but in Remake, we, the player, go through a whole lot more quality time with them. All this stuff everybody called filler were like the best parts of the game. Yes, I want to talk and pick flowers with Aerith. Yes, I want Tifa to show me around her dump of a town. Yes, I want to have pizza at Jesse's house because I appreciate the little things in life. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse can barely be called characters in the original 7. Remake gives me the time to appreciate them before they rip my heart out. My core memories of this game are like little moments I remember from just casually hanging out with my friends. It doesn't always have to be about killing God. Sometimes a game's climax can be about you and your ragtag crew trying to take down the president of a power company because he stole your girl. And unfortunately, Square can only justify an ending like that by saying we're going to get 2 more games after. And also making us kill God anyway. Not enough people realize how much of a treat Remake is. If you learn to stop and smell the roses, and again, take the game for what it is, you'll be smiling from ear to ear the whole time. It feels like if they made a mainline sequel with a smaller scale and cast a la the 13 sequels minus the insanity of the stories, plus the budget of a full-scale brand new mainline. It is my perfect kind of game. And the fact that it's part 1 of 3 really does add to the experience, like you're going on this wacky adventure knowing that the real thing has hardly started. At the end of this whole ass RPG, for once, you don't need to say goodbye to all these guys, you get to say see you later. Next time, we'll go on an even bigger one. Number 2.
Yeah, well, the lesson here is once you find your soulmate, you never let him go. So, who is it?
Who's what?
I mean it, though. If you do have feelings for someone, tell them straight out. Don't wait till it's too late.
Not the most climactic pick, but what was I supposed to do? It's the same thing, but more. So much more. An overwhelming amount of more. If you watched my 3-hour review titled Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is what video games should be, this really should not have been a surprise. I tell you, I guess it was a good title because I still get comments from haters who I'm assuming didn't even watch it, but the title made them so mad they had to take a jab at me real quick. It's Ubisoft open world design, it's filler. I'm not gonna remake the same points I just did for the last game, but I went over those specific things in my review anyway. I will agree that this story is more bloated than Remake though. It's so much longer, but it somehow feels like less plot happens. But I'm not really gonna complain because it leaves more room for those small scale moments that I adore so much. The whole wall market chapter in Remake was maybe my favorite part. Just so much condensed fun into one long sequence. Rebirth has like 5 of those sequences on the same level. The boat ride card tournament, the Costa del Sol beach episode, the Junon disguised infiltration, the 2 separate gold saucer dates, the latter of which has all the characters performing a play together. Like, it's just non-stop good times. I never played a game for this long and kept a big dumb smile on my face for the whole experience. It's the most summer vacation game ever. Too many mini games? I would never say such a thing. I love these stupid mini games, and some of them are actually strategic and are way more complex than they have any right to be for the amount of time you spend with them. Rebirth wins the Best Side Game award for Queen's Blood, my favorite in-game deck builder. It kind of ruined Triple Triad for me. Going back is hard because of how much more fun Queen's Blood is in comparison. Some of the side quests are standard open world type stuff, but there's also a huge chunk of them that are unique to each area, and those were my favorite. The best part of Remake, the hanging out with characters part, the stopping and smelling the roses, has been turned into an actual game mechanic with the bonding system. You're now rewarded for hanging out with them more and using them in battle. I called this one of the most overindulgent games I've ever played, but that's what makes this one of a kind. It feels like every feature they put into it was put there to make fans happy. I don't understand why it upsets so many fans. But I know I'm not alone. For every hater comment I got, there were like 5 others saying, yes, Rebirth reminded me why I love gaming. It's my game of the decade. We need more games like this, etc. I firmly believe this soon-to-be trilogy will stand as one of the most unique and epic and fun experiences you can have in gaming. There hasn't been anything like it on this scale, and I don't expect there to be after it's all done, unless Square themselves tries it again with another mainline. And I'm not just ranking it so high because of how much I love these characters and bonding with them, it's also the most fun RPG battle system ever. That's right, I've been waiting for this. The prestigious Best Battle System award goes to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I avoided talking about battles too much in the last section because Rebirth really is just a better version of it. Adding in team moves you can use depending on who's with you, using ATB to charge an additional bar that opens up a whole set of different big attacks that are very useful, more limit breaks, so many more abilities, new characters with new gimmicks, an improved and extended growth system. The challenging fights had my head spinning, trying to strategize all that while dodging attacks and staying alive, going for that perfect storm execution where it all comes together. The extra brutal post-game fights were ridiculous endurance challenges that I feel quite accomplished for doing, but never want to do again. 100% completion of this game demands a lot of you. They even said they'd tone down the process for Part 3. You know, something I do miss about Remake? It was a smaller, more intimate, linear game, which we seem to get less and less of in the AAA world. But we have both. And within a few years, you'll be able to play the full, unforgettable story from the moment Cloud jumps off the train to wherever the heck it's gonna end. And it's probably gonna steal a place in the top 5 here. Playing Rebirth brought me back to when AAA games were full of wonder, heart, creativity, and were just about having as much fun as possible. Number 1.
They say that clouds of fireflies gather here when night falls.
The entire river glows like a sea of stars.
Really? Hey, I got an idea!
We're not waiting till nightfall.
Then, once we beat Sin, we're coming back.
That era, when AAA games were full of wonder, heart, and creativity, that was the era of Final Fantasy X. I've talked this up a few times. I really do think that the PS2, original Xbox, and GameCube days were the peak of gaming. Before the HD graphics race, before online multiplayer blew up and became the biggest genre, before DLC and other forms of monetization, before game budgets and development cycles grew to unmanageable scales, back when companies were just putting creative people in charge so they can make great games. I didn't grow up with the PS2, so I've been slowly going back and discovering how legendary that console was. Some years ago, I played Kingdom Hearts for the first time and it took over my life for a little bit. I thought if I played this game in my childhood, it would have changed me. And I joked in the beginning about how when it comes to long-running video game franchises, your favorite entry is probably going to be the one you grew up with. That's just how it tends to go. That's when things leave the biggest impression on you. So by playing all these games for the first time in release order as an adult, I would be able to look at them all with minimal bias. Final Fantasy had taken over my life more than a little bit already. I had already released 19 episodes of REFFOID before getting to Final Fantasy X. Yet when I finished that game, there wasn't a doubt in my mind. It was my favorite. And I thought to myself, that's funny, if my parents got me a PS2 for Christmas instead of a GameCube, this would have very likely been my first Final Fantasy. Does it even matter if you played it as a kid? Is it just as likely to be your favorite simply by being from the same era as your childhood? If I had a PS2 as a kid, would I be as annoying about Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts as I currently am about Super Mario and Kirby? I think I already am pretty annoying at all 4 of those things. Look, I don't have an existential answer for you. All I know is, as I was making my preliminary list ranking each game right after finishing it, Final Fantasy X remained at the top the whole way through. 60 episodes later, and though some came close, none were able to dethrone it. I like Final Fantasy X for pretty much the same reason I like the Remake and Rebirth trilogy. It's an intimate journey between extremely lovable characters and a killer battle system. There may not be as much to do or as many indulgent character moments or a bond system, but Final Fantasy X tells a full and complete story with its cast that I enjoyed every single bit of. There's no bloat, they didn't drop the ball in the end, and they don't tack on some weird meta commentary into it. This game changed a lot of things for the franchise that up to this point were pretty traditional. It was totally linear and lacked an airship moment that would open up the world and let you soar up above it. But that didn't bother me at all because the story is structured to serve that style of gameplay extremely well. I always compare it to The Lord of the Rings because it's about a simple long walk from a small town to a place of great sacrifice. It's the easiest way to communicate what this story is going to feel like if you never played it. And the way you feel attached to Frodo and his party over 3 movies, you'll probably feel the same about these guys that you get to spend even more time with, even if you watch the extended cuts. Tidus is a great protagonist. He's like Zidane but done way better. A kid who's frustrated about his place in all this and only gets more frustrated with the rules of this world and how everyone else just seems to accept them. Almost every Final Fantasy ends up being about bringing down a god and taking fate into your own hands or whatever, but this is the only one to actually dig into the details of that, like what that actually means. It goes there on more realistic levels with themes about the corruption of organized religion and the discrimination surrounding it, but that's all in the background. You spend your time with your party, hiding under structures to avoid the rain and talking things out, wondering why or how you're even gonna accomplish the main goal. Wakka, Yuna, and Auron are some of my favorite characters ever. Lulu, Riku, and Kimahri are pretty cool, but they're definitely the B team of this squad. That's not to say I didn't like them. They serve an actual purpose in the story, but they just don't do that much outside of that. Wakka is like your best pal who will follow you to anywhere, but he's still there to call you out if you're being stupid, like an older brother. Auron is the coolest mother effer on the planet who you feel is capable of anything and basically takes command of the group. Yuna is the one with the most on her mind for obvious reasons, and unlike Wakka and Auron, she might actually need help from you. Tidus and Yuna complement each other so well, creating one of the best romantic relationships in the series. The story is fantastic, but as I say, gameplay is king. Aside from 8, Final Fantasy X is the only turn-based mainline that came out in a post-ATB world. A surprising decision, but a welcome one. I love ATB, it adds more urgency than normal turn-taking, but there's something to be said about letting you stop and think a little. 10 lends itself to the style more by making turn order be an extremely important factor in making your next move. That's why you can see exactly when everyone is gonna go. And it also makes speed affecting moves much more useful. Also, it's a 3-party system as usual, but uniquely to this game, you're allowed to swap party members out in the middle of a fight. Each of the characters tend to fit certain roles, and they all have unique abilities that you'll absolutely need to take advantage of, unlike, say, Final Fantasy VII. But it doesn't have that issue of a fight being based around a certain character you didn't immediately put in your party, so you either struggle through or just die and pick again. It's the best turn-based combat I've ever experienced, that's for sure. But the sphere grid system is the real juicy stuff. One of my favorite character growth systems. It's one giant interconnected skill tree that places all the characters on it at once. As you earn spheres, you can use them on each character to unlock nodes in any direction you please, earning you new abilities and stats that synergize with whatever build you're going for. It starts everyone off in easy spots that have nodes corresponding to their essentially default fighting styles. Auron is a bit of a tank, Yuna is a white mage summoner, Lulu is a black mage, and so on. But as you progress, this thing expands so much, allowing for all the freedom you could want. You can give any abilities to anyone, synergizing with your own truly custom party makeup. Earning spheres to do this is also tied to side questing, which is a fantastic incentive. As someone who's such a fan of a good job system, this was a brand new idea that was just as rewarding and satisfying, if not more, than Final Fantasy V. Definitely more freeing. This was also the first time I encountered a weapon attribute that allows damage to go beyond 9999. And I remember thinking, oh, that's just silly, when am I gonna need that? Then getting to the end game, and all my team's synergy started working as planned, and I was doing 9999, thinking, oh god, I gotta get one of those now. And for a linear game, it's packed with big side quests like the ones needed to get those types of weapons. Who could forget the Albed game-long puzzle quest? I thought this was so cool. Albed is a language that basically just takes the letter of an alphabet and replaces it with another. You find ciphers around the world that tell you which letters were changed, and the game will auto-translate those letters even through subtitles and cutscenes. So you'll go from not knowing what anyone's saying to maybe being able to make out a few words using the letters you got and like process of elimination, to pretty much understanding Albed by the end of the story. 10 shares so many similarities with 13, and I love them both for similar reasons, but all of 13's shortcomings are done infinitely better in 10. It feels like it tried to use 10 as a template, but left out all the absolute peak parts. I still love 13, but it's just not really in the same league as 10. From the moment I launched the game, that opening cutscene with 2 Xanarkand playing gave me goosebumps, and I was like, oh, this one's gonna be special. And it sure was. There have been rumors of a remake. It does not need one, but you bet I'm gonna play it if it happens. Final Fantasy X clawed its way into my soul and never let go. After 4 years of this wild experiment called REFFOID, we've come to a conclusion. Final Fantasy X is my definitive number 1 and one of my favorite games of all time, along with a bunch of the other ones behind it.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
All right, everyone. REFFOID is over. I know this one took a while. We're like halfway through the year. Like I thought this would be done. I feel like I think that every time and it always takes longer. Usually it's the game, like, oh, I'm still playing the game and the game's taking a long time and then I have to make the video. But the video doesn't take that much. This one was just so long. So many thoughts to try and convey. I gotta remember some of these games I played years ago. I gotta write a whole thing about them. The writing took weeks. The recording usually takes 1 or 2 days, but I literally kept losing my voice and I had to stop. I realized that basically every hour of video is about 2 hours of recording. It takes twice as long to get that because I mess up so much and re-record and rethink what I'm saying and actually rewrite it like in the middle of recording. Point is, this video is a culmination of a very long journey. I hope you enjoyed this show, whether you watched every episode or just a select few. I get that those early episodes are pretty rough. And I know this list in some areas is kind of wild. Maybe that's just what happens when you play them all in order like that. I hope it was at least interesting to see just this single perspective over an entire history of a franchise. And it's super fun that we have this video as kind of a time capsule of the whole experience. But this is actually it now. There's no more Final Fantasy content currently planned for the channel. There are some RPGs I have my eyes on that I might play next. Might do something completely different. I don't know what's gonna happen. I had a lot of time to think about it, and my focus has just been entirely on getting this video done, that now that it is, I'm just kind of like, I don't know what to do now. I do have a few awards that I didn't give out to some of the games that I want to just throw in here at the last second. Here are some like honorable mention awards. Best opening. Best opening to a game. I'm gonna go with 10. Probably could have just threw that into what I was just talking about, but as I said, it hooked me in immediately. So much intrigue, even though it's just this calm little scene, and the musical sting is amazing, but that opening is peak. Best ending. That's a tougher one. 7 definitely stuck with me a lot, but 15's was really great. You know what? I'll give it to 15. I'll give it to 15 because that kind of felt like the emotional climax of the whole thing, was like the ending moment. Whereas 7's emotional climax is earlier, you know, the famous part, but it's a close call. It's a close call. Best protagonist. I'm gonna give to Lightning. I love Lightning. I mean, I think I made that clear. She also has kind of an unfair advantage of having the most content about her. She has her own trilogy, even 7, like there's a million spin-offs, but they're not all about Cloud. Actually, none of them are. I already thought she was a cool character in the first game, but then she has this whole 3-game arc that she goes through. That's so great. Best party. Ooh. In the sections for 7 and 10, I kind of made the same point that there's like a main 4, and then there are some others that are not quite as good or important. But you know what? Once again, 7 has that unfair advantage of having all these spin-offs that lead you a little bit deeper into most of them, though the B team still is kind of sidelined. But the remake trilogy alone does so much. I think that gives 7 the edge. 7's best party. Probably not a hot take at all. Best villain. It's Sephiroth. It's Sephiroth. I hate to keep giving all the stuff to 7, but what are you gonna do? Come on, it's Sephiroth. Best vocal track. I've been actually keeping track of this one. There was almost like a tradition set in 8, where like every game had a lyrical song from there on out, every main line. Eyes on Me, Memories of Life, Suteki Dane, Memoria dell'Assunto, or whatever that one's called from 11. Kiss Me Goodbye, 12. Sarah's Theme of the Promise, 13. 14 has a lot of different ones. 15 just straight up Stand By Me. And 16 has My Star. But there are some good spin-off ones too. Occasionally a spin-off will throw it in. Like I remember Final Fantasy Dimensions had one at the end credits. That was cool. I like when they throw that in. They're also great, and I had a lot of time to think about it, but I'm gonna give it to Flo from Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. It gets me every time. It is the perfect look how far we've come kind of song, and all the lyrics are directly related to the story that's happening in that one. As with most of the vocal songs in 14, they all kind of relate to the story, which makes them extra special. In the opening of my Endwalker review, I made a kind of compilation of my journey of 14 moments throughout the whole playthrough, and I set it to that song, and I was like tearing up just putting it together because that song just has the power to make any sort of compilation feel powerful. So that's the win for me. Best soundtrack, I actually retroactively did put that in the 13.2 section. Yeah, best soundtrack 13.2. So part of the reason why the writing process took so long is because I just insisted that I listen to the entire soundtrack of every one of these games while I was writing. And some of them are kind of short, some of them are quite long. The only ones I didn't actually finish the whole thing were 11 and 14. There's just too much. But I had listened to them in the past over the course of these last few years, so I already knew they were amazing. But I'm trying to like talk up my credibility to say like, no, 13.2 is really the best one. I'm serious. Some of the most beautiful stuff I've ever heard. Hamauzu is my favorite composer. Sorry Uematsu, I know it's blasphemy, but Hamauzu's my guy. It's unreal. There are a lot of soundtracks, of course, with amazing tracks, but some of the soundtracks have like 5 amazing tracks, and the rest are great, but they're not quite at that level. And for me, 13.2, every single track is just so incredible. It's unbelievable. That album is transcendent, and it's experimental. There's a lot of weird ones too. There's a lot of strange vocal stuff they use in some of the songs. When I made my finale video to REFFOID, the final episode thing a year ago, I chose 13.2 to give those dramatic moments more oomph. It's the one I always go back to. It still gives me goosebumps, and it's definitely underrated just because it's 13.2, but you gotta try it. You gotta play the game. You gotta listen to the soundtrack. Don't call me crazy just yet. Anyway, those were all the awards, so we're actually at the end of this damn video. I may not make a video as long as this ever again, hopefully not. I don't know what the video schedule's gonna look like anymore. I don't know if I'm gonna do shorter stuff. I remember what it was like to do shorter stuff. A video I could bang out in less than a week. Yeah, those were the days. Maybe I'll do that a little more. Maybe I'll sprinkle in, because people like the long stuff. I like the long stuff too. Point is, it's going to be the Wild West era. I don't know what I'm going to do next. So just wait and see with me. Please give me your rankings below. Legit. I mean, call to action for comments, engagement, whatever. But no, I really want to hear your rankings. Whether it's top 10, top 5, whatever. I would love to see it. Write your essays about it. I will read them no matter how long they are. And give out your own awards too. This is all about celebrating a series we love. So don't waste your comment telling me I'm dumb for not liking Tactics, putting it at 37. Nah, you can do that. I don't really care. And thank you so much for watching all the way to the end, all the way to this point. You're still here, and I'm just babbling on to new journeys ahead. See you there.